Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of VRRF, Virtual RepRap Festival. Thank you to everybody that joined us yesterday and is also joining us this morning. Super excited to be rolling on day 2. Hello from Netherlands. Thank you for joining us, Barry, and saw some Canadians on the chat earlier as well. So thank you for joining us from all over the world. I know yesterday we had some people from Qatar. That was pretty cool. And where else? We had some Swedes and, of course, Iceland. Can't forget Iceland. That one's pretty cool. Yeah, good morning, everybody. How's it going? Super excited to be on here again for day 2. It's fantastic. Yes, international 3D printing community. It's great. All right. So all day today, just like yesterday, we have giveaways every hour on the hour. Yeah, so to be entered into the giveaway, same as yesterday, follow us on social media, like the live stream, share, repost, heart it, and you will be entered into the giveaway. And we'll announce the winners on the bar at the bottom. If you do win something, please message us and send us your address and t-shirt size or nozzle diameter that you'd prefer, depending on what the giveaway is. It's going to be slightly different, obviously. And the big giveaway for today is a Mosquito Magnum, the high flow version of the Mosquito, which does about 40 cubic millimeters per second of plastic filament flow. So that's pretty exciting. We'll be doing that later on today. So stay tuned, retweet, share, like, etc., and try and win that Mosquito Magnum. Yes, Joe, I actually don't drink coffee, which maybe I should. This morning I was feeling like probably should have some coffee, but I don't normally drink it. So I was thinking maybe some tea or something. But yeah, I could use some caffeine, I think. Hello from Switzerland and Belgium. Thanks, guys. Denmark, Italy, Pennsylvania. That's not quite as far, but still super cool. Mandala Roseworks, thanks for joining us. Wade, good to see you. Oslo, Norway. All right. Lots of people. More Netherlands. That's awesome. Pancakes. I would love some pancakes. If you could just mail me some pancakes. They probably wouldn't be very good by the time they got here, but pancakes still sound delicious. I had cereal this morning, so not as exciting as pancakes. I do make some good pancakes though. Banana pancakes, pretty good. And I always try to listen to the the song, the banana pancake song, while I make banana pancakes. All right, t-shirt giveaway. So, who's going to win the t-shirt? Stay tuned. XRAM 340. Congratulations. You have won the softest t-shirt in the world. If you haven't tried one of our t-shirts, they are wonderful. They're super comfortable. Anybody in the chat that's tried a Slice Engineering t-shirt, they will confirm they are very, very soft and very comfortable. In fact, my wife sleeps in them a lot because they're that comfortable. So congratulations to XRAM for winning the t-shirt. Please send us a message. Let us know what size you would like and what your mailing address is so we can get that to you post haste. Also going on today, we got a huge lineup of special guests that I'm super excited about. Even bigger lineup than yesterday. So it's going to be amazing. I'm super pumped. It's going to be good. Yeah. So the other things going on today, you may have seen yesterday, but we've updated the Mosquito and the Mosquito Magnum. So there's now a new heat break and heat sink combination. The new heat break has a plastic repellent coating, so that's pretty cool. It's the same coating that's on our vanadium nozzles. So if you've used those and seen how well that works, it's now on the heat breaks for the Mosquito and Mosquito Magnum. They've also been reinforced to work better with multi-material setups like the MMU or the pallet. So that's pretty cool too. So check that out. They're on our website. We've got great sales running this weekend, sort of the same sales that we were planning to run at Murph. We've got running all weekend long, so check that out. Congrats, old curmudgeon. I presume that's you, XDM 340. You got a t-shirt. That's awesome. 3D Jimmy, my son is doing well this morning. He's taking a nap already. He gets up at like 6, and then he's awake till like about 8:39ish, and goes back to sleep for a little nap. So he's taking a nap. He's a happy little kid, which is great. All right, other things. Oh, we've got a cool little video. We've got a little promo video that we wanted to show you guys for the Copperhead. Those are we've got a page up now for the Copperhead, which is awesome. One of our guys did a great job of building out the product page. So that's pretty exciting. It's up. You can register for our mailing list for the Copperhead, and we'll let you know as soon as we have it available. I got a lot of questions about this yesterday, but we've actually finished building the Copperheads in terms of machining, which we do, on our side, but then we send those out to a plater that puts on the nickel plating and the anti-abrasive coatings, etc. And those guys do medical supplies as well. And so we're waiting. We have pictures. If you followed our social media, they have they sent us pictures of all the stuff sitting in boxes in the warehouse waiting to be plated. They're like, listen, we're doing medical supplies right now, so you guys can wait. We're like, all right, that's fine. We totally get it. So apologies to all the Kickstarter backers and everybody else that's on the pre-order mailing list, but we will get those as soon as we possibly can. But we're, even in this, trying to do what we can to support fighting back against COVID-19. So video cue now, the little promo. Anyway, that was fun. We like making fun videos like that, and it's cool to see what people can come up with. So we outsource that. Actually, we don't have like video production in-house yet. So there's a team at the University of Florida that does animations, and so that was fun. It was a fun little project to work on with them. All right, what else do we have going on right now? In just a minute or so, we're gonna have our first guest, which I'm super pumped about. But before that, let me see. There are a couple questions here. Kurt, thanks for backing us on Kickstarter. Appreciate it. We will be getting that out to you, of course, as soon as we possibly can. Can you mount a mosquito on a Prusa Mini? We have not done that yet, but with a custom mount, you totally could. Thanks, Joe, for answering that question. Rosa, missed that age. Yeah, 7 months is a great age because they're like, my son's smiling, he's crawling around, he's laughing, he thinks everything is hilarious, and he's not running around yet, so he can't get into quite as many things as he will be able to really soon. So, old curmudgeon, what's the email for the drawing winners? Send an email. Anybody that wins one of the giveaways, send an email to info@sliceengineering.com. That's info@sliceengineering.com, or just message us on one of the social media platforms and we can find you there as well. Okay, my first guest will be joining me, hopefully. Actually, I don't see him in the background, which is a bummer. All right, Ashburn, the Kickstarter was a bit confusing. All right, I don't remember off the top of my head what the Slice Swag Pack 2 was. So I'll have to go back and look at what that package was. If you are confused about what you got in the Kickstarter package, feel free to send us a message and we will definitely try to clarify, whatever it was that that the issue was. All right. Printing nylon on the Prusa Mini. That's impressive. Although you're having trouble with the beds. Yeah, I think nylon's probably going to be hard to do on the Prusa Mini. Yeah, it's even hard to do on a regular Prusa. Yeah, nylon's going to be hard. You might want to try getting an enclosure. I know Printed Solid, David Randolph will be on here later today, and they make enclosures for all kinds of things. Wham Bam Systems also has a good enclosure, the hot box, but you also gotta be careful because you don't want to ramp it up too hot in there, and then deform the printed parts on your machine. So yeah, I think it's gonna take a little bit of tuning to get nylon to work right on your Prusa Mini. Hot end Ashbourne. Hot end Sans heatsink. Wait, heatsink? We're singing about heat, I guess. Morning from Vancouver. Wow, it's early over there. So thanks for joining us at 7 a.m. in Vancouver time. Rosa, yeah, he's my son's close to walking. He wants to start walking. He's very excited to stand up. He started like pulling himself up on things, but he's not quite walking yet. So as soon as he starts walking, it's gonna get a little interesting. So yeah. All right. Cool. Well, our first guest is evidently sleeping in, which is unfortunate. But we will hopefully get back on schedule pretty soon here. More Canadians, that's great. All right. Well, sorry guys that don't have my guest in time. What is everybody doing on this Sunday morning that they wouldn't normally be doing if they were able to go outside? Oh, heat sink. Not hot end Sans heat sink plus. Okay, so if you got the pack, so basically Copperhead is going to be, because we're trying to fit so many different printers with Copperhead, there's a little chart on the Kickstarter page as well as on the new product page that shows which version you should get depending on what printer you have. So certain printers, like for example the MakerGear M2 and M3 printers, they have a built-in heatsink. And so if you have a built-in heatsink, it doesn't make sense to get our Copperhead heatsink because the Copperhead will just mate directly to the heatsink that's already on the MakerGear. So you could get just forget which version mates with the MakerGear, but essentially it's a shank on the top end, and the M6 threaded portion on the bottom end of the heat break. And so you would get the heat break and the hot block for the Copperhead that's going to give you that easier nozzle change due to the wrench flats, and you get that copper block so you can reach higher temperatures. But on the upper end, you would just mate, or you would slide the shank directly into the MakerGear heatsink. So then you don't need our heatsink. So what we tried to do with that was provide as many options as we possibly could to fit as many printers as we possibly could, and help out as many people as we can with different versions, different options. So Malta. Keith, you can join early. All right. Well, yawning and try and get motivated. Printing. So Lucas, you would be printing either way, right? Sunday morning, sleeping. Yep. Yeah. All right. Assembling a rail core. Nice. Nice. You should send pictures of your rail core assembly. That would be cool. Printing face shields. All right. Nice. Keith, you can hop in early if you'd like to. Just use the link that Shauna sent you, and you can be added into the stream. 4:15 in Malta. Joe, you're welcome to hop in now as well. And yeah, so just if you're in the lineup for today, just click the link that you were sent, and we can add you into the stream in the back end, and then we'll just sort of shift the schedule around a little bit. Hey, Joe. Thanks for. You guys can't see him yet, but I can see him. I get like this special screen on the back end. All right, Bonte extruder and mosquito hot on those 2 Prusas. Awesome. Glad your son's got those. All right. Hey, everybody. All right, cool. Okay. I'm gonna add Mr. Joe, the Filament Librarian. If you haven't seen his site, it's pretty slick. He's got all kinds of cool stuff, but I'm gonna let him finish explaining that.
Oh, thank you so much. So I guess brief intro about me. I am on Twitter at the Filament Librarian. Well, I'm on Twitter at Filament Colors, but my website is filamentcolors.xyz. It's a matching website for picking different color schemes with filaments so that you don't have to paint afterwards. It's like, hey, use this color and this color and this color, even if it's from 3 different manufacturers, and they should all look good together, regardless of what it looks like on the web. Like when you're trying to spec out, I need this color, I need this color. It's a super frustrating problem, and so I fixed it.
Nice. Yeah, I've checked out the website. It's pretty cool because you've got sorry, we've got the dog walking around back here, just like popping in and out of the frame. But yeah, I've checked out the website. So you've got basically like swatches essentially.
Yeah.
And
they look like this actually.
Yeah.
Little tiny things.
Right.
And each one is individually labeled, although it's really hard to see with my camera. Sorry about that. But basically, I have a crap load of them. So when I originally started this, I had about 80. And then I just kept printing more because I want to get a swatch of every color that I've ever been able to print with, and then people started donating swatches, which is amazing. But every single one of these is individually labeled and individually cataloged with manufacturer, type, and name. And these are just the ones that I can fit on rings. This box has about 200 to 300 more that I can't actually like put on rings because I don't have enough rings to put them on. But all of these are individually cataloged on the site, and they're searchable, they're indexable. Nice. If there's something that you can't print with, then there's a settings button in the upper right hand corner. So like, let's say you can only print with PLA, then you can deselect the other 5 options, and then the site will only give you recommendations for PLA, or will only give you recommendations for this for the types that you pick. You can also enable or disable different manufacturers. So if there's something like you can't get, I don't know, Protopasta or something like that, if you're in the EU, then maybe that's too expensive. Then you can deselect Protopasta in the settings, and you won't get recommendations for that filament. I also provide handy buy links for all of them, and I just try to make the process as easy to use and as nice as possible. Really,
I think it's great to have, because it does make such a huge lighting makes such a huge difference. The fact that you've taken the pictures with the same lighting across the board, even if it isn't going to look exactly the same on your monitor as somebody else's monitor, because the lighting's the same, it's like it's apples to apples, right? Comparison.
Exactly.
That's great.
Exactly. Yeah. One of the biggest criticisms that I hear a lot of the time is, well, it's not going to look perfect on my monitor. It's not going to look perfect on your monitor. So I have a color matched monitor. I've paid a lot of money to make that happen.
Yeah.
And so the colors that I see on my monitor and the colors that I have physically in my hand are as close as humanly possible. So the nice thing about relative color is that no matter what, let's get a better example than that. No matter what your monitor actually shows. If it's off by a little bit, these two may look reasonable together online. They're going to look the same amount of reasonable when you have them in your hand. And that's the whole core of the site. It doesn't really matter exactly if it's going to be as perfect as you see it online, at least if the hue is going to be slightly exact or as exact, but together they're still going to look good together. And that's the core.
Yeah. And I think, obviously this is important if you're making, just something for yourself, but maybe even more so if you're like doing a commission work for a company and they have particular colors that they want for their branding, and you could go and find that on your site. That's pretty cool.
Sometimes you can. Sometimes you can. I do admit that is actually the one failing of the site. The one thing that I'm not good at is actually matching colors to real world things, because everyone's lighting is different. Like, everyone's lighting setup is different. Everyone's photography setup is different, and mine is just as different as everyone else's. So none of the colors that I actually index are based against a real world object, which is why I don't include Pantone on the site. Like, that's a deliberate thing that I get a lot of questions about.
Yeah.
And I don't include Pantone because A, Pantone is for ink and paper, and B, that also ties it to a real world thing. And all of the colors on the site are relative to each other, and there's no real world anchor to kind of keep those in line. There is actually another site that does real world color, and they're very good at it. Graybeard 3D has a great index. He actually has more colors than I do, but it's a straight reference. So, like, if you need to know what Paramount 3D's silver dollar is going to look like when you have it in your hand, then his website is going to be an excellent resource for that kind of thing. Whereas my website is going to be really good at telling you if Ziltex PLA Hot Rod Red and eSun's Light Blue are going to look good together.
Gotcha. Very cool. We got a couple questions
Sure.
here. See, Jason asked where to send pictures.
Where to send pictures. So actually what happens is I ask you to clip off about a meter. I only need about this much filament. And then I ask you to mail it to me, because if everyone submits their own pictures, then what we end up with is the same initial problem that I'm trying to solve, which is everybody's lighting is different. Everybody's camera is set up a different way. So I want to have the physical swatches in hand so that I can photograph them under my lighting rig that is designed specifically for this purpose. So there actually is a donation section on the site. It's in the header and the very top, right about in the middle, actually. It's just filamentcolors.xyz/donating. There's a whole list of instructions that walks you through like the preferred donation process. If you're in the EU, or if you're generally on that side of the world, then I have a partnership with the 3D Geeks app guy who's in the Netherlands. So if you're closer to the Netherlands than you are to me, then you can just send samples to him, and then he'll bulk ship them over to me. And then we can get everything added. But yeah, I do take filament donations. And as I said, I don't need very much. Like, it's a 10-minute print. I definitely don't need very much.
Yeah,
so,
a meter's not a lot. So
it really isn't. And it's funny, when I talk to manufacturers, I've actually gotten a lot of manufacturer donations recently. And they're like, okay, so what do you need? And most of the time when you're talking to a manufacturer, they're thinking somebody's going to say, well, I need 1 kilo, I need 4 kilos, I need 20 kilos. I'm like, I don't know, can you spare 2 meters?
Right.
And I've had manufacturers come back to me and say, well, it's actually easier for us to just ship you 250 grams because that's prepackaged.
Right.
Like, what am I going to do with 250 grams of this? Like, I just need a meter.
You can make a lot of multicolor prints, I guess.
So many. I have so many, like, bags and containers and stuff of just like open 20-meter rolls, like the kinds you get from MakerBox, or 250 gram samples. I'm like, oh, what can I print out of this today? I don't know.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fun.
Simon on here said he can ask Filaments CA to send you a full swatch. So,
I would love that. I would love to get stuff from filaments.ca, because I actually don't have anything from filaments.ca. So if filaments.ca wants to get in touch with me, or if you have a good way to get in touch with them, I'm perfectly happy to talk to them and kind of professionally represent what I'm looking for and work out all the details. But yeah, I would absolutely love to get some of their filaments in, or all of them, or just a subset, whatever. Just get them represented, because I don't have any Canadian manufacturers actually on the site, and I know that's something that I'm lacking.
All right. Well, if any filament manufacturers are on the live stream, please send a 1 meter sample to Joe.
Yeah, or
Won't cost
whatever
you
you
hardly
want.
anything.
Whatever
And
you want.
yeah, and
You can hit me up on
he'll get them
Twitter
on the
at
site.
Filament Colors, and I'm happy to walk you through some of the process and give you some more details on it. But yeah, Protopasta has been really, really great. The IC3D has also donated stuff. Filament One has donated stuff.
So you had a bunch of printed solid stuff too from his new
Yes.
Jesse PLA line.
Yeah, I actually the printed solid stuff are clippings that I took from last Murph when they were
Oh, no way.
showing off like the pre-production rolls.
Right.
So when I
Cool.
got the Jesse Blue Moon, Deep Moon, Blue Moon, the Moon one. When I got that one actually wasn't set to be released for another few months.
Oh,
And
wow.
so some
Cool.
of them, some of the samples that I actually get are pre-production, and
Uh-huh.
I've also have some that will never be released, or like they were pre-production and then somebody took a look and it's like, no, this is not going to work. So there actually is a tag on the website. There's a setting in the settings panel that's just show unavailable filaments, and by default, I believe that setting is off. But if you want to see things that are no longer in production, or get recommendation on things that are no longer in production, or just straight up unavailable, then that is a toggle, and I do still index those just in case somebody has a use for it.
Right. And I'm sure if there was somebody that had a project where they're like, hey, I really want to get this color, and they could contact the manufacturer and be like, hey, I want
Yeah,
to get,
ColorFab actually
however
has
much of this.
ColorFab has a great setup for color matching real world stuff. I know there are a couple other manufacturers that do it, but they're the first one that immediately jumps to mind. There are lots of manufacturers that can color match to specific things, but if you're trying to get an idea of what you're looking for, or just as a maker, if you're looking at a project and saying, hey, I can buy a couple of spools for this, it needs 4 or 5 colors, so on and so forth, then that's kind of what my site is targeted as. I also do know that some manufacturers have routed people to my site, which is really, really cool.
That
Like
is cool.
IC3D tells people to go look at my site first to get an idea of what they're looking for, and then they
Nice.
can go back and see about actually making it happen, which
That's
is
awesome.
both an honor and super exciting.
Yeah. So Simon just said, I guess filaments.ca already responded, so they're pumped.
Oh,
So
sweet.
awesome.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have Twitter open or the comment stream, so I will check in a little bit. That's super exciting.
Nice. That is super exciting. Yeah, and then we got a bunch of people saying you need a palette. You need a palette too.
I do need a palette. They are really expensive though. I only have I have $100 set aside each month for the site because the site
Okay.
actually doesn't pay for itself. I have affiliate links on all the Amazon links. As I said, I do try and have purchase links for each filament, but all the Amazon ones are affiliate links, and I get, I don't know, maybe $1-2 every month, and that doesn't even pay for server costs, let alone for
Right.
filament. So I
Yeah.
pretty much subsist entirely on donations and what I throw into it. So eventually maybe I'll get a palette. I would love to get a palette, but
Yeah.
I can't drop $600 on something just to help me get rid of samples. So, I'd like to.
All right, guys. So if you're buying specific filament,
I do have a Patreon, and I do
okay,
have the coffee account. So
nice.
some people do like that. If it's something that you like and you think that it's a service that helps, then I recommend at least take a look.
Nice. That's awesome. So how did you get into this? So I guess I got 2 questions. One, how did you
Okay.
get into this? And my next question is going to be, tell us about your camera rig. So I'm super interested in
Oh,
that.
okay. So first question, how did I get into this? I got into this because I really like, well, A, I really hate painting. That's the first thing. And B, I started really early on. I have every color indexed except about the first 4 that I started printing with. Like ever since I started 3D printing, this has been something that I've really focused on since the beginning. I went searching. I found this great swatch file from CowKitty on Thingiverse. It's called A Better Filament Swatch for Designers. And this is the small version, but
Okay.
I started using that. I just started printing that out, and my rationale was that I want to know what I've had so that I can go back and check to make sure that if I want to buy it again, if I don't like it, whatever. And then I slowly amassed about somewhere between 60 and 80. I'm pretty sure it was longer on the 80 side, but excuse me. And then I was talking to one of my friends, and he was like, well, you can't really just ask people for donations. You got to have a reason to get more filament, and you can't just buy more filament because that's really expensive. So why don't you take the library that you already have and make it like a web app and make it free and accessible to everybody? And I'm a programmer. Well, I was a programmer. I'm a teacher now.
Oh,
And
awesome.
and I was like, well, this sounds like a really good exercise. I've never really worked with color and computer vision and all kinds of stuff like that. And so I kind of took that as an exercise. I bought filamentcolors.xyz as a domain name just because A, .xyz is really cheap, and B,
Nice.
it sounded like
It's
a good
fitting.
idea.
It's fitting for a
Yeah, it is
library.
fitting.
Yeah.
And my partner's a librarian, so it was really easy to kind of put all this together. And then in about 2 months, I had an MVP, just kind of working on it slowly in the evenings. And then at Murph last year was the first time that I really kind of stepped up and said, hey, look, this is the thing that I have that I want to show the world, because you can't use a tool if you don't know it exists, right?
Yep.
So the response that I got from that was tremendous. I'd brought my first MVP for my lighting rig. I'd brought my sample rings that I'd made so far. And I just kind of talked to people, and I got so much industry feedback from professionals that was amazing and helpful. And then I took all of that information and all of that knowledge, and I rolled it into the version that you see today. So the version of the website that you see today, actually, the entire library has been rephotographed and re-indexed using increasingly better technology, now 4 times, which there are
Whoa,
450
that's a lot of
swatches.
pictures.
That is a lot of pictures. 2 pictures per swatch, 450 swatches. But every time I have to go through that process, it comes out better, it comes out more accurate, and it's just fantastic. So that's kind of how I got into it. And then in
Nice.
answer to your second question of telling me about your lighting rig, I actually have pictures of it on Twitter.
Okay.
But what I will do is, because I actually have to go unearth it, and so I'll do that after the stream. But I'll post some more recent pictures on Twitter after this, and I'll make sure to tag you guys,
Awesome.
so that we can get some pictures of it out. But basically, it's a 2020 extrusion thing with a lot of printed ABS parts that hold it together. And then I bought some very nice 24 volt white LEDs. So they have, when you're buying LEDs, there's a certain color refractive index, and you want to make sure that the color that it reflects, or that the things that you're photographing reflects from the. It's really complicated, but anyway, you have to make sure that you get a good enough grade LED. I've now done that. And so basically the entire thing, it's only about this tall, maybe about wide. And the entire purpose of it is to throw as much targeted light onto the subject as possible. It's sized for the swatches. It really can't do anything but work for the swatches, but it does a fantastic job of making it very bright. So, and then I actually bought a D3000, Canon D3000, that is, it's on its own tripod that just locks into the lighting rig, so that I always get the same shot every time.
Right.
And
Yeah. Distance adjustment is going to be
distance
important, right?
adjustment. I have a single focus lens that is only good for this particular setup. And so I put a lot of time and effort into it, and I think that the results that I get speak for themselves.
That's pretty cool. We use a camera in, I mean, obviously slightly different setup than what you've got, but we've got a big light box in the office, and we've got, a macro lens with actually a ring light setup that we 3D printed. So that was kind of fun. with a light table, and that's how we
Okay.
do product inspections. So like when we get stuff
I
back
love
from
light table.
machining, we put everything on there, backlight. We've got LEDs from multiple directions so you don't get shadows,
Yeah.
and then we've got a scissor jack table under the light table so we can get the right, because depending on, unlike your swatches that are all the same,
Yep.
we have different size or heights of
Oh, yeah.
products. If you're looking at a nozzle versus looking at a hot end, obviously it's going to be different. And so we're able to adjust to get the right focal length for the lens, and then you can get some really, really high res photos and find things that that you absolutely would not be able to find with the naked eye. So
Yeah, totally.
we found that's really a better method for us than like having a microscope, for example, to do it with a camera, because with that macro lens you can really get in there and then easily upload the files online. And then we've got a cam link hookup on the camera, so we can stream video from like during the inspection, which has been especially important right now as everybody's working from home. You can have one person in the office set it up, and then boom, 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 share it to multiple people and be able to see what's going on. So yeah, cameras are fascinating.
The macro lens shows all flaws.
Yes, that's
You can't
true.
hide anything from that.
It's true. Yeah. How did you
Frustrating,
get
but
into
whatever.
photography?
How did I get? My dad was an amateur sports photographer
Okay,
and
cool.
amateur portrait photographer. Well, everything but portraits. I got into portraits because he hated it,
Okay.
and it was the only thing like that he didn't like to shoot.
Hmm.
So, of course, as the son, that was kind of what I gravitated towards. Was learning how to shoot people, and then. Um, that sounds awful. learning how to photograph people. Uh,
Yeah.
and then kind of moving from there into into lighting. So I spent a lot of time doing public access TV, which,
Mm,
if you're not familiar, is just television done by normal folks for normal folks. Most people don't have a lot of training in it, and it's just a lot of fun. So I spent 9 years doing public access TV in the middle of nowhere, Indiana, and that was a really educational experience for me. I learned a lot about video cameras and lighting and audio, and eventually moved my way up to directing. But lighting
mhm.
is where I really stuck. And so with lighting, then you're painting with color effectively, is what lighting in TV actually ends up with. Because it's not all just brights and whites and things like that. You want to use different gels and different colors to like highlight hair or highlight different things that the host is wearing or highlight a background, and it's just color splash after color splash. And that's where I really found my enjoyment of color, and that fed kind of a feedback loop back into my enjoyment of photography. And then when I discovered 3D printing, it was all over but the shouting.
Oh, this is sort of a melding of all of the passions at the same time, right?
Exactly.
That's pretty cool.
Exactly.
That's very, very cool. We've got a lot of comments here about sorting by RGB or
Yeah.
RAL values or HSV values.
Oh, there's
Uh,
much discussion about that.
yes.
Always. Always.
Yeah, or Pantone. Of course, we talked about Pantone
Mhm.
is for
Yep. And if you want to learn
printing
more
paper.
about kind
But
of my stance on Pantone and why I don't use it on the site, there is an about section,
mhm,
frequently asked questions section on the site that does go into exactly why Pantone is not a great fit for the type of work that I'm doing.
okay.
There's nothing wrong with Pantone as a whole. Like, it's fantastic. It's closed source, which makes things a lot more complicated from a library standpoint, but
Hmm.
it doesn't really work for the kinds of things that I'm working with.
Hmm.
It's just,
Gotcha.
it's
Gotcha.
just how it works.
Cool. Well, yeah, I think you've got a whole bunch of people that that are going to want to have more conversations with you about this, about colors. So
That's okay. Hit
a
me up on
lot
Twitter.
of
That's what it's for.
comments. Yeah, yeah. Hit them. So hit up Joe at Filament Colors on
Hmm.
Twitter. And thanks so much for joining the stream, man. Enjoy the rest
Absolutely.
of your day and stay safe. Happy VRRF.
Absolutely.
All right. See you, Joe. All right. That was great. That was cool. I learned some things about color. Check out Joe's site if you get a chance. Um, yeah. So next up, we've got Mr. Joe Casha, the 3D maker noob. Hey,
Hello. How's everyone doing?
welcome
Can you hear
from.
me well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah,
So yeah,
what?
apologies for the delay.
No worries. What's on the wall behind you? What is that?
This
Yeah.
is my it's the community print. It's a 3D MN mural. Actually, I can move the camera and show you.
Nice.
That's the map of Malta. It was printed by, I believe, 133 people around the
Whoa,
world.
that is awesome.
In about 27 different countries. I had done a call about a year and a half ago, I believe.
Okay. Sorry,
So,
I'm
yeah.
stepping out because my dog is trying to get my attention that she needs to leave the room. So I'll be back. I'm still here. Nice. That's really cool. So how did that project get organized?
Oh, so basically, as soon as we moved into the new place, I wanted to do something in the back of the wall, and I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do. And someone actually suggested during the live stream, why not make a community print? And actually, I really loved that idea. So then I kind of made a call for people to see if they can design the map of Malta and cross-section it into hexagons. So first the idea was just the map of Malta, and then I spoke to Spanner Hands back then, sort of modify it a little bit, cut it out in hexagons. Then I did a call for makers to actually help me out and print the parts I wanted to be about the community. And parts started trickling in. It took about a year for all the parts to come in, actually, because some people decided to cancel, some got delayed, some got returned back. And there are still 2 pieces which I printed myself because they never ended up coming. So I didn't want to delay any further.
Yeah. You don't want an incomplete map, you know?
Exactly. And then I just had this idea that I had no idea, up until the point of having all the parts, I had no idea how I'm going to fix that up to the wall. So then I decided that I don't want to just put it up on the wall. I want to do something with it. So I put... it has like a 3D printed glow-in-the-dark line here, just
cool.
like a frame, and there's LEDs inside. So it just moves around, and unfortunately, it's unplugged at the moment, so I cannot. Actually, yes, I can. I can plug it in. Hold on just a second.
and I love that you painted the wall blue too.
That's actually sorry. I'm gonna move the camera for a second. Plug in the wall.
Martin from Iceland's like, maps are the best. He would know. He's the map guy.
It'll work. No, I guess not. There you go. Should light up shortly. There you go.
Right. Nice. That's awesome. That's really cool.
Yeah, I just wanted to do something special, and then I bought this wallpaper, which kind of looks like the sea, you know, and everything. So yeah, it worked out perfectly.
Nice. That's a nice like centerpiece to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
it's been on the local news. It's awesome.
So how are things in Malta right now with all the craziness going on?
Weird, very weird. I mean, let's face it. For me, to be honest, nothing has changed. If anything, I'm much busier now because I work from home. I've been doing so for quite a while now. It's more fattening because now my wife is here, she's bored and she's cooking a storm every single day in the kitchen. So yeah, and I mean, for me, nothing much has changed. But in terms of Malta, a lot of people are sort of like keeping themselves at home. We're not under lockdown. But you know, only supermarkets, pharmacies are open, and essentials. Any other shop is closed at the moment. No gatherings are allowed. People are not allowed to be in groups of 3 or more, or else they will get fined. But yeah, I mean, thankfully, the situation has been contained very early on here. So the idea of Malta was to have a very controlled spread of the virus. We know we cannot contain it or stop it completely, but at least we don't want to overwhelm our institutions. I mean, Malta's hospital has 200 beds. So for us, you know, 200 cases would literally just take up all our resources. So they have a decent system at the moment where those with minor symptoms are in quarantine at their own house. So they just can keep as many beds empty as possible. But so far, we have about 215 cases, I believe, or 230 cases, something like that.
Okay. Well, what's the total population in Malta?
450,000, something like that.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah, our city, Gainesville, is about 300, a little over 350,000 in like the county area.
Exactly. That's why
area.
like for us, 250 people getting diagnosed here. That's like quite a large proportion to some other countries.
Right.
Our country is the size of someone's village or city.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. And you're from Malta originally, right?
Yes, I
am. Yeah. That's are you the only person 3D printing things in Malta?
Oh no, absolutely not. And especially not right now. We did a call for makers a couple of weeks ago to start printing face shields. And along with another company called Invent3D, who spearheaded the movement. He has about 25 printers. I have about 40 printers, and then all the makers across the country, which aren't that many, probably 40 or 50 of them. But we started producing about 400 pieces a day.
That's great.
And now the government sort of got involved as well. He lent us, or they lent us, or it lent us about 60 Ultimakers and set them up in a school, which is not being used because all schools are closed down, and all they do is just print 24 hours a day, funded by the government.
Wow.
So yeah.
That's a lot of. What was the government doing with all those Ultimakers before?
Every school has an Ultimaker here.
Okay.
They've been sitting there for years, and now we just got them all in one place, cleaned them up, unjammed them. Now they're just printing.
Wow. Oh, that's cool that that resource was available.
Yeah,
sounds like it wasn't being utilized very well before, though, so that's unfortunate.
No, unfortunately, no. The problem with Malta is that the government sort of hears about a fad, let's call it a fad, and it just puts a bunch of resources into it, like 3D printing. Okay, let's just buy 100 3D printers and throw them in schools, and then it stops there. Like there's no servicing, no teaching, no nothing, and people have to figure it out. The same goes with blockchain. We became the blockchain island 2 years ago, and there's not one blockchain company here because we don't have regulations yet. So yeah, that's Malta.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I've never been there, and I would love to visit sometime. That would be very cool.
Awesome. It would have been, like around this time, about a week ago, there would have been Joel here. There would have been Tom, Bob, Ivan, Miranda. So yeah, unfortunately, things happen. So now we'll postpone the Maker Fair to another time, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah. I guess Maker Fair, that would be a good time for me to make it to Malta.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be done, or it was going to be done in conjunction with the Malta Robotics Olympiad, where it's this big fair which gathers like 20,000 people every year. There'll be schools, doing competition with robotics and makers and all that. So we're just going to combine them together.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, I really hope that this all these efforts around the world will slow things down, and we can recover quickly.
They will slow things down. I don't think it'll be quickly, and the reason being is that so if in 3 months' time you spend like a week without everyone having an infection, you open up the borders, and all it takes is another one person. Ultimately, it only took one person to bring us into all this thing.
Right.
So I don't think anything will be very normal, or at least completely normal, until the vaccine is out. Once the vaccine is out, then everything can get back into a normal routine, because then people get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Anti-vaxxers, of course, those but it's okay.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll stop it there.
Yeah. We'll that's good. Let's just stop it there. So what projects are you working on right now, other than printing face shields, as you mentioned?
At the moment, it's literally everything is put on hold. I'm printing currently about 200 to 300 face shields a day. Sort of an iteration of the Prusa RC2 version. but we needed 3 different iterations for the hospital here to be fully comfortable with what they're using.
Sure.
So all my machines, like this is the first time they're switched off, so you can hear me speak, because otherwise, I can't.
You said you have 40 printers in the room, right?
I have 11 up here and 29 downstairs in the garage. I have 9 in this room, 2 in the corridor. The rest are downstairs. So yeah, it's busy at the moment. But yeah, I have a couple of projects. I have a lot of print and paints to do in SLA, large models. I have the Ready Printer 1 from Print and Play that I got the electronics for. I have the Apex gun Havoc by Yuri to actually assemble and paint. There's something. I'm printing a 3D printed kayak, like a life-size kayak, which I want to go around Malta with. So yeah.
Wow. How far is it to kayak around Malta?
Roughly, Malta and Gozo would be around 200 kilometers.
It's a long way to kayak.
Yes. That's why I've been working out a lot, actually. Yeah.
Wow. How did you design the kayak?
No, this was freely available well, it's not free. It was I think it was about $40 to download, but it's a fully working kayak, so.
Wow. Lots of yak. That's cool. Wow. Yeah, I've done Florida's a great place to kayak, of course. So I've done a lot of kayaking, but never nearly that far. And I'm usually it's rare that we'll do like ocean kayaking. It's usually like river kayaking. So that's going to be interesting. It's a very different animal to do ocean versus river.
Absolutely. Yeah. But the good thing about Malta is that when it's summer here, like the water is it's probably flatter than a river.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's very quiet here. It gets very calm.
Huh. The last time I went ocean kayaking, it was with my dad, and he and I planned. So Florida has what they call keys, which are just islands, smaller like sand islands that are just a little ways off the coast. And so they happen, pretty much all around the entire coast. And so he and I were kayaking, I don't know, it's a few miles, so 5 kilometers or something out to an island to camp and fish for a couple days. And we almost sank our kayaks because, you've got your gear in the kayak if you're going for a couple nights. So we had tents and, coolers and all the fishing gear. And about halfway across this pass, a little storm came up, it was just a little windy, honestly, is what it was. But if you've got 2.5 foot swells, all of a sudden kayak becomes a little more difficult.
Yeah,
it took a long time
to
paddle out to that island.
It wouldn't be that easy for the weather to change here. Days. For us, even between night and day, the temperature here varies by maybe 2 or 3 degrees Celsius at the most during summer, peak of summer.
That's amazing.
And that goes all the way up to the end of October.
Wow. That is amazing. I definitely need to check
this out. Where they can get the file for the kayak. If you go onto the website grassrootsengineering.com, you can find it there.
That's cool. Very cool.
It's I believe there's 40 pieces, which print you have. You need a large build volume to print all of them in one piece. And then they bolt on together.
What are you using? Is it like a tongue and groove design?
It's what? Sorry, could you?
Is it a tongue and groove like?
Oh no, they're literally pieces flush pieces, and then you insert the I don't know what they call them in English. The inserts, the rivet inserts, the screw insert.
A threaded insert.
A threaded insert. That's the one on one side, and then you have a bolt on the other side. But in between, you put silicone to sort of seal it completely.
Okay, gotcha.
And they just attach together. And I'm printing it in Polymaker ASA.
Wow. That's pretty cool. I'm super excited to see what this is going to
look like. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's more to it than just that, but I cannot say much for now.
Right. Well,
unfortunately, this virus has sort of completely change the trajectory of where this was going. So
of course. Well, when you do get back to making it, please tag us in it. I'd love to see.
absolutely.
Love to see the final build. So thank you for joining us, Joe. This is great to have a little chat and
More than welcome.
see what you're up to. So
Yeah, I mean, it's at the moment, as I said, it's just shields, nothing else. I'm literally not doing anything else in my life except printing shields, eating, and sleeping. Maybe sleeping. Depends.
Maybe sleeping. Yeah.
Maybe sleeping. I try to time it so that I have like those 4 or 5 hours of sleep during the night. So then I wake up, go to the garage, and start harvesting my prints.
Yeah. Wow. Wild. Awesome. Thank you, Joe.
Be
safe. Stay safe. Stay healthy.
Thank you for having me. Once again, apologies for being late. The problem was that I had 2 emails. One was correcting the other, but I didn't see the correction of the time, and then CST and PST and this.
A lot of time zones.
All right. Thank you very much for having me, and have a good VRRF, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good one. All right. So right now we got a giveaway every hour on the. Oh, yeah. Am I right? I'm right. Every hour on the hour, we're doing a giveaway. So right now, Torque Wrench giveaway. So like us on whatever social media platform you like and enjoy, share the stream, and you're entered into the giveaway. All the winners are drawn at random. If you win, send us a message and let us know where to send your stuff. So, in Overland, hey, I know you, Juan. Congratulations. I already have your information, but please send us a message so we don't forget to send you your winning Torque Wrench. Congratulations. And next up, we've got Keith, Mr. Keith Kovala, the amazing tinkerz. Hey, how's it going,
there, how are you?
Good.
Oh, she spelled the name wrong on the bottom.
Oh, no.
Right there, though. How have you been?
Good. Yeah, I mean, it's been a nutty, I was saying this yesterday, but I feel like the last 3 weeks have been sort of like a strange, long dream, and I'm going to wake up at some point, but I'm awake and still here. So, it's been interesting.
Kind of funny story. I went to watch the replay of yesterday's stream and caught the first part with Walter and David jumping in on there, and I was like, "Oh, hey, I know that guy. He seems kind of famous. I think I know who that is, right?"
Right.
And so I'm like looking around. I'm like, "Oh, look, he's on Twitter. Hey, he follows me, and I don't follow him." And I'm like, "Oh, we gotta fix this." I was like, wait a minute here. That was kind of funny to see that and play out like that. I was like, well, that's kind of odd, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't realize he was big into making, and there it is. It's like, oh, hey, okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's hilarious. He sent us I forget, I think it was on Twitter. He sent us a message or like a follow thing yesterday after the live stream, and I was like, yeah, I want to follow you back. That's awesome.
right. You know, it's interesting. You look there and you're like, oh, I don't follow this person.
Right.
I mean, he's got 100 and some thousand followers, and I'm like, and he's following me. Like, what So that was funny to watch that.
Yeah,
have that play out. But
did you watch his shows?
I have watched the Stargate series. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We've got Shauna's apologizing for the misspelling.
Sorry, it's the misspelling thing is one of those things that I catch real easily, and it's not. I don't know. It's not something an engineer is supposed to do. Engineers are supposed to be terrible at spelling. I mean, we're supposed to be, and then right. And then that one that's like, hey, I caught a spelling error, and they're like, oh, you again.
Shauna's doing great. She's
doing a great job.
Killing it on the show. So we can forget the spelling error. But, yeah. So what are you up to, Keith? What's going on in your life?
Well, I don't know if you recently heard, but I'm no longer with Protopasta, thanks to this
No, I did not hear that.
Yeah, so thanks to this whole COVID-19, I was one of the people that was laid off to slim down the team a bit.
Yeah.
So that gives me some free time to move on to bigger and better things.
Mm-hmm.
And so I no longer officially with them. Of course, we parted on decent terms, and so there's no bad feelings there or anything like that. So that's, but no. So for now, this the whole COVID-19 has kind of thrown me for a loop in terms of adjusting between the job, and then as far as we've also got the unique aspect of we are full-time RVers, and we're hosting at the time, and so the parks were closing down and all this other kind of stuff, and so our living situation, of course, was in flux at the same time as the job situation. So it's like,
wow.
So I've been focusing a lot on.
That's stressful.
But it's all worked out. We get to stay where we're at until at least mid to end of May. The Oregon State Park system was nice enough to let everybody stay in place. What they did is they basically said, we're going to have travel restrictions in place and all this stuff. So what we're going to do is we're basically going to tell everybody that your May and June assignments are canceled. You're authorized to stay here in place where you're currently at. So essentially extending you, or you can leave if you've got someplace else to go. And we do have a place where we can go. We've got a fallback spot that we go to, but it does cost us when they were there. So to save money, we just opted to stay where we're at. And I've got a beautiful view, so why would I leave? So,
wow, man, I'm sorry to hear that. It's definitely tough times right now for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, and I mean it's interesting. I mean, and everything changes. It seems for everybody daily. I mean, it's like everybody's tied to what's going on, what's happening next. Everybody seems to be constantly like, what are we reacting to today? And
right,
one day you're like adjusting this, and the next day you're like, oh, well, now I'm unemployed. Oh, wait, now. Okay. Well, great. Okay, now what do we do for that?
Wow. Yeah.
So it's interesting. But I mean, most people know there's been things I've been wanting to do for quite some time. So hopefully this provides that time to do so, and the to get on and do other things. So,
wow.
But yeah. So one of the things I am going to do. One of the things I am going to do. And I was kind of reason I signed up for this is I wanted to let everybody know that I will be launching a podcast in May.
Oh, congratulations. That's exciting.
So I've been wanting to do that for quite some time, but been working on getting that started, kicked off, because I do enjoy doing like what you and I are doing right here, which is sitting here talking about 3D printing and some of the aspects of it. I generally like to focus on the more technical aspects of it. To get people to do better, and so people like yourself would be somebody that I might have on that show.
I would love to do that.
And just so Shauna knows, the title of the podcast is Let's Talk 3D Printing, which I've been abbreviating as Let's Talk 3DP. That Let's Talk 3DP.com is live right now. It is just a shell of a WordPress site at the moment, but there is a subscribe page on there if you guys are interested in wanting to sign up to get notified once it actually launches. That's it'll be there, and we'll get something started up. I'm hoping for May launch, and that's my biggest project right now in terms of 3D printing related stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna get into the content creation stuff.
Nice, that's awesome.
Something that I've been wanting to do for quite some time. I'm sure. No surprise to anybody.
Yeah, it's been cool to I've obviously seen you on a lot of other people's live streams or videos and right. So I'm not surprised at all to hear that you're getting into doing it yourself.
Right. Well, and for me, it's always been the camera's always been the scary part for me. And yes, I've been on other people's streams, which works nicely. but I'm not truly comfortable in front of the camera, but I am comfortable talking to people. And so I think I'm going to go something a little different, a little bit, there's a lot of YouTubers, so let's do something a little different. I mean, there are some 3D printing podcasts out there, but I just wanted to do a little different take on it. And we'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
see how it takes off. So
nice. Well, that'll be really fun. I'm excited to see what happens with that project, and I'm sure it's going to be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Very excited about that. So what do you have to do between now and May to get that launched? In terms of
the
prep
only
work?
really thing I need to do now is actually record the episodes. Everything else is in place. As far as syndication of the podcasts and all that other stuff, all the back end work I've actually had done for some time. The only thing I really need to do, anytime you launch a podcast, one of the biggest things they say is have several episodes when you first start off. So I need to get my little buffer of episodes created by the 1st of May.
Nice.
So what I really need to do is finalize what kind of format I want to do it in, and kind of solidify a little bit of what I want it to be about, so I can kind of say this is what it's about and what I plan to do, and just formalize that a little bit so that I can make sure the first 3 or 5 episodes all fit into that nicely, and then get them actually recorded. So
right.
But as far as equipment and all of the back end structure, it's all sitting there ready to roll. It's just a matter of doing the actual recording at this point.
Nice.
So.
Nice.
And thanks, Dan, for subscribing. I see that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I was going to say, I was about to call him out for it. Yes. So go subscribe to let's talk 3dp.com.
Yeah. So
that's great. How's the last time we talked about projects, you were doing a big rebuild on your RV. How's that going? Holding up well?
So the last time we talked, yes, I was doing a big rebuild on the RV, and we did get it to the point where we can live in it again, because we were remodeling while we're still living inside. The walls are all up and everything, but we didn't actually get to the point where we could paint them all. So sometimes you'll see pictures where there's raw wood shown, and that's simply because we hadn't gotten to the point where we could spend a couple of nights out of the RV while we painted. We just, timing weather-wise, we just couldn't get out of the RV and paint just before we took off again. So we're kind of hoping that where we're sitting right now, and because it's an extended stay, that we might actually be able to paint while we're right here. But we'll see. But it's livable. The only thing we haven't remodeled in this place now is my actual office, which is where I'm at right now. Is the only room that we haven't remodeled, other than it's an office now. It used to be the bedroom, and that's because the roof was short. I'm in a fifth wheel, so I'm sitting over the actual hitch right now, and so it's got a low ceiling. And well, for the bedroom, that didn't work out so well, but because you kind of stand up from time to time, I'm sitting at a desk all the time, so I don't need to stand up. So we just opt to make the short roof my room, and like the top of the shelves that are behind me are pretty much right near at the roof.
Nice.
So we just like, it's short. Let's just put you up there. It's like you go up into your little spot, go up your 3 little stairs, and you sit up there, and it's like, okay, I just sit up here.
Nice.
It gets a little uncomfortable if I have to actually work on a printer, because sometimes you're hunched over.
Right.
But for the most part, it works out nicely. But at some point, we will remodel this room, and I've got some cool 3D printed ideas for that.
Nice.
But right now, it's the only room that hasn't been touched, other than we ripped the bed out of it. So, but everything else.
How do you fit a bunch of 3D printers into that little space?
So, well, right behind me is the tool changer, which isn't quite set up, and then next to that, off the other side, is the Nautilus from Hydra Research. And then, they're all sitting on shelves, and so I've got the Prusa with the MMU1 sitting on the other side behind me, and then next to that is another Prusa, and then one of the M300s from Zortrax that Joel brought down and I rebuilt. So there's 5 printers in this little tiny room, and it's basically I'm sitting in this U-shaped desk, and I just kind of slide into the center of the desk and turn around, and I can reach everything. So I'm sitting in this big U, and everything is just kind of a lot of upwards. As you can see, there's a stack of filament behind me, using a lot of upward space. There's definitely when you're living small, you tend to use a lot of spots. You find
get creative with storage.
Yeah, you get real creative with storage and what can go up as opposed to just like spread out. Like if you've ever been in an RV for any period of time, any horizontal surface immediately gets covered. I mean, it's just like it's like if you brought in a folding table, you put the folding table, the next thing you know, it'd be covered because it's just flat surfaces just attract stuff in when you're living small. So you just, but it's fun and I enjoy it. But have learned that while I can physically fit 5 3D printers in here, I can only effectively run 3, given the power constraints.
Gotcha.
So I can only be running 3 at a time, effectively, and even then, I can't always be running a 3rd heated bed. And that's just because the way the RV is wired up. I would like to fix that at some point, but everything is on one single 15-amp circuit in terms of plug-in power. Like,
gotcha.
All of the appliances and everything have dedicated circuits, but everything that you plug into the wall is on one circuit. It's not real easy. If it was easy to switch that out right now, I would. But everything's on one circuit, so I've got to be careful of running more than 15 amps with all my printers because it's one circuit.
Wow. Yeah, that's
it's interesting.
Different considerations than what you'd have.
Right. Well, I mean, some people. I mean, Joe brought me the FormBot at one point, and that FormBot's got a 400 millimeter by 400 millimeter bed. All right, and it's heated. It's an AC heated bed, and it's 1,000 watts. And anytime I would turn on the heated bed for that thing, I would have to shut everything else off because it was taking 2/3 of the power I had accessible in the RV, and I'm like, So that was when I started experimenting with build platforms for cold printing because I didn't want to turn that heated bed on. I mean, that was nice to be able to print large, but I didn't want to have to heat up that bed. And even though the bed is technically a dual zone, so you can heat just the center or the whole thing, I was finding that if you were heating just the center, there was enough of a warpage that it was a different flatness of the surface. So it's like I always had to heat it all or not. And it was like, well, power constraints say don't heat it. And so I started playing with different build surfaces for printing cold. Because I mean, most of us print with a heated bed on PLA, even though you don't need to, just because it's easier. It holds better. It just makes life better. But on that printer, I had to figure out a way to do it with a cold bed so that something even on as large as it wasn't going to peel up.
So I guess what kind of considerations do you have to make, for example, PLA to print on a cold bed? I don't know that I've ever done that, actually. I don't think I've ever printed on a cold bed. Well,
so what I started with, the typical, everybody's like, blue tape, all that kind of stuff. Well, what I ended up doing is I ended up finding that the Geckotech makes both a hot and a cold print surface. And I found that the Geckotech Cold is a really good non-heated build surface in terms of I've been able to print some stuff that's 12, 13 inches wide and not have it peel off the bed at all, which is nice. I mean, normally. So I found that that's probably if I were to, somebody's like, oh, I'm going to print cold. I'm like, Geckotech makes a nice cold print surface. And yeah, so that's where I ended up on with that. I mean, I had a whole bunch of different print surfaces for that printer because I had put the flex plate on it right away, and I was like, okay, let's try out different build surfaces. And I tried, PEI, I've tried BuildTech, I've tried, the Geckotech Hot and the Cold, and I was just like, for the cold prints, that cold stuff, that Geckotech Cold actually worked really nicely.
You use that for all materials, PLA, PETG, etc.
Well, because the printer's so large, the only thing I've ever printed on it was PLA. Just because I can't enclose it. It's huge, monster. And so yeah, it's a really big printer, and it's a bed slinger as well. So you know, enclosing that big of a bed, moving around. No, it's a PLA printer. As much as like, yeah, sure. In fact, I did. I mean, it's in the process of getting a couple of the mosquitoes on it, and I was like, well, I don't need to worry about the high-end thermistors on it because, well, it's not ever going to get up there. It's like, oh,
right.
No, we can just put standard thermistor heater cartridges in there because it's not going anywhere but PLA because of its size. So, but that's just one of those things where it's like, I think a lot of people miss the design considerations in terms of what the printers can do. I mean, marketing wise, people are like, well, they can print everything. And I'm like, yeah, but can it do everything well? And it's like, so I've come to realize that particular printers do certain things better than others. I mean,
of course,
I've kind of come down to, for the most part, I run two printers, which is the Nautilus, which prints just about everything really well. It's because it's enclosed. And so we designed up mosquito cartridge for that thing, as well as the E3D cartridges that it comes with standard. And so it's my go-to for anything that's not PLA because it can do it all. It's nice and closed. And then of course, for most people, the Prusas are really good PLA printers. So so if it's PLA, it's mostly done on a Prusa, and if it's anything but that, I give it to the Nautilus because it's designed for it. So
right, yeah, I really like their cartridge system. Actually, it works pretty nicely.
Oh yeah, no, the cartridge system on it is really nice. I can't say as I swap my cartridges out very much. I pretty much leave the mosquito in there all the time.
Yeah,
Even though I've got 3 other cartridges for it. And I don't know. I've liked your guys' products from the beginning. It runs really well. As Chris was saying on his portion of the stream yesterday, it's not very finicky. I mean, like there's the other hot ends are extremely finicky, and with the mosquito, I don't have to worry about it. And so it just makes life easy for me. And yeah, so
that's great. Glad to hear that. Obviously,
I mean, you guys know that. I mean, I jumped on early at RepRapFestival when you guys first had product out there, and and it's been a nice thing. I've really enjoyed what you guys are doing. Really eager to see what happens with your Copperhead in terms of modifications to other printers. It'll be interesting to see. I saw somebody ask about the Prusa Mini with it, if that was possible. I mean, I'm eager to see how much modifications people do in terms of realizing that. I mean, for me, I mean, I've focused so much on the extrusion portion of it, the hot end, and the extruder itself. The motion control systems, those aren't changing drastically a lot, but the extrusion is where people run into all the problems most often.
Right.
It's like, I just don't want it to be a problem. I fix everybody else's problems all the time. I don't want to. When I'm printing, I don't want to have a problem. I just want to print. You know? And so, yeah, that's just where I like to sit on it.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I guess you and I got in touch pretty early on when we started Slice, and I mean, you've been beta testing stuff for us since pretty much the beginning, I think. Yeah. So, yeah, it's been great.
Still looking for a 285 though, you know.
yeah. You know, you started that online spreadsheet for people to sign up for the 285 version, and I think we got like 10 people or something.
No, and I get it. And I see the Copperhead's going to be a 285, but they have a 285 option, at least it looks like. So, but yeah, I've got a couple of 285 systems that I wouldn't mind putting a 285 on and playing with. But because well, we won't tell people why 285 is so wonderful. They don't want it so wonderful anymore.
Yeah. So interesting. I guess again, case study with 285 is we had I think 380 or 360. I don't remember what the exact number was, but a number of people back. The Copperhead or order a Copperhead hot end. Only 3 people out of over 300 ordered a 285 version. So
that's 10%, right? No, that's 1%.
no, it's 1%. Yeah,
That's
it's actually a little less than 1% because we had over 300 people. So yeah, it's hard to justify making them.
No,
So
I get it. I mean, at Protopasta, it was I think it was somewhere around an 80-20 type split. Most of it was 175. Very little of it was 285.
yeah.
I think I think our subscriptions service that we had very few 285 people subscribe to that. So no, it's not 285 is not a very popular thing. But there are some nice bonuses to it not being popular. So.
Right. That's true. Availability, you can always get it.
Yeah. Yes. Availability, you can always get it, and prices may be better too. So.
Yeah. So I think for the Kickstarter, obviously we made the 285 versions for people that ordered them, but in terms of production, they're going to be like the last thing on the list. So
yeah,
hey, we got Ryan from IC3D. They're of course they're 285 guys. So
well, I mean, let's look at it. Ultimaker is still sitting on 285. Lulzbot's on 285, and and it's been around a lot longer than 175. And if you look at the history of 3D printing in terms of why 175 came about, that's no longer the case. I mean, it was all about getting the hot end lighter and still being able to have enough torque to actually extrude the filament. And as technology has improved, we don't necessarily need 175 anymore. I mean, it's out there and it's accessible and it's more dominant now in terms of numbers, but it doesn't necessarily. It's the reason that it came about is no longer valid or the reason it needs to be. I mean, it's just now it's there, and so we just keep running it. But the reasons it was developed are less than what they used to be. I mean, now we can do we can have a light hot end with a 285 filament, and but we just don't see a lot of people going back to it, I think.
Yeah. And I think somebody mentioned in the comments a minute ago that the bigger printers, there's a lot more large form factor printers coming online, and we're going to see more and more of that, I think. So I think that's a good use case for 285, whereas a smaller desktop printer, 175 makes sense. Oh
yeah, it definitely does, especially when you're talking volume flow rate, which that's how much material can you melt in a given time. So the bigger printers, they're going to want to push a higher volume flow rate, and you can't print faster than a 1.75 if there isn't more material there. So that's why you got to go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think there's definitely a use case for 285. But
I don't ever see it going away, and I've seen RepRap mentioned several times that he would like to see other formats as well, and I think he mentioned even thinner than 175.
Really interesting. Yeah. I mean, I've seen 5mm and 6mm filaments, which is interesting. And again, that's for large format stuff.
Right. But the reason that's trying to remember that, but I'm remembering it because I thought it was unique that he would advocate something smaller as opposed to something larger. And so that's kind of why it's sticking there. But of course, memory could be failing me. I'm getting old.
And we have a 0.2 size nozzle, so even with I'm not sure. I'd be interested to see what the use case would be for a thinner filament, because with 175 we can get it down to a 0.2 size extrusion, and you can get some very, very fine very detailed prints
Right.
with a 0.2 nozzle with 175. So yeah, I'd be interested to see what his use case is.
Yeah, that's a good question too. I mean, one of the things you mentioned, the 0.2 nozzle, and one of the things that I learned when I was printing with a small nozzle as well is, and something that didn't catch me was your layer adhesion is significantly different when you're down on that fine detail work. And it's been pointed out in the opposite, that if you print with like a 0.8, your layer adhesion is really good. You can get really good strong prints with like a 0.8 or a 0.6 nozzle.
Mm-hmm.
But counter to that is true. If you start printing with a 0.2 or 0.25 nozzle, the layer adhesion just isn't there as much as it is on a 0.4, 0.6, or 0.8. So I made the mistake. I think you may have seen it at Murph last year. I did the PCABS OpenRC car last year.
Yeah, I remember that.
But I printed it all with a 0.25 nozzle, and the reason it didn't race was because I knew it was just going to bust up, even though the material was stronger than PLA. I had chosen poorly on the settings for printing it with that fine nozzle, trying to make it look really good, and sacrificed the structural,
the mechanical strength.
Yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful looking car, and it's all done in PCABS, but then it, I didn't race it. It won't ever race because it'll split across all the layers everywhere as soon as I crash it. Since I'm really good at crashing the car, I just have to race it.
Yeah, that's cool. That was a fun little competition.
To
see everybody do.
Yeah, I hope we still get to do that. I mean, that's the competition is one of the things I really do miss. But I'm also kind of glad for the delay, because I had a new car printed up yet. So, I'm getting a pass on the new car wasn't ready yet. So I'm gonna work on that, given the extra time, and hopefully maintain my status as demo derby champion. We'll see.
There you go. Cool. Well, thanks, Keith. I really appreciate you hopping on, and
thanks for doing that.
Yeah, best of luck with the podcast. I'm super excited to see where that goes.
All right, and have a good rest of your show here.
Thank you. Thanks for joining VRRF. All right, so we have shuffled the schedule around just a little bit, but next up we have Felipe, and he's going to talk to us about the MakeyBot printer, which I'm really excited to hear about because I don't know much about it. So, welcome. Hello, how are you? Oh, I think you're on mute.
You know, the first timers always make mistakes, right?
Of course. Good morning.
Good morning. So, this is not my project. This is Paulo Blank from Brazil.
Okay.
He was at Earth, and then I've been chasing him since the end of Earth. I didn't go to Earth, and I just started tweeting him, and I got in touch with him, and he's a super cool guy. So what I want to ask is if at the 2:00 slot will be available for him to join and then actually talk about the MakeyBot, and then I'll talk about some other stuff that I'm doing. If that okay with her?
Yes, maybe. That's a good question. That's a question for Shauna.
Yeah, I think she said okay, but you know,
okay.
You're the one who write the check, so
yeah. So yeah. So if she said it's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
So yeah, then we'll let Paulo talk about the MakeyBot.
It give a little kind of suspense on the project and stuff. So that is a pretty cool idea. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, at Earth, he brought in a 3D printer that fits inside of a filament box.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
And that's the one I was trying to build. And he was like, well, that is kind of expensive because I use ports that was so small and they cost more. Right. And then he come up with this version here. And we worked since Thanksgiving about a month ago, and right when they announced there was going to be I can't say cancel, just one.
Postponed.
But you know what happened at the VRRF After Dark, right?
I did not tune in last night, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I was.
if you say cancel, you have to drink something.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All I've got is water, but we'll say postponed.
Yeah. So then I stopped working on it, but yes, that was a almost like a 6-month project. Very interesting, trying to acquire the parts, and then is the other interesting part about this project is in Brazil he worries about the cost and some different materials that we used to see here in the US, even though most coming from China. But we're talking about that at 2 o'clock.
All right.
So,
there's a little preview.
There's a preview, a little
Sneak
teaser.
preview.
Teaser. So let me take this out of here. So, I'm just a maker, or a guy who likes to print stuff. Let's see if it's just going to work. Yes, I didn't test it. So hold on. Okay, but can you move the camera? This one? Yep. To my face. There we go.
Hey.
So got the shirt, got the helmet.
Nice.
Unfortunately, the helmet doesn't fit with the headphone. So
you wire up the helmet with headphones built in.
Yeah, that's when it works. So about 2 years ago, I start 3D printing, and it was February of 2018, which right at March, April was Murph, and I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta go. And it was, no budget because I just bought the printer and everything was new. So I was looking at people on the online, and I said, next year I go. So then we plan, me and my son, who is running the camera.
Nice.
Who also want to get, yeah, that's him. So it was the first time that we did a road trip, me and my son. So I see you there with the little baby, and bring me memories about when my son was a baby. Now my son is 15, going almost 16, and we did a road trip to Murphy. It becomes a bonding thing.
Yeah,
and it was a great experience. So as soon as we left Goshen last year, we were like, you know what, next year we're gonna go. So back in September, I think October, that they announced that it was going to be Murph 2020. I signed up. I got the papers. I printed. I put on the wall over there, and we were so excited. It's like, well, what are we going to bring to Murph? And we just, we love to go to Thinkiverse, and it's like, what's going to be our next project? So we always have something on the works. And I have 2 kids. Well, one is not really a kid anymore. He's kind of don't like when I call him a kid because he's a 15. So you get there, you see what I'm talking about in a couple of years. So I try to get my kids excited about stuff, and I like to see them printing stuff. So we start as 2 years ago. So the main thing of 2 years ago was CR10 and the ANET 88. So right here, just one. Right here is my ANET 88 or AM88. I mean, people call different names. So I changed out the plastic pieces to aluminum extrusion. I got a Hemera on it. And I think I got a couple of steppers that's still the original, but everything else is changed. As you know, just go online, buy stuff, and upgrade, and keep changing. I mean, keep understanding how the thing works, and try to get them involved. So my plan from Murph before I worked with the MakeABot, it was to bring out the pieces that we print and make a little business card or little thank you card for the people who design this stuff, especially to the guys that actually design for free. Like Paulo, I can't remember his last name, but he designed the Mandalorian helmet. Again, me and my kids, we watch the show, and we got
a great show. We
got it plugged, and just print in one piece minus the pieces on the side and the back.
Mhm.
But the main helmet, it printed one piece on my on a CR10,
Mhm.
and we painted. And we learned about painting that sometimes you have to send it off and start over. And so it was about 2-3 weeks painting. But we got out the I forget the word, to make it look old, and actually even the details here on the grains.
Gotcha. Yeah, you
anything,
antiqued it, sort of, right? Like,
right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of tutorials online, and we follow a bunch of them.
Mhm.
And so that was one piece that I really like it. So last year when I went to Murph, I didn't bring anything. I brought a lot of stuff, but I didn't have a table. So I was walking around with a backpack, and I was looking for the creators, and it was weird. Well, I don't think anything is weird at Murph, right? So
that's true.
I was chasing people down, and just like Joe, he was here a minute ago. So that was his creation. Probably about right before Murph last year, and he created this thing, and I printed, and I love it. The kids love it. Everybody loves their stuff, and it's a little light. Now the idea is mine is unique because I'm going to show you on camera. Let me unplug that so the light. I chased Joe down, and actually I have one version that's signed.
Nice.
So now the cool thing with Joe Casha is he's super cool. He's one of the coolest guys on YouTube, because the guy you see here on the screen is the guy you're gonna see in live.
Right.
When I put the stuff out of the bag and I asked, "Can you sign it?" He looked at me like, "But then the print's gonna have something written on it." I was like, "I know, but it is." And he was so appreciative that we enjoy printing, and we honor him to sign it. And we have some other stuff that we got signed. Well, yeah, I got it. There you go. So a couple that they do a lot of cool stuff. So this is the Kirby.
Nice.
That was one of the first prints out of the ANET A8 before we changed. So he is Garrett, the Chaos.
Yeah. Gas Tech.
Yep. Chaos Tech. And he was, I was walking and at Murph, and he was going one building, I was going to the other building, and we kind of, we talk with people like, "Hey, did you see, such and such?" And it's like, yeah. And then, right between the buildings, I saw him, and I was like, "Hey, excuse me, but do you mind signing something for me?" And they look at me like, "What?" And then I pull out the Kirby out of the bag, and they are super excited about
That's awesome.
Because a lot of people, they will create the stuff, and they they talk with a couple people online, but they don't see that creations live. The other day, Glenn with Fun King was talking about the stuff that he designed, and then somebody else printed on a different color, and it looked weird to him. And I was like, is that whole contest.
Yeah.
And my kids, they want to go, well, at least my oldest son, he wants to be an engineer.
Awesome.
Well, what's the best way to start and start engineering stuff at your own house? And goes wrong, just do it again. So now he's trying to get a website going to sell lithophane. So he got here probably lithophane in the camera, it's not going to work pretty well. Just bunch of pieces of plastics. But the cool thing is he's getting excited. He got the stuff at school. It's funny, they call it TSA, but it's the Technology and Science Association.
Okay, not the Transportation Safety Administration.
Not that one. So he did a tournament with the other kids, and this one is all the kids from the tournament or competition, whatever. And he printed the photo for all of them, so they're all gonna have a little memory about the competition in 3D print, lithophane.
That's cool.
And now, so that's the other thing. So at the beginning, it was like, hey, Dad, can you print this? Hey, Dad,
Right.
can you print that? So when I bought the CR10, it was supposed to be my birthday gift for 2 years ago. Unfortunately, it got here a little earlier. So, the kids went like crazy. Well, dad too. So I start, printing toys for them. And then my wife was like, well, you can't use it. Might as well buy one for the kids. Well, turned out she was being sarcastic. But
but you went and did it anyway, right?
Well, 2 years ago, I went to eBay and I found ANET A8 for $160. It was a kit, and I was like, hey, how about that? So one day the box arrived, and we're having dinner, and I put the box on the side, and then I start talking about the kids. One is 15 and the other one is 9, so there's a little gap there. So they kind of fight kind of a lot. So I have a big thing like, hey, if you guys work together and put just together, you two can have your own printer. Yeah, it works pretty well first day. So then now we got 2 printers, the CR10 and the ANET A8, and Gabriel's like, hey, Dad, can you print that? Hey, Dad, can you print that? Hey, Dad, can you change the filament? Hey, Dad. And it's like, it's for you guys to use it. So last Christmas, Creality has a sale for the Ender 3, and everybody needs one Ender 3, right?
Right.
So now we got here the Ender 3 that I try not to touch it. And then that's Gabriel's printer, and then I have the ANET A8, that's Daniel's printer, and then I have the CR10, that's Daddy's printer.
Nice. So
we all have our projects, and we all try to have fun with it, and is trying to get them involved with projects. What's going to be the next project, how long we're going to take to do it, and that kind of stuff. And most of our projects sometimes we'll overdo as well. So let me not prepare. Okay. Oh, now I broke this one. Can you fix this one? Oh. So just I don't know if you saw those marble maze.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Cool.
And just one you
winding him back up to bring him up to top.
Yep. And there you go.
Nice.
And that's the kind of stuff that the kids will go crazy on it. And just one, it was with one of those filament that change color on the spool stuff. And that was printed on the Ender 3. And my son went and started learning the settings, and now they are the cool stuff. And so just one is one of those mechanical projects. And get them involved in layer height and the time and putting the pieces together. And I think that's what we at the end of the day, that's how we want to do is make sure that the next generation can have a better things than we have, and like you guys facilitating a lot of that with the hot end. And imagine 10-15 years from now what we're going to have, as far as 3D printing. So today we can go in, a little piece of the refrigerator breaks, you go in designing, Fusion 360, and, 2 hours later you have that piece. Imagine 10 years from now. So here's another one that we did.
Nice.
And my idea before the whole coronavirus was for the kids that comes in, because a lot of parents will bring their kids to Murph, and kids love to touch stuff.
Yes,
and before
I love to touch stuff still. So,
and before the coronavirus, I think it was okay to be touching everything, but now it might be a little different. But my idea was like, just let the kids play, because the parents want to talk, and they have the little kids like, what they're gonna do. And my idea is to bring a bunch of those little toys for the kids to play with it. And being a 3D printing, you don't worry about if it breaks. Oh, if it breaks up, we'll just print another one. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
because other trade shows is a lot of signs like "Do not touch." I don't remember. Maybe it was 1 or 2 signs at Morph about people don't want you to touch that stuff. But you know, most of the people like they want you to touch it and see, you know, and they love to talk about it. Yeah, yeah, and we are so excited about it. I mean, we're still excited about going to the whatever they are they put a date on, and just before Nightmare ends. But you know, it's Gabriel. Let me show the that sword. Of course, everybody got to have a sword too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Put down the floor. And you know, one thing I never seen with Morph or Earth was anybody talking about Adafruit. So, hold on. Let me get my cameraman to move it. There you go.
There you go. It's huge.
Yep.
Everybody needs a sword. Nice.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, this is a Zelda sword, and it has the electronics inside with LEDs. And it was printed in several pieces. Now, when yeah, you can come over here, Danny, get Danny here. So the funny thing is, when the guy designed just from Adafruit, I'm sorry, I'm not giving the right names for the people who designed this thing. My idea was to have the cards for Murph, but probably when we go to Murph, I will put their names on it. They didn't have the gloop. So it was supposed to attach the pieces with screws, and I skipped that step, and I got the 2 shelves together with screws, but I think it's one piece here, another piece here, another piece here, and another piece here. So those were glooped, and they are stronger than attached with screws.
Right. Yeah, the gloop is amazing. So on the gloop's website, they have a GIF of me and one of the founders holding on to the their demo, I don't know, handle, I guess, and just yanking on it as hard as we can. And one of the Andrews was holding on to it, and yeah, that stuff's really amazing.
Imagine like Joe Cash was talking about the kayak, and instead of putting silicone, just gloop.
Yeah. Maybe so. I mean, you guys still got to make sure it's watertight. So,
well, but it bonds the 2 pieces together.
Yeah, yeah. So you know, yeah, depends. Yeah, you have to get a really good layer on it to make sure. But yeah, that could work. You could do it with gloop, maybe. Maybe
if they come in online later, we can ask them that.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, you send Joe Casha a message about it.
Yeah. So Joe telling how can we go for 15 minutes without talking about Joe Calvin, right? So he printed his, and actually he printed this one, I think, just size. And I was trying to show the kids what's the difference between 100%, 200%, and 50%.
Right.
And when you look at them, it doesn't look like that. Just one is 4 times smaller than just one,
right?
Because the
volume,
the volume, and
right.
So it's good when the kids are doing something at school and they need to show some stuff. I like to, hey, why don't we 3D print stuff and show it off? And the teachers kind of, I don't know if they love me or hate me, but
it's good to have a tactile experience with the conceptual stuff as well. And I had when I was in engineering school, I've always been sort of more of a hands-on person. And I remember I had a roommate, and he was also studying engineering. Super, super smart guy, way smarter than I am. But we were riding our bikes to campus one day, and he was like, I don't understand how the gears work on my bicycle. And I was like, what? What do you mean you don't understand? You change the gear, it changes the diameter of the drive gear, and then that changes the amount of torque that's being applied because of the ratio. And he was like, oh, so it suddenly like clicked whatever application we were doing in class, that this has a real application in real life. Torque, it's about the moment arm. So yeah,
so
this is a huge light.
Yeah, this was another project we did, and that was from a maker in France. and we don't speak French, and we was just trying to figure it out what she did and what she used, and yeah, that's everybody's favorite, the Pac-Man going around.
Yeah, that's awesome. With the little ghosts.
Yeah, and you know, it was another project. It took a little while. We used wrong parts, and we're trying to figure out what's the right things to use. And so I have the Pac-Man going, and just the Pac-Man, and you can change the intensity. Oh, it's too little, or it can go very bright.
Nice.
So, and you know, it's just trying to hold on. Daniel wants to show something. No, you don't. The guy over here is Daniel too. Dan, no,
Yeah.
Okay, now he's Shine. Oh. But the whole thing is, you know, I think I'm just trying to, you know, get the kids motivated of creating stuff, you know, because you know, work with my dad in the garage fixing cars and some industrial stuff that my dad used to do, hydraulic and stuff, and now I want to do the same thing for my kids.
Absolutely.
The only thing is we don't get the hands dirty as I used to get dirty.
Yeah, in the garage.
Yeah. But
working
you know,
on cars is a lot dirtier.
Yeah, it's still a good environment, and I hope it will give them a good chance for a good job. Yeah, let's get that one. So last year, right before Murph, we saw that and we didn't print. Gabriel's trying to get it ready. And then we took like a couple of days to print, and then all the kids loved it, and everybody that I showed, they loved it. And my wife walks home and like, "What's that?" I was like, "It's a desk toy." And she's like, "You guys been working on that for weeks. What does it do?" It's like, "It doesn't do anything." So have you seen one of those?
No, that's awesome.
So you crank it, well, and it will keep it going, and it has the clicking noise forever. And you know, there's a bunch of gears, and just like you're talking about, you know, your friend with the bicycle,
right?
So it probably somebody has a clock and has some parts, and they just did a little a desk toy, and and then we have another one. So that's what we print right after Murph last year.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff is going to give your kids so much of a better understanding of how things work in the real world, and the ability to do CAD, you know, now from this age, that just opens up so many more opportunities. You know, when I was in school, there was no real opportunity to get exposure to CAD until I was in college, and somebody, you know, the university was paying for the expensive CAD package, and now we've got Tinkercad and Fusion 360 and Onshape, all these things that you can get for much less expensive, and be able to try things much earlier on. And I think that's going to provide a really good educational, self-education experience for the next generation, which is fantastic.
Yeah, for them to see something that's on the screen, and then a couple hours later is a physical thing that they can touch it.
Yeah, and I think that's really why, and that's why I got into 3D printing, was that it was the ability to bring an idea and take an idea and bring it into reality. And there's not many things in life that are more exciting than that, than seeing an idea realized in such a short period of time and be able to hold it physically in the real world is super, super cool. It's an amazing feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it is the whole. We have a box here. Gabriel is trying to look for stuff like what was supposed to bring to Murph. We had a box here with the stuff from Murph. Like this thing here was the first thing I designed on Tinkercad. No, not Tinkercad. I'm sorry. It was of Fusion 360. So back in the day, he was a big Uno guy.
Okay. Yeah.
And his Uno box was falling apart. And, you know, every kid wants to play Uno on the recess, right?
Sure.
So now he had his own Uno box with his name on it.
That's cool.
Yeah, that was the first print that I designed. And again, it was a tutorial from somebody else online. Say, hey, if you want to make a box with the hinges and everything. So that's 2 pieces. And then there you go.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for showing off your prints, Felipe. This is cool. It's cool to see what you're doing with your family and how supportive you've been of the maker community by getting everybody to sign things and giving people recognition. That's awesome. And you got some face mask stuff going there, face shield, excuse me.
Yep.
And yeah, that's great. And I look forward to the 2:00 seeing more of the demo of the Makey
That's
bot.
Daniel right there. Just I don't think he realized he was on camera.
Accidental camera appearance. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us at VRRF. And
thank you so much to putting
Nice
this
to
whole
meet
thing together. And I think a lot of the makers, were looking for this whole weekend to be in Goshen and the whole hangout and stuff. And I appreciate you stepping up and having all us together here on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was Felipe, and he'll be back on a little bit later at 2:00 to talk about the Makey bot, which I'm really excited to see. Right now, like I said at the beginning, every hour on the hour, we're going to have some kind of giveaway. So this giveaway is a vanadium nozzle. Vanadium nozzles have a lifetime warranty against abrasion, and we make them in a bunch of different sizes from tiny 0.2 up to 0.8s. So to enter into the giveaway, follow us on social media, like the live stream, share it, whatever platform you use. We're on all of them. So do that and you'll be entered. And the winner this time around is KC3DB Creator. So congratulations. You have won a vanadium nozzle. Please send us your information at info@sliceengineering.com and we will get you the nozzle size of your choice as soon as we can. So congrats. Congrats on that. So yeah, next up, we've got Max from Slice Engineering, and I think he is in the office, the Slice office, because he's been manning the 3D printers. So Max.
Hello. Yes, I am in the office. We're about to start another print of face masks. So yeah, like Dan said, I'm Max. I do a lot of R&D for OEM and in-house stuff with Chris. Pretty much just have Chris use me for whatever he can. Like I said, right now we're also working on running these 3D printers for the face shields. Funny story of how I actually found Slice was I think in September or beginning of fall sometime, I actually bought a mosquito for my Prusa Mark III's and needed some help with it. So I contacted Slice and then realized that they were in the same exact city as me and was like, so Dan, can I just come in and talk to you in person? And he said, yeah. And then as soon as I got there, I was like, you guys hiring at all? Any internships? And he said, yeah, luckily. So here I am. I do a lot of technical support, especially anything Prusa related, since I do own that Mark III's and I've had it for a while now. So those are usually R&D and technical support is usually the stuff that I'm doing. Yeah. So I'm definitely happy to answer any questions like Dan and Chris have been doing throughout the stream. And I would be happy to show off the actual printing of the face shields. We actually have a stream going on right now that's kind of showing it, but they're all kind of paused right now. So because we're changing out the actual prints just finished, we're going to peel them up and then we're going to start some new ones. So I will definitely post that link later if anybody wants to watch it and stuff like that. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any kind of cool prints to show off like Miles did the other day. So being a material science engineer at UF, I am, I think, way more interested in material properties and kind of like heated build chamber and getting printers to, like print the fastest or print with the most exotic, the most abrasive filaments, stuff like that. So Abraham Quintana, do I print nylon on my Prusa? I do. One of my favorite nylons is the Polymakers Polymide. I absolutely love that nylon. I mean, it definitely needs to be dried like most nylons. I actually have a really funny story about how I dry filaments. I put it in a Ninja food dehydrator. It's like the perfect size for a spool of filament, and it works amazing. So yeah, I print plenty of nylon on my Prusa. I think most of my extruder body is nylon. There might be like one PETG part in there, but most of it is nylon. How would I keep from making the printer parts soft at that temp? How would I keep from making the printer parts soft at that temp? Are you talking about towards the bottom of the, with the food dehydrator? So if you're talking about with the food dehydrator, you can just set the temp to dry the filament. But if you're talking about the actual extruder carriage and how the prints are like getting kind of heated near the hot end, nylon's got a pretty high glass transition even without annealed. So it usually holds up pretty well. And it's never in anything like a heated chamber, because that's one of my favorite parts about the Polymaker Polymide is that it just doesn't warp. So I don't have to worry about the PETG parts on the Prusa. I definitely don't only use Prusa. I got into 3D printing with using Lulzbots in the Material Science Engineering Lab at UF. So I have used Lulzbots, Maker Gears, CraftBots, Zortrax. I've used a lot of different ones. How do I get it to adhere to the bed and not warp? Yeah, so that's really just drying the filament, and whatever Polymaker is doing with their Polymide, it just doesn't warp. I mean, sometimes like if the part is very large, I'll have to use a bit of glue. But I mean, with a smooth PEI sheet and the nylon being dry, it works great. The 0.2. Yesterday I said the 0.2 is great. Why? Talking about a 0.2 nozzle. 0.2 nozzles are absolutely fantastic just for detail. I've been printing some R&D stuff with 0.2 nozzles and nylon, and they come out absolutely beautiful. So yeah. Still have. Yeah, those Lulzbots are like, they are serious workhorses for real. I have a mini at my house right now, and that thing is constantly going strong, and I mean, it just prints fantastically. I've actually been printing Copperhead adapters, doing test fitting for the Prusa Mark 3S, which should be available before Copperhead is actually released due to the delay. Yeah, Gizmo Dorks nylon. Yeah, so I've never tried their nylon. I've really only tried Tallman's and Polymakers. Tallman's definitely works. Polymaker, definitely my favorite. Especially because, once you anneal those nylon parts, those things have insane temperature resistance. So did my Mark 3S get better with the mosquito? Sebastian McCullough. So I had my Prusa for about, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks. And then I immediately put a mosquito on it because from the beginning, I was using Lulzbots before I bought the Prusa. I was using Lulzbots for a while, and I just always loved the idea of high temperature printing. So I immediately bought a mosquito after I got that Prusa and switched it out. So, I mean, I have seen plenty of prints versus, like a Titan Arrow and a mosquito. I definitely prefer the mosquito simply because one-handed nozzle change, I'm way more used to tuning, so print quality usually does look better. Prusa or Lulzbot? That is a good question. I honestly really like them both So I don't think I would be able to choose between either. I mean, Prusa just works a little more for me because I'm a student and it's a little cheaper. Yeah, Taz at work, you like the square frame a bit more than the Prusa. Yeah, they're definitely expensive. But you know, I think they're expensive because they are just pure workhorses. They just work and work and work. The material science engineering runs a junior laboratory where students get to print with 3 Lulzbots, and they definitely don't have the experience before they get to use those printers, and the Lulzbots just still work even after, you know, plenty of different people using them, printing all sorts of different materials. Which version of the Copperhead does those adapters for the Prusa Mark III need? So the groove mount copper, there's a design for the groove mount Copperhead and the screw mount Copperhead. The groove mount is pretty much done. I'm doing some more testing with the screw mount because I want that fan to, currently the part cooling fan is kind of hitting the hot block a little, and I don't want to give anybody min temp errors, so I'm kind of bringing that down a little bit. But yeah, both the groove mount and the screw mount will work for the Mark III's. If you're specifically talking about the Mark III, I'm gonna have to start on that as soon as I finish the Mark III's. Yeah, 1500 for the Lulzbot Mini, I know, but thing is awesome, man. It just prints and prints and prints, no problem. Dump Dev, is my Ender 3 worth putting a mosquito on it? Honestly, man, I love the idea of putting a mosquito on it. Everything. The one-handed nozzle change is so incredibly convenient. Yeah, I would put a mosquito on everything, to be completely honest. I mean, I know Ender 3 is, I know you're getting close to almost buying another printer when you put a mosquito on an Ender 3, but I would put a mosquito on everything. Yeah, Lulzbot, they did kind of close down for a little bit. They're back up and running. So yeah, their support is up, you know. So they are definitely running right now. Yeah. So I'm usually, for what I do at Slice, I guess if I can go a little deeper into it, me and Chris basically work on any kind of putting the mosquito on any kind of printer, or, you know, if people have technical support related questions that are a little more complicated than usual. Good example, somebody was printing with the mosquito in a heated chamber on a Prusa, which we found very interesting, and we had a bit of problem. There was a problem with torque, probably caused by motors being in a high temperature environment, and it's a cool opportunity because we get to test out LDO's new high temperature motors. So as soon as I actually found out that LDO has cheap high temperature motors, I immediately went and bought one of the enclosures from Printed Solid. And I'm totally thinking about sticking my Prusa in there with those high temp motors and seeing what happens. Sometimes PEI and texture sheets give me trouble depending on the print. So what I've noticed with the Prusa PEI is the textured sheet works absolutely fantastic for like PETG parts, while the smooth works fantastic for PLA. So I think the two different sheets kind of just work better with different materials. Have I mounted a mosquito on a Prusa Mini? I have not. I have not been able to use a Prusa Mini. I would love that opportunity. running about 30 Lulzbots in the shop, and they are definitely worth the money. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. You know, like I just think those things are total workhorses. The ones in our lab, you know, I don't think they work as well, but I also think that's just because we have, like, you know, hundreds of students that probably just don't have the proper experience using them, and they're using them with all different types of materials. So, you know, the switching from like a high temp to lower temperature material could cause some trouble. So yeah, but I think those things are workhorses. Texture does work great for ABS too, Sheriff Nagy. It does. I agree with that. Yeah, works great for ABS, ASA, PETG, nylon. Yeah. Usually can get things dialed in for the PE. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much what I do. I swap between textured and smooth sheet depending on I mean, really it's depending on if I'm printing PLA. PLA just works absolutely perfect on the smooth, but you've really got to dial in your live Z height for it to work on the textured. At least that's what I've noticed. Yeah, you definitely can scratch your smooth sheet. My smooth sheet is I wonder if I can get it right now. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can show you my smooth sheet. I don't know how well this will show up on camera, but can you see at all? Yeah. Yep. So there are plenty of scratches on my smooth sheet. That was a little bit of glue from nylon. Yeah, there are plenty of scratches on my smooth sheet and pretty much nothing on my textured. So I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, that is the thing. Lulzbot definitely does use 285mm filament. And yeah, so I can also answer, you know, anything, you know, related to Mosquito as well, since, you know, I work with them. I work with the Mosquito all day on different printers. Yeah. I feel like you don't really find Lulzbot printers in Europe. Well, they are based out of the US, so could be why. Not really sure though, but they're definitely based out of the US. And one thing really awesome about Lulzbot is Lulzbot and Maker Gear. You can just call them up for support, just like on the phone. You know, I mean, I guess it's because it's in the US, but I think that is absolutely fantastic. Any company where, you know, I have a problem, you know, either firmware or something related, and I can just call them up. Yeah, it's a great part about having those printers, and that could be, you know, what kind of causes that kind of increase in price. But I mean, I think that support makes it worth it for a lot of, you know, educational facilities. Think about putting a Mosquito on your TAS 5, currently running an E3D Aero. Yeah, so if you're so another nice thing about them is they have the tool heads. So if there's one adapter for the tool heads, or for a particular tool head for the Lulzbot, it can pretty much work with any of the Lulzbots, because they have the adapters for the older Lulzbots with the newer tool heads. The reason you want the Mosquito is speed. How much faster would PETG print? So Mosquito Magnum, well, depends on nozzle size. How much faster would PETG print? Well, that depends. You could definitely print faster with if you increase your temps a little, because we just don't have that heat creep issue that a lot of other hot ends have. So, I mean, you're really not going to be running into any problems like on a 0.4 nozzle. I mean, there's people that have printed with, you know, like 200 millimeters per second with Mosquitoes and PETG. Bontech BMGM on your ender. Hello, Dan.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back. Yeah. Keep going. You're about to answer a question.
Yeah, so Bontek BMGM on my ender. I'm going to put the Mosquito and make it a direct drive. Yeah, that's awesome. BMGM is so awesome. It makes putting a Mosquito on any printer so simple. Just the 2 screws through the heatsink. So yeah, I think BMGM is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great. I mean, Bontek makes really nice extruders, and pairing it with the Mosquito is a really good combo. Somebody asked about the STL files. So we have CAD files on our website available for free download. So if you go to the documentation page, they're there. That's been something we've done right from the beginning, and yeah, we believe in sharing those files. So yeah, feel free to hop on the site and download them.
Definitely, we want to make incorporation into any printer as easy as possible.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. If we don't have something that you want to see, let us know. And a lot of times it'll be Max working on making it work. So
Yep. It's fun work though.
Yeah, it is fun work. It's good work to do. So awesome. Thanks, Max. Appreciate you fielding a bunch of questions and keeping the office going. So
definitely, it was very fun. Yeah. Keep these printers going. Keep printing face masks.
Yep, that's right. All right. Thanks, Max. All right, everybody. We're about to have a new guest on. It is Josh from Alien3D. He's a good friend of mine, so I'm excited to see him on the stream. So welcome, Josh.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Josh from Alien3D. You may know me from such films as Alien with the Giant Head, Murph 2019. Or Don't Probe Me, Bro, Earth 2019.
But now I'm here to rock your world at VRRF 2020.
Woo!
What's up, Dan?
Welcome. That was a great intro.
Hey, I mean, at Murph last year, I had the giant alien. At Earth, I had an alien costume. I had to, come up with something to.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Be unique.
That was pretty good. That was slick.
Got the green hair back.
Yeah, so. Your alien costume at Earth really. I didn't see you, and I saw the alien first, and I was like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, it's Josh."
Yeah, I planned on bringing a whole dance crew at Murph this year and rocking out to Men in Black song, having a flash mob, but Earth was postponed. So.
Yeah, postponed.
Couldn't do that.
Yeah. Oh, rip.
Gonna try to get Will Smith in.
That would have been really cool. Did you see the new Men in Black? I haven't actually seen the new Men in Black.
I have not.
Like,
the international one. It just seems like they were playing off Thor and the popularity of Thor, and so they're like, "Hey, let's put these two together in another Men in Black movie." And I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't hear good things.
Yeah. I saw the trailer and I was like, it's not Will Smith, so.
Yeah, I don't even think Will Smith made a cameo or anything, did he?
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen the film, so I really have no idea. Yeah.
Anywho.
So, man, what's up with you? You got quite the setup behind you there with alien heads and all kinds of boxes.
Basically, my setup usually for the Earths is showing my UFO boxes and aliens from the filaments that have been in the boxes. And then, in case you guys don't know, I don't want to sound like an infomercial or whatever, but I do mystery boxes, like MakerBox. They're a great company. If you just want filament, stick with their boxes because they're amazing. But I want to do something a little different and also include projects in my boxes. So I've got some projects here to show off as well. And then recently, it's not in working order at the moment because I have I'm actually making it bigger. That was my
You're
first
making it bigger.
prototype. Yeah, that was my
Okay,
first
wow.
prototype. It was made with 3030s, and then I decided to go with exo slides
Mhm.
and instead of linear rails, and they only do them in 2020s.
Mm.
So I switched to exo slides and got all that set up, and then once I put it all together and measured it out and measured the movement, I figured out of a 600 by 600 bed, I was only getting 470 by 470 print area,
Mhm.
and that wasn't good enough for me. So I actually have parts that should be arriving this week, making it a 740 by 740 frame,
Nice.
so that I can use my full 600 build volume. So yeah,
That's
I should
awesome.
be able to show that off some more later this week.
And what's that called? You gotta tell us what it's called.
Oh yeah, it's called the Tesseract.
Yeah.
And people have told me, oh, Disney's gonna sue. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't copyright a shape, the name of a shape. So it's a Tesseract, and the bed is gonna be completely stationary and mounted on the bottom, and the gantry moves up and down using 4 Z motors. So thank you, Marlin, for adding the ability to have 4 separate Z motors. And then it's Core XY that moves up. I designed it with a Humera, and you and I are already in talks. I still need that file, sir.
Yes, you're right. You do.
I am gonna have an option that has a BMG and a Copperhead from Slice.
Oh no. You froze. No. Josh. Aliens have abducted you. That's sad. Hopefully it's not me that's frozen.
I don't know if you guys can still hear me.
Oh,
Dan, say something.
I can hear you, Josh. I
Let me
can't see
refresh.
you. Uh-oh. The frozen Josh. Oh, he's back in a different stream. There you
sorry.
are.
It's like I use a mobile hotspot for my internet because I live
Oh,
out
wow.
in the middle of nowhere.
Gotcha.
And with everybody being home, they're all on their phones and everything, and my
Right.
internet has just been terrible. But anyways, so I'm using a Big Tree Tech GTR
Nice.
1.0, and then I've got M5 expansion board. So one thing I need to talk to Marlon about, and I could probably just do it all in the pinouts. But Marlon, right now, when you add 4 Z motors, it basically uses extruder 1 and extruder 2 slots. But I'm going to be using an expansion board that has an additional 5 drivers on it.
Okay.
So I've got to repin everything so that instead of it auto assigning the extruders, it'll assign the expansion
motors.
board. Bill
Nice.
Brothers, I actually was going to do 4 300 by 300 heaters. But then people were telling me that the wiring on it would just be a nightmare. So I'm going to start off with a 560 by 560 AC heater, silicone heater from Kinova, and that's probably like the most expensive part on the printer is that heated bed. And then later on, I may offer options for the quad heating. Another reason I decided to not start off with the quad heating is talking to engineers and people working with aluminum stuff. They were telling me that if you only heat like one corner of the bed and leave the rest cold or whatever, that it'll cause your aluminum to warp. And I am using a Mix 6. It's going to be a Mix 6 bed. But I don't want people to say, "Oh, my bed's warped," and I was like, "Well, it's aluminum, can't handle that." So
yeah, uneven heating does really. Yeah, aluminum doesn't handle that well.
Yeah,
not long term.
So we'll see. And then initially, I also had all these parts for the motor mounts and the belt mounts and everything They're currently all 3D printed in my Alien Ooze Pet G. I'm afraid they won't be strong enough to last in the long run. So in the actual version of the kit, is everything's going to be aluminum except for the extruder mount that's holding the Chimera and the fan. But everything else is going to be aluminum mounts.
Nice. It's pretty cool. I love the name too. I like that you went with Tesseract.
Yeah,
it fits the whole brand. It's great.
It's pretty cool, and I think the logo I came up with is pretty decent. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Where's my Tesseract folder? Holy cow, I got way too many drives on here. Oh yeah, I forgot I shortcutted it.
We got some comments about your hair being extra green today.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
I actually that's not the complete logo, but I mean it's pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
So but yeah, so at Earth is when I first dyed my hair. And it was a yellow green, and it actually matched my ooze pretty well.
Okay.
But where I get it from, Sally's, they're closed.
Oh,
so
bummer.
So I had to go to Walmart, and this was the only green dye they had. So it worked.
How often do you have to re-dye it?
Well, the last time I dyed it was right before Earth, I think.
Gotcha.
I dyed it on Tom Llama's stream, and I think that was the last time I dyed it. So it got to the point where it was mostly washed out. I just had like green highlights. But they were kind of faded because it's not a permanent.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. When things reopen, whenever they reopen, everybody's going to be like flocking the hair salon to get their haircuts.
Yeah, well, see, normally, I mean, I'm a hermit anyways. I run Alien3D out of my house. My entire living room is shelves with stock, and so I'm a hermit anyways. I don't go out that much. The only time I get my haircut is when I go somewhere like Earth or Murph. And I don't think I have my Earth pictures on my computer. But at Earth, my hair was a lot shorter. And so, yeah, I don't know. I just try to have fun with it because, yeah, I am a company. Yeah, I need to make money. Obviously, you're a company. You need to make money to stay in business. But I'm here for the community. I mean, the reason I started my UFO box was do something fun for the community, not exactly make money off of it. The UFOs right now, I make a little bit of profit, but mostly all the money from the UFOs just goes into next month's UFO.
Right.
So the boxes pay for themselves, and not every project every month is stellar. Especially last month, it's right when the China went into their New Year's, and then as soon as they came back from the New Year's, COVID hit.
Yeah.
So anything out of China was just shut down.
Yeah.
And finding project parts in the United States that are within budget and in the quantities I have to order them in is just impossible.
Yeah.
So Ziltech actually, since they have their U.S.-based company and their Chinese-based company, whatever I tell them I need for my projects, I'm like, here's my list, and they get it for me, and then I just pay them and they do it. So Ziltech has been a huge help in keeping the UFOs running for the last almost 2 years now. Actually, this month, August, will be 2 years since Alien3D's been an official business.
Nice. That's awesome. Congrats.
So thank you, and I've expanded. Obviously, I sell the Mosquito and soon the Copperhead, among other things. And again, I don't want to be an infomercial, but as a company, it's kind of hard to not promote your company.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's what you sort of live, breathe, think about all day long, all night long. You wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, oh, I've got an idea. I can't tell you how many times I've like gotten up at 3 a.m. to go write something down, and then so it's just part of
yeah, I'm even
running
lazier
it.
than that. I'll lay in bed and I'll think of something. I'll be like, Alexa, remind me to cut my hair tomorrow.
What time tomorrow should I remind you?
Noon.
Okay, I'll remind you tomorrow at noon.
I didn't say so.
There you
I
go.
just
Yeah.
I like my all my lights in my house are automated. My TV's automated. I just tell Alexa to do everything for me now.
Nice. That's
I
a
embrace
legitimate use of an
the
assistant.
technology. Yeah,
There
I
you go.
embrace the technology.
Do you remember when those first came out and there was a Super Bowl commercial about them, but then like the Super Bowl commercial was turning on the Alexas in people's houses that were watching the Alexa commercial?
I stream a lot, and a lot of my viewers have Alexas, and I all the time I try my best to set them off. I have people's lights turn off in their house. I have them play music. I really try.
Carl's over here. Now everyone's Alexa will remind them to get haircuts. That's right. Tomorrow, everyone's going to get a hair, be reminded to get a haircut at least, and be like, dang it, I can't go get one.
And that's the best. It's the best. They're going to forget about it, and then tomorrow at noon, they're going to get a reminder, and they're going to be like, what the hell? So, yeah. It's awesome.
That's funny. So what's your timeline with the Tesseract?
Well, I need funding right now. I'm contemplating taking pre-orders because I need about $7,000 right now to get all the parts. LDO is currently providing the majority of the parts minus the stuff I'm getting from Big Tree Tech. So I'm getting the bed from them. Oh, and minus the heater. The heater I had to go straight to Canova because they couldn't do a bed that big. But basically everything. I mean, these are silver extrusions for my prototype, but through LDO I'm getting a green extrusions.
Nice.
And the motors are going to be LDO. The bed is being made by LDO. The screws and anti-backlash nuts and all that, all LDO. They're also having the aluminum brackets cut for me.
Nice.
So, but yeah, once I have the money, because it's weird. Like when I was just a consumer and I saw these printing companies doing Kickstarters or like you did a Kickstarter, or take pre-orders, I was always like, man, why are these companies taking pre-orders? Why can't they just have some stock ahead of time? And for these bigger companies, I still think that, because I don't think bigger companies should basically take loans from the community to fund their company. But me as a little guy, it's something I realize it just has to be done sometimes.
We had a couple comments on social media when we were doing the Kickstarter. They're like, what if Ford did a Kickstarter every time they were going to launch a new model Focus or something? And I was like, well, we've never been compared to Ford before. We literally just graduated into an office like mid last year. I had a day job up until mid last year. So yeah, I mean, I was like, somebody compared us to Ford. That's kind of cool. Yeah, obviously, the perception is a little different than reality sometimes.
I'm still waiting for that moment to where I can actually quit my day job. I hoped it would be a little sooner, but I've had a lot of growing pains over the last year that I've been trying to conquer, and the last 2 months has really been trying. My March UFOs went out almost an entire month late because my box companies took over a month to get the boxes to me. And I was used to using a different company that only took 2 weeks. and but I had to change because they wouldn't do a custom box size for me. To save on shipping, I now put all the UFOs in flat rate envelopes, and I just needed a 1/2 inch shaved off, and they wouldn't do it for me. So,
yeah, it's there's depending on how they had their manufacturing set up, that might have been totally impossible for them with the machinery they had.
Yeah. Well, the company I was using, they're more along the lines of, okay, well, these are the 20 most popular boxes. This is all we're going to develop.
Right.
So, and I understand that some businesses don't have the capabilities to do all these custom stuff. So,
right.
And
then there's other places that custom is what they do. It's just a different business model.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely an interesting time to try and get stuff launched. We were pretty sure that we'd be able to get Copperhead out by this. I mean, the goal was this weekend.
Well,
like right now,
this is like a terrible time to launch anything right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Yeah, but who could have? I mean, there was no way to predict this, I guess. Yeah. I mean, maybe in February we probably could have been a little smarter, but
well, had
before that,
I don't want to talk politics, but had all the information been given when it was first discovered, not just by the U.S. government but by foreign governments as well, then I think we could have been a lot better prepared. But
yeah,
whatever, it is what it is. I mean, one thing about American history is we always rise to the occasion and overcome. So
yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's I've been thinking a lot about perspective and how you're I mean, if you're just subject to your circumstances, and your view on life is just based on your current circumstances, you never overcome. Like, you're just stuck. There's one of my favorite philosophers is Viktor Frankl. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he wrote a book called Man's Search for Meaning, and it's really, really good. And he was a professor at a university in Germany, and he was a Jewish man right before World War II. So he ended up in a concentration camp, but had this, sort of psychological teaching background. So he was able to sort of analyze his own experience as he went through the concentration camp, and wrote this phenomenal book upon surviving the camp, where he was able to say, all right, how do we as humans rise above our circumstances and shift our perspective to still be able to see the good and the opportunity and the life that's still left despite the circumstances. So if anybody is a Viktor Frankl fan, comment. If you haven't read the book, highly, highly recommended. It's an easy read, Man's Search for Meaning.
And a lot of us have plenty of time to read right now.
That's true. Yeah, plenty of time to read right now. So, or audiobooks. I love audiobooks. So, yeah, audiobooks are good too.
I think Shauna's about to yell at me that I've only got a few more minutes. So I'd like to show off some projects that have been in UFOs. This was one of my oldest projects. One of the cheapest projects I put together so that I could do a more expensive one the following month. But it's a hydraulic robot arm.
Nice.
For people to teach their kids a little more about hydraulics, and it's one of those things where, like, not every month everybody makes all the projects that available, but people with kids generally really enjoy things like this that they can do with their kids. My anniversary box last year had a lot of soldering to do. I had I think 30 LED lights
Nice.
all in here for a light up UFO, and just take the electronics out right for a second. But there was a lot of soldering to do last year.
Yeah.
And for my UFO subscribers, I'm gonna warn you, this anniversary box is probably gonna have even more soldering.
Nice.
Go big or go home. No, but I've been trying to do more Arduino based projects, and my next 4 months are all, spoiler alert, Arduino based projects. So to make up for my failing March project, this I made a game of operation. I don't know if Art Mods is here, but he did the graphic for me to make the operation guy kind of look like me.
Nice.
And then Viking 3D printing Viking, he designed the box and the little parts. I couldn't find the little parts because I organized, and when I organize, I never can't find anything afterwards. But it had it came with tweezers, big tweezers, a battery box with an off switch, and then it's got a little vibrating mechanism and a buzzer, so that when you hit the metal,
Nice.
it would go off. And then last month, well, for Valentine's Day, for February, there's an iconic scene of John Cusack holding up the boombox outside the girl's window, and so again, 3D printing Viking, he did a USB speaker box for himself, and I was like, hey, can you help me do this for a boombox? So my February UFO was a UFO boombox. It's
Nice.
USB 5-volt powered, or I'm sorry, not USB, Bluetooth. So you can pair it with your phone, pair it with your computer, or whatever, and play music. And some variations came with 2 8-inch speakers. Some variations came with 4-inch speakers. So
Nice.
yeah, I try to have fun. I definitely have to stay within a budget each month, but I do try my best to get the best for the buck most months when I can. And as any of my subscribers can tell you, on the months that I do epically fail on a project, I do make it up.
And I mean, I'll say, starting from the beginning of when you started doing those projects, they've gotten more and more complex and more sophisticated. And
Yeah.
there's really amazing the stuff that you're doing now. So,
Well, it's like my
Thanks,
very first project was just a little yellow gear motor with a battery box and some 3D printed legs to
yeah,
make the robot walk. So yeah, it was an experiment in the beginning, and I've tried to get better throughout the year. There's one month I always have an issue with, and that's Thanksgiving. So I call it my turkey month, because I can never come up with a good Thanksgiving project.
Yeah, this takes a lot of creativity to keep coming up with new stuff all the time. That's a tough task.
With this virus thing going on, Ziltech, because I've been working with them for probably 18 of my 22 months of UFO boxes, and so when the whole virus thing happened, they were like, hey, we know you're good for it, so tell us what you need for the next few months. We'll buy all the stuff for you, have it sitting in our US warehouse for you, and then when you can pay for it, just order it and we'll send it right over, so you don't have to wait 2 weeks.
That's
so
awesome.
Apparently it's all sitting at the port in Houston or wherever that Texas port is, because with shipping catching up from the delays, there's just stuff sitting in the ports not being released yet. So that's why my April UFO is delayed right now, because the project parts are sitting in the port in Texas. But so that was really amazing of them. Ziltech's been really great to me.
That's great. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, Josh. I really appreciate you showing off your projects. Josh from Alien3D, Mr. Alien himself, loved the intro. And thank you for showing up for VRRF, man. This is great.
Hey, thanks for the invite. And again, even if you guys aren't customers of mine, just follow me on Twitter. Even though occasionally I get mad and I'll rant out on a company, ignore my tweets from the last 2 weeks. But I mean, I just try to put community first, and the community's always been great to me, and I will continue to try to be great to them whenever I can.
Awesome. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good day and stay safe.
Hey, hopefully Lightspeed, I think, is after me. So
he is.
Hopefully he'll show off the Alien3D rail core that I hear is in a million pieces right now. He actually was texting me. He was like, so what are you doing on your stream? And I told him everything. He's like, I'm canceling. I can't follow that up. So anyways, but
nice.
Welcome,
Awesome.
Lightspeed.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good, man. How are you?
Good. It's
That's
the first
really hard to
time I'm
follow.
seeing your face.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
we've
wow.
I mean we've spoken on Twitter so many times, but
Yeah,
yeah,
and emails.
think-
Yep.
yeah, an email. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
Josh-
great to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man. I was telling Josh that I didn't realize he was putting in so much effort, but you know, I'll do my best.
Yeah,
But
I'm loving the Chris Riley shirt you've got on. That's great.
yeah, I only have a couple shirts. I don't have a Slice shirt. I have a Chris Riley shirt and I have a Wham Bam shirt. That's about
Okay.
it. So
Nice.
yeah, you have
Nice.
to take care of that, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
But,
Cool. So what are you up to, man?
Well, I guess if anybody doesn't know who I am, my name is Steven, and I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm in the food business by day, so I do. I run a large seafood distributor here in Arizona, and I moved here from Washington. Keith's neck of the woods, probably about almost 3 years ago. My company moved me down here, and so we are, luckily and very fortunate to still be open and operating, because the food supply, people still need food.
Yeah.
Not a lot of seafood, but enough to keep our lights on. So I feel very fortunate. I hear that. I watched Keith's interview, and man, it just sucks that there's so many people being affected by this whole thing. So
Yeah.
but I'm glad to see you guys are still operating. I think you'd think 3D printing would be booming for like Protopasta or whoever. You'd think people, because there's nothing else to do, right? So
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think there's part of that, of people being bored and not having anything else to do, and I think there's also part of people are just scared.
Yeah.
So they always tighten the belt, and obviously guys that are getting laid off aren't spending money. So
that's true. Yeah, especially premium stuff, right? So,
Right.
But what am I working on? Well, I don't really. I have a couple things. This is the latest one. Josh kind of talked about it a little bit. That's Josh's fail core. That he calls it the fail core, which I found out recently that R3D does not like it being called the fail core. So Josh shipped me that this week to look at. He's I think Dan. He's had slice hot ends on it, and this is his Magnum that he had on it here.
Nice. It's seen some wear and tear.
Yeah, it was really clogged bad, and he kept having clogs with it. And I have a few, theories on why. I feel like I've gotten really good with these hot ends. I'm actually R3D asked me to make a video of repairing it, and he's going to supply the parts to fix it.
Nice.
But yeah, like I'm becoming a master of taking these apart. I have to wait until everybody goes to bed at night, and then I have a gas stove. And so I go in there with pliers and the gas stove, and I start poking and prodding until I can get it apart. This is another block that I have that was a Magnum also. This one I screwed up myself, and I had to take it all apart. But luckily I have all the, tons of parts.
All the parts. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to you guys. Yeah, so I'm attempting to fix this. I haven't tried it yet. What happened with the rail core is Josh shipped it in this huge box, and it had about 6 inches of. I mean, he padded the crap out of this box, top, bottom, left, and right, and it came in just totally destroyed. I mean, just annihilated. He put Josh wrote this big note on the top saying, "Hey, thanks for all you're doing. You guys are heroes." Writing all this stuff on the top, and please be careful with this. It's very fragile, whatever. And it's like they did the opposite. It went upside down. The bed came loose. But it basically destroyed 2 of the linear rails.
Mhm.
It destroyed all the brackets on it, so all the brackets have to be replaced. Luckily, the main structure is still okay.
Mhm.
I had to get some machinist squares out and start squaring it again, but hopefully, well, Josh said the UPS is going to take care of it, but yeah, so I'm putting that back together. It's going to have an all aluminum wide, doing the aluminum Y, they call it the Y plate, and the X gantry is all going to be aluminum from Philstruder and 713 Maker, but it's basically going to have an all aluminum extruder assembly on it when it's done. It gave us a chance. We're going to upgrade it, so it's going to have the newer brackets and the newer pulley system, and hopefully it's a badass printer when it's all said and done. But
yeah, that's a lot of upgrades. So yeah, I'm sure it'll be rocking and rolling once it's sorted out.
Yeah, and other than that, pretty much, I think every printer I have has some form of slice hot ends on it.
Nice.
I heard about Slice from Country 3D back, maybe a year and a half ago now. Whenever he started streaming, and I know you guys you guys were friendly, and he talked about the hot end that he always wanted but never could afford. So I went on and bought one. Yeah, does he? Yeah, that's good. So originally I had the same problem with my Prusa. Somebody in here was talking about Prusa, and I had the same problem that everybody had with their Prusa was, not everybody, but a lot of people have jamming problems with the factory MK3 setup with the multi-material. And so I know there's some ways around it, and I tried everything. And then eventually I just went and bought the Mosquito. I made my own extruder because at the time there wasn't really much for extruders. And that machine has had, this Prusa has had, let's see if I can, that Prusa has had the same hot end on it for, I don't even know how long now. It still has the original one in it. I've had to change the heat break a few times from breaking it, clearing. I found out that sticking a metal rod down in it is not good for those tubes. And trying to clear, jams or whatever. And I didn't realize how sensitive that little surgical tube is. Like if you just bump that thing, man, it's, it doesn't take much to crack it. But yeah, so that hot end's been kicking butt. And, for the money, I always tell people for the money, people talk about the price of these, and just the amount of time you get out of one of these hot ends and the nozzles, in my opinion, you go through blocks and heat breaks and all kinds of stuff with a standard kind of hot end. And I've just become a really big believer in these. And, I'm a huge supporter of your guys's, and, being a US company and all that stuff too. And then I have an Artemis over here, and that has the Copperhead on it. And it's been going great. So
awesome.
But I think that's how our relationship started, was the Artemis originally.
Yeah.
I built the files to adapt it to the CNC stuff, the effector, but it's been going great too. And I know there's about a dozen people that have taken those files and adapted it to their deltas that contacted me on Twitter. So so I may have sold a few hot ends for you. I don't know.
Yeah, that's great. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, other than that, not a whole lot. I even got this is a Sidewinder.
Nice.
And that's got a Magnum on it and a BMGM, is that what it's called? Yeah. The Bondtech one for the slice engineering stuff, and it's got a duet, and it's currently printing parts for the fail core. But yeah, I saw you guys release a new hot end, or an updated version.
Yeah, we released an updated version. So that came out, I guess Friday night. We posted it. We were originally planning on launching it at Murph, and Yeah, so it's an updated heat break and heat sink to match the heat break. We talked about the fragility of the stainless steel tubing, and so we basically reinforced that, especially on the throat side where the filament's entering. And we also added a coating, plastic resistant coating, the same stuff that we've got on our vanadium nozzle line. So it's just a little bit improved performance, a little bit more rigidity. We're always trying to improve the product. So this is our third iteration of the Mosquito hot ends since we launched at MRF 2 years ago. So we're always trying to improve and make things better.
Now, is the Mosquito, did the fins move up on it? Did you guys move the fins up?
Yeah, we moved the fins up. Yeah.
And what's the reason for that? Just to keep that area cooler, or?
Yeah. So just to increase cooling higher up in the heat break.
You don't think it'll affect the strength down here by the block, or no?
No. So the tube, the copper tube, is actually extended, so it sort of sheathes a longer section of the
I see,
of the stainless tube.
So it's covering the whole tube then.
Yeah, it's covering the whole tube. Yeah, there's actually cool. If you check out the heat break page on our website, there's a drawing of what it looks like.
So can you swap Can you swap the heat breaks into these?
You can. So you can swap heat breaks. You'll need the new heat sink as well, because the throat is larger on the heat break. So the diameter of the hole, the lead-in hole for the filament path, is a little bit larger on the new heat sink.
Oh, I see. So, but the block is good.
Block is the same in the standoff tubes are all the same. Hardware is the same.
Oh, okay.
We'll have an upgrade kit available pretty soon. On our site.
Yeah. Those upgrade kits are great. I ended up buying I bought these from PartsBuilt.com, and I basically bought all that they had. And every time I had to work on one of these, I kept destroying the standoff tubes. And these are money well spent if you have a slice hot end, because when you take it apart, the last one I did, I just clipped the screws out instead of trying to fight them out of the block. Okay. One of the problems is you get this and you can't get anything down in there. So so I take snippers and snip that screw right off and then pull those out with pliers. But yeah. So now the block should be a little, or is the block coated too, or?
It is, yes. The block is nickel plated copper. It's copper alloy that's good for machining. So that's remaining the same. That's been we've had the same block pretty much the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the sock? You ever gonna have a sock?
So we had some prototype socks at ERF last year, and then we have not. Essentially, we had an issue with that supplier where things just didn't quite work out the way we had hoped, and unfortunately, molds are really expensive to get those molded. And we were trying to stay in the States, so anyway, we realized we'd have to sell so many of those socks to break even on the cost of the mold that it wasn't going to make sense with the supply chain that we had set up. So we're open to other options. We're in the process of looking at other suppliers, but at that point, launching the Copperhead became the top priority, and we've got a small team, so we got to kind of focus. Chris Farkaki's over here bragging about his sock.
Yeah. Hey, well, tell Chris I have one too. I was lucky enough that you guys sent me one too, and the sock was great, man. It was a little brittle, but for a silicone sock, but it's just the blocks just get. I mean, these things just get nasty, man.
Yeah,
coated and stuff. But yeah, the sock was nice while it lasted, I should say. But so what? One other thing I wanted to ask you guys about, what do you guys think about the cloning of the Mosquito?
Well,
that's one thing that drives me about it.
Yeah. It's a touchy subject because, of course, we have a patent pending on the design. We have a design patent that's been granted. So that's the next build lot is going to say patented on it, not patent pending. We made that decision from the get-go. Actually, Vector 3D just put out a video about that. I don't know if you saw his video, but both Chris and I, our backgrounds are medical device, so it was before we were in the community. It was like, okay, you design something, you patent it, and we were hoping that doing that would slow down the Chinese clones. I mean, we were never worried about like a US company knocking off our design and making a clone, but so we did it as a defensive measure, hoping that we wouldn't get ripped off as quickly, and that somebody big like Stratasys wouldn't come in and be like, hey, your design looks, has some similar elements to things that we've done before, so we're shutting you down, So it was essentially it was a defensive move, hoping that it would help us survive longer. And in terms of preventing cloning, it really hasn't panned out quite the way we'd hoped. We are working on ways to try and slow down the tide of clones. So the reality is, when somebody clones a product, the reason they can sell it cheaper is two reasons. One, they didn't do any of the R&D work, right? So we put 2 years of R&D work into developing the product before we launched it, and they didn't have to do that. They just bought some of ours, took it apart, figured out how it was made, and made something similar. Right. And then the other part is tech support. So we maintain a team that works a lot. We work a lot of hours to be able to answer people's questions and provide help and innovate and create new products. And those guys don't have those expenses. They're just ripping off whatever other companies are doing, whether that be Dyes or E3D or Duet. I mean, any of the companies that sort of have a brand name, they're just getting ripped off. And those guys are putting in all the work to make sure that new stuff is coming out. And they have to maintain a team, right? If we put out a product, we support it, and if you don't have, and that's expensive. It costs money to hire people to provide support, and if you don't have that cost, you can operate much less expensively. So we're
one of the big ones I saw was that company Mello that's in China, right? Mm-hmm. So I actually reached out to that guy and asked him, like, I asked him why he was cloning it. What's because it doesn't look the same. It looks a little bit different. Mm-hmm. And he went into and I talked to another guy recently about the same thing. The guy at the guy does a Nova hot end. But anyways, I asked the guy at Mello. I said, hey, it's not open source. It's not this is an innovative American company. Whatever. And he said, oh, no, we didn't. Their mindset is they didn't clone the mosquito. Mm-hmm. They innovated on it or iterated on it, excuse me. Right. Mm-hmm. So he basically claimed because he changed the block to where it clamps the thermistor. Right. That it was okay. And genuinely had no idea that was not okay. I mean, at least he sounded like he didn't know. I mean, the mindset is totally different. They thought, well, I changed it a little bit, so it's okay. People know it's not a mosquito, right? Or a sliced product. But
well, the problem comes in when some of these companies are then like getting on our website, taking our product photos and putting them on their website and taking the copy, like the product descriptions, taking that, putting that on their own website. So then it looks like you're getting something real when it's not. And we've had calls where people thought they were buying a legitimate thing, not from Alibaba. If you go buy something from Alibaba, you know what it is. But people thought they had a legitimate product, and they're reaching out for us and asking for support on a product that we didn't even make, and we certainly don't endorse. Right. So that's frustrating,
Well, and then you got the Dragon, right? I don't even know who makes the Dragon hot end is, but I had somebody try to send me one. I don't even want one, but to me, it looks like a mix between your design and E3D's design, kind of rolled up into the one. But that's another thing, the guy at Vector, we had talked previously on a stream about this, and one of the things he said was because it doesn't have a global patent or a world patent or whatever it's called. But I just
we actually did pursue. It's called PCT. It's the Patent Cooperation Treaty. So we filed. It just takes a long time, right? So that's why it takes years actually for those things to get approved in different countries, and so that's why.
It's gotta be frustrating, man. You guys are like unicorns, right? Like people complain about Protopasta too and whatever, but truly American companies that innovate products, whether you agree with it, what Protopasta does is either innovative or not. But I happen to think that there's a lot of very unique things about some of these American companies. It's so expensive to operate here historically, and to have somebody come along and just take that from you is morally wrong, in my opinion. Even if it was open source, I think open source is supposed to be, you take somebody else's concept and make it better, not just make another version of it. Like E3D, right. I see big YouTubers, whatever, that are pumping, Chinese clones, or using Chinese clones. And I don't know. I just think it's unfortunate because everybody's trying to, make a buck, if you will, I guess. But I applaud you guys for doing what you're doing and not farming it out. That would have been so easy to do, right? To make the design and then send it over to China and have it milled out, and but good on you guys for trying to keep it here. Hopefully that patent comes through and you guys can enforce it. But of course you'll be in legal hell, right?
Then the question, it's very expensive to enforce patent, of course. So we're going to have a lot of decisions ahead of us in terms of what we're going to do there. Of course, I've seen some of the comments here. The Copperhead is an open source product. True. So they can knock that off and that's fine. But obviously we're going to continue to innovate on that. And even the Mosquito we've distributed under a non-commercial license. So if somebody wants to go remix that and make it better, whatever, totally fine. Just don't sell it and say that it's a Mosquito or make it look exactly the same. That's really where the problem comes in, is where you're just stealing ideas instead of innovating and doing something new.
Right.
So
I've only been doing this for maybe almost 3 years now, but at least from what I can see, it's genuinely a unique product. I had an E3D V6 and it was fine. I think CNC makes their own version of their hot end, and it's fine too. But really, you guys went out and innovated something, that is unique, and I think you have every right to patent that. If it was some iteration of something else, obviously not. But I don't know. I think it's hopefully you guys keep pushing along, and hopefully these clones are not hurting you guys. I heard I was on a stream with TH3D, and he does he does a lot of Chinese stuff, and there was a guy on there talking about how he put a Mosquito, and he didn't see how great it was, and blah blah. Well, come to find out, it was a cloned one, and Tim went off on him. The clones are God knows from who and who's making them and what the tolerances are. You really don't know. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Anyways, I'm a big fan of your guys's. I'm a big supporter, and I attempt to say something as much as I can. I have a small voice, but when I see stuff on Twitter, I see people promoting the clones or whatever. That Dragon Hot and drives me nuts. It's all over the place, but I don't know. Maybe it's great. I'll never know. So
yeah, well, we definitely appreciate people sticking up for us. It's hard to it's hard to be, it's hard to be in any industry really where you're doing any sort of manufacturing and to survive long term. So I'm in a commodities business, so I'm used to fighting it out on price, and Right.
Whatever. But I mean, the dream is to have something that's unique that you can charge a premium for and that people see value in. And, this is what everybody's chasing, you know what I mean? So, but anyways, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't really have much else to talk about. So,
all right. Cool.
But,
well, thank you for hopping on. It was great to meet you, virtually at least, and have a face-to-face conversation.
You gotta invent something on how to give yourself a haircut, man. I need a haircut like really bad.
Yeah.
Those hair salons are going to be popular.
Yeah.
So.
Did you remember the old Chitty Chitty Bang Bang movie where he like has that thing come down over the lady's head and like?
You know what I thought the other day was why didn't the Flowbee take off? You remember the Flowbee, the vacuum cleaner hair cutter? You ever see that?
No.
It was a hair cutter that you connected to your vacuum hose, and you could just run it over your head, and it would make your hair
suck it all
perfect.
up.
Yeah.
Wow. Huh.
Yeah.
It'd certainly make things easier.
Yeah.
Cool.
But anyways, hey, thanks for having me on, and thanks for doing this, and thanks for everything you guys are doing. I appreciate it, and everything you've done for me, I appreciate it. So
yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Steven. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks.
All right, bye. So we're gonna do a quick giveaway. I missed the timing on the last one, so apologize, guys, if you were waiting for the giveaway at the hour mark. So we're having a t-shirt giveaway. Like, subscribe, retweet, follow us on social media, whatever social media platform you use. And if you win, send us your info. So at Bronze Gears, congratulations. You have won a very, very soft, very comfortable Slice Engineering t-shirt. It's pretty fantastic. Let us know where to send it and what size you'd like. All right, so next up, we've got Mr. David Randolph, the amazing man behind Printed Solid. Hey, how are you?
Doing good. How are you doing today?
Good. You still? I mean, I've seen your stuff on Twitter. You've been shipping orders like crazy, not sleeping, and it's really going nuts with all this stuff.
It's been crazy. Going nuts. We just did our more colors to the Jesse filament, and what we're finding is that there's a lot of mask makers out there that are just having a hard time getting filament, so they've just been buying it like crazy.
Wow.
And I've been doing 12, 16-hour days. I think I'm on day 10 straight of doing that.
Oh my gosh.
Just trying to keep up with all that.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm here now. Just as soon as we jump off of this, I'll go back and make some more. So this is my break during the day.
Break, yeah. Well, thank you for treating us with your break. I've got a nice comment here about the clean shaven Dave.
Yeah, like my COVID haircut and COVID face.
Go. Nice.
No hair salons, so that's about all we can do right now.
Yeah. Nice. So how are things going? I mean, you got all these new filament colors. You're running the lines like crazy. Yeah. How are you launching new stuff in the middle of all this?
Well, here's the thing: is that I had actually before Murph was postponed, I had planned for Murph to be my launching ground for a ton of things. It literally was going to be. I was going to announce everything all at Murph across the board and just mainly because we're kind of known for those shows. We kind of show up and we have all the little parts to keep everybody going during the show. Right. This year, I'd kind of planned to kind of come up and be like, this is what we're doing, showing off all the new stuff. And all those parts were already on the boat, in the mail, in the air, sitting in the warehouse waiting for me to finish up type of thing. For that, kind of April 1st reveal, start shipping. COVID put a little bit of delay on it, but since the way I have the company laid out, we're still able to get some work done. So it's pretty nice. So we've actually kept the development up on everything, which has been pretty good. One of the nice things we have is that the way our buildings are laid out is I actually have 3 separate buildings, but I have there's the back half of one of the buildings that's completely isolated from the other ones. So technically I have 4 entrance and exits, 4 bathrooms, 4 HVAC systems, and all that. So I have a total of 4 people working here during this.
Nice.
And we never really get to see each other because we're locked in our own buildings.
Right.
I have security cameras, so everyone can see all the security cameras, so they can at least see each other that way.
Right.
They'll go, oh, Alex is over in the other building. Oh, Dustin's there. They can kind of keep up to date with them, which is kind of nice.
Yeah. Do you guys have like a chat system or something that you use internally?
I put a phone system in, so I have my VoIP phone system for everywhere. And the employees I have working from home, had them take their phones home early on. So they're completely sitting at home, and I can page them and talk to them whenever I need them, type of thing. So it's been surprisingly good that we've been able to keep the whole place running while very aggressively being social distancing. That's been a big thing for us. So it's not hard to keep distance when you're in a separate building.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm impressed with the team. They're keeping up with the tickets. They're keeping up with the orders. And it's been surprisingly efficient. I can't wait for this to all kind of be over, because I need to hire more people, and it's going to be kind of tough to do that until then. Yeah, for sure. Also, I'm in Delaware. There's not a lot of people here, so.
Yeah, we've got we use G Suite, which is like Gmail essentially, but expanded to keep the sort of the back end of how we run everything. And so we use Google Chat, Hangouts, and that's sort of how our communication goes. It's similar to like Microsoft Teams or Slack, just on the Google platform, and that's been really helpful for us to keep tabs on who's doing what, make sure that everybody's not like doing the same duplicate work, or still getting tickets answered on time, and we can still ask questions. And so it's made working from home not easy, but easier.
It's really helped. Yeah, we have the G Suite, but all my guys, they've really gravitated towards Slack, and that seems to be a really good channel to work out. Keeps them chatting, and they're even chatting at night because they're stuck in their house by themselves. So they got no one else to talk to other than each other. So that's been pretty good.
Yeah. So what are these new colors of Filament you just launched?
So we launched 10 new colors. Let me see something here real quick, because I got all fancy for today.
Nice.
We launched the blood red glitter, the golden winter glitter, slime green glitter, safety orange, army green, green ice, red ice, purple eater, tree brown, and not in this picture is industrial runoff. Nice. And then wait, where is it? Oops. I got all fancy with all my colors. Let's see, where is it? There's the other one. And so we have the industrial runoff, and that's some more other colors as well. So definitely been kind of busy with everything.
Yeah.
But you want to have a little bit of fun here for entertainment value. So Murph isn't happening as of yet. Maybe they'll come back, but they're not happening. And I always love having my booths. So I went ahead and set up my booth.
I love it. That's great.
I have my booth all set up, ready to go.
Nice.
And and I figured I'd go ahead and let people know what we've been working on and what's coming down the pipe in April from us.
Awesome.
And so we have 27 colors in Jesse, which just got announced, which is good. I'm already working on the next 10 batch, which will probably be early mid-May for the next 10 colors that I'll be adding to this, which has been insane. And I'll stand up here.
A lot of colors.
It's a lot of colors. I'm very fortunate the way how the machine's set up. It's not hard for me to transition colors, so it's been pretty nice. The other fun thing is that a lot of people know us for our enclosures. Well, in April, towards probably about mid-April, this was expected to get done, but I had some delays. We are revamping all of our enclosures across the board.
Nice.
and not going to be subtle about it. We normally use acrylic or a double-sided melamine for the enclosures and the sizes. We've moved over to all aluminum composite material. So now we have nice aluminum, so you get to really nice fireproofing, and a lot more sealed. We've pretty much spent a lot of our time with, I don't know if you know or not, but I've been making enclosures since about 2007. Very early days, as it were, and been testing, and I'm finding that now there's enough people out there that understand that when you print PLA, you have to leave the door open. I can go back to sealing the enclosure and deal with passive cooling for electronics inside. So that's what we did with this. We went to a more sealed, more insulated box, which is nice. And I'm starting to put a little more universal compatibility between them. So like the Prusa one, as we're calling it, will technically be our medium-size enclosure. Okay. And that'll take the Prusa with the MMU, it'll take the Ender 3, it'll take just about any of those, Prusa style printers. It'll take the bare frame, it'll take it all and put it in there. Then we're gonna have the large one, which is this one at the end. That'll take all the Crealities, the Auxiliaries, the Pros, pretty much all of those across the board.
Nice.
And due to people demand, we're going to offer them in black instead of white, mainly because I got my material suppliers to give me decent pricing on black. So we'll have it for all black. But we're also going back and we're redoing all of our enclosures that we make for all the Ultimakers, for all of the Lulzbots, for a few other brands that we're announcing as well as they come on board. So we'll have all of that.
That's awesome.
I'm excited about that because it's going to add a lot of strength, a lot of insulation. And in all honesty, I think aesthetically it's going to be a lot prettier too. So, and what's going to be really cool is that even though, we're moving from MDF or acrylic to metal that has to be all milled and machined, the price is going to be about within $5 to $10 of the current one.
Wow.
So
that's great.
We're not going to have to jump the price up on everybody, which is awesome.
That is awesome. Somebody asked in the comments here, are you still laser cutting all these in-house?
Can't really laser cut the aluminum composite material. We're milling, so that's what's been pretty much the last 6 months. Is I've been installing a bunch of CNC routers over in my laser building, so that they go along with it. So now I've got 3 full laser cutters and 3 full CNC routers over there to keep running all day and all night long to get all this going.
Awesome. So you got lights out setup, huh?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, it still takes somebody to load up the machines for the most part. Sure. But the way that my guy is actually working over there today, we work very hard on our procedures so that it only takes one person to do the whole thing. They actually do the milling, the machining, the packing. They take it, literally from raw material to the finished product ready to ship, and it's only one person for the whole process. I find that that's a better way to set up manufacturing if I can, mainly because it's a lot easier for accountability, a lot easier in QC, and honestly, it helps keep the price down too. So that works out really well.
Awesome.
But I'm excited for these enclosures because they're like tanks. We've been running them in-house here for probably since January, if I remember correctly. That's about when I got the first one out. And I've been running them at home, and they're working really well, and they're really strong, so it's going to fix a lot of the small issues. It's really nice. We got them to, they flat pack and then really fast assembly, so it's going to work out well.
That's great.
The other fun thing, and this is a little early, but we talked with the Project R3D guys, and we talked with the Railcore Labs guys, and we're going to be their second reseller for the Railcore kits.
Oh, that's great. Congrats.
So we're coming on board with that. And we're also going to do some of the manufacturing for the kits that we're selling. Since we have all the machinery, we'll be able to do the manufacturing for some of it, which is going to be nice. Mainly because it takes a load off of their shelf, off their type of thing. But we can do a lot of that internally here. So we'll be making all the panels and things like that here. And that'll just be for just our kits. They still have it for their other resellers they have to deal with. But for our kits, we're going to do a lot of the manufacturing. And we're making sure that we match them, things like that. We're going to include a few little upgrades that are what I like to call, Randolph upgrades in the kits, just because I've been running mine for about the last a year now. Yeah, actually, almost a year and a half I've been running mine. And I've done all the little upgrades and the things I wanted to improve on it, so we'll be adding that in to the kits as well.
Fun. That's awesome.
Which is fun. And then here's the one that I'm the most proud of, which is weird, but if you didn't know, we do our enclosures, but we're also well known for the commercial air filtration systems. The people that actually want to filter all the off-gassing of their printers. That's what we're known for, is providing solutions for that. The problem is those solutions aren't necessarily cheap.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been working with our manufacturer, and they have a model that, this is the prototype, this is the only one in existence, that they've sent to me, that will be a new air filter unit aimed more at consumer level. Little lower CFM, but it still has a very hefty cartridge system. So this is the HEPA with activated charcoal on it, weighs about 5 pounds. So a very heavy air filtration system for it. And some of the features that we had installed for it is that I converted, or had them convert all their electronics inside. It's now standard 12-volt power. So if you want to, you could run it off your 12-volt power supply. And then I also have them, they put an additional relay on there. So you could hook it into like Octopi or Octoprint. So you can turn it on and off with your, enclosure controller type of thing.
That's cool.
Which works really well with, let's say you want to have a heated chamber, you could use our heated chamber heaters that we sell here. And then you can put this on, and then you can really control kind of the whole deal. We're definitely taking up the whole idea with we're trying to take up the whole idea of, we're going to take care of enclosing all the printers and all the problems that entails, and we're doing really well with that, and I'm excited for that one.
That's awesome. Got a couple comments. VOCs ? So that's volatile organic compounds. And of course, that's what the HEPA filter is designed to knock out with that activated charcoal, right?
Right. And the main reason why is because most reasonable HEPA filters that are out there will not actually hit a lot of the VOCs, UFPs, or the ultrafine particles, which is what some of the testing says is a problem with 3D printing. So that's why you have to have that activated charcoal layer on top of it. And the problem is that activated charcoal, as it were, you need to have a good amount of it, because it's not like a HEPA filter where just kind of the debris sticks to the surface or sticks to one side of it. It actually, over time, activated charcoal uses absorption and really holds on to everything to its surfaces of all the individual particles that are nodule, or particles that are inside of the filter. So that's why you need so much of it. That's why I hate seeing small activated charcoal filters like you would see in a fish tank on the back of
that's
it.
why that thing's 5 pounds, right? It's mostly activated charcoal. It's not, the HEPA filter itself isn't that heavy.
Yeah, HEPA stops right about there, and then the rest is charcoal all the way down.
Yeah.
So HEPA is kind of like the pre-filter, as it were.
Right. Got a question here. How long before the filter needs to be replaced? I'm assuming that depends on the material you're printing and things like that, but
it ultimately depends on how dirty your room is. So that's going to be your biggest problem, is how dirty is your room going to be. Realistically, maybe once a year is what they shot for when they were developing the size. That was the goal I gave them. Once a year, running it for 12 hours a day. So
yeah, a long time.
It's a good amount of time. I'm trying really hard to negotiate with them on the prices and get them far cheaper. Right now, their price is a little too high for me, and I'm trying to convince them that the consumer market is a totally different beast. That people, when they want this in their home, they can't spend $1,000 on something. Trying to get them way down. and see how far we can get on that. Filters, filters are going to still be like 100, 150 bucks. But once a year, if you worry about it, that should be pretty good. But I think that's going to be a great solution. I'm hoping to have this tied up. I pretty much have a bunch of negotiation and working with those guys left to do before we can launch it. But that's probably going to be late April, early May as well. And don't worry, they will. Don't worry, Greg. They will have solutions worldwide, because this is a company over in the UK that I'm working with. Company's called BOFA. They specialize in air filtration systems, primarily for labs and things like that. And
you've been working with them for a while now, right? Several years.
A long time. We're their number one reseller right now, and that's they're the people I go to. They're the people I trust with filters. The amount of talks I've had with their engineers and their salespeople, and they love my enclosures. They love what I'm doing. I love what they're doing. So it's a really good match for us. And it's that they've primarily focused on commercial space. So we get a lot of these in schools. We get a lot of these in businesses, and some richer homes. But it's tough to justify it. So that's what I'm working with them on this, is that we're hoping to have this done by, mid-late April, and actually make a very affordable unit for consumers. And I've had them rip out a lot of the bells and whistles and features that are on their bigger units to make a much more simplified unit that it's going to make it a lot nicer for people.
That's great. Yeah, I know there's been some studies come out recently talking about the level of VOCs emitted and ultrafine particles that you mentioned as well during the 3D printing process, even with PLA, but especially with some of those higher temperature compounds. I mean, it can become very toxic over time, and the last thing we want to do with this hobby that we all love is end up giving ourselves lung cancer or something, So
here's my honest sales pitch when it comes to air filtration systems, is that I sit there with people and I say, listen, you're going to see a lot of fear mongering out there, and some of it is justified, most of it isn't, but I'll simplify all the fear mongering down to a very simple statement. If you're printing over 235C, it doesn't matter what material, just if you're printing over 235C, you should consider filtering or venting outside. Below 235C, as long as you have moderate airflow in your room, you should be okay. So that's my rule of thumb to people, and that's how I try to keep that's how I try to keep things simplified.
Yeah.
And generally when I put an article up on our blog, explaining why you won't find just a HEPA filter on the back of our thing. But for the most part, it's just above 235, you really should consider filtering or exhausting outside. So, in fact, if you didn't know, if you take PLA and you print that at 235, you're going to get the same VOC UFP off-gassing as you would off ABS. So, and Brett's question, they're cut for each panel. So they're not scored and folded. I thought about that, but if I scored and folded them, shipping becomes a nightmare, and people ripping them would be a nightmare. So, yeah, we keep them all separate panels, and we think that that's a nice thing too, because sometimes people will damage their thing, so we can sell people, individual pieces one at a time if they break something. So makes it kind of nice. Yes, we normally give tours of printed solid. Obviously, not right now. We shut down our showroom, and we have our guys, and they go around, and they'll give you the full, tour. They'll spend an hour with you and just teach you everything across the board. So that's our shameless pitch. In fact, this little room here, this is normally our training room. We get a lot of schools and businesses and stuff like that that'll send their staff over here for us to sit down and teach them everything.
It's great. When we had 3D Maker Noob on here earlier, he was talking about how I guess in Malta, the government bought a bunch of Ultimakers and put them in all the schools. Then there was no training. They didn't know how to use them. So they just sat there. And I've seen that so many times where there's like the one tech guy. My wife's a teacher, so there's like the one tech guy for the district, and he does everything from telling people how to like plug their HDMI cable into their monitor, and then somehow he's also expected to be an expert on any new technology they bring in. But the reality is, plugging an HDMI cable into a monitor is very different than being able to run a successful 3D print and utilize it in a classroom educational setting. So it's great that you guys have that facility to be able to do that kind of thing.
And it's one thing that we try to do is, if there's a school or a business or anything like that, we've reached out to a bunch of them, and it's amazing how few will actually respond to taking the time to do some training. About so far, we have printers in every single library in Delaware. And they're the only ones that do really take advantage of that. We've had entire library staffs come in here, and we'll teach them how to do 3D printing. We'll teach them tinkercad. That'll be about it. But it's really hard to get the teachers to come in to do teaching. And we kind of sit there and go, well, come on in. What time do you want to come in? We don't care. 7 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever. Let's work with you and get you in here and try and teach them something. But we have a soft spot for teachers. Our senior sales rep, former teacher. We have a soft spot for military. I've got 2 ex-military working here. So we've got a few soft spots for that. We have a real soft spot for medical right now, mainly because 3 of my staff members all live with medical personnel.
Wow.
So we've been well in tune to that. And if you didn't know, Delaware is a medical central state. Where all the insurance companies are, where all, most of the medical device manufacturers have some sort of office here, things like that.
Almost everything is a Delaware corporation.
Yeah, and then everything is a Delaware corporation on top of that. But they put a lot of those businesses physically here. With our lasers and mills and stuff like that, we make a lot of parts for several medical companies already here in town. And that's just outside of 3D printing altogether. We're doing that for them. So we get a lot of, we've been hearing a lot of this stuff for a long time, which is why I got a little paranoid back in January and converted our phone system over to VoIP and got everyone set up for work from home and all that stuff just in case.
Wow, that was rather clairvoyant, actually, to be able to make that prediction back in January, because I know in January this wasn't even on my radar.
Well, I work a lot with the medical people, and I work a lot with Chinese manufacturers, so they all really sat there and they're all sitting there going, "It's getting bad here, man. Don't know what to do." And I'm sitting there going, "It's going to get here one way or the other."
Right.
Maybe I should just spend an extra $500 and get a VoIP phone. Okay.
Yeah.
That's $500 wasted, or it's a really good idea. Right now I'm sitting there I'm loving it.
Yeah.
It's the one thing the preppers got right. They knew this was coming.
Right.
As I like to say.
Yeah.
But but no, that's been our fun, and that's what we're working on. Oh, and I got one more fun little product that's supposedly supposed to arrive Monday or Tuesday. We are manufacturing our own powder-coated PEI flex plates now.
Oh, wow.
Or I shouldn't say we're manufacturing. We have a company manufacturing them for us. And we're making them for all of the printers that don't necessarily get them very popularly. So we're going to have powder-coated PEI for the Railcore, for all the Lulzbots and all the Ultimakers, and of course Prusa. Of course, we're kind of Prusa people as well. So we're going to have all those powder-coated plates as well.
Nice.
So we'll have that coming online here real soon too. So we still have a lot to do this April.
Yeah.
We still have a lot to do. And I'm just kind of lucky because a vast majority of it is, wait for the freight truck to show up and use the forklift and offload it, and it's done. Mainly because this was all of these things were planned for me to show up at MRF and show off all at once. And that was my plan for MRF, was to do all this stuff.
Yeah. It's been interesting seeing the a lot of people on social media have been like, "Oh, I'm so bored." Like, man, I've gotten more busy, not less busy, during this time.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is that I think people are realizing Amazon, of course, when they dropped their shipping to end of April for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
People went out there and actually started looking, and I think they started finding companies like you and me, and said, "Oh wait, there's a whole other side to 3D printing."
Mm-hmm.
There's companies out there that are focused on this.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to say, I mean, there's nothing we don't carry that we don't believe in. We don't carry it just because we can.
Right.
We get a lot of people that that say carry my product, and half the time I just ignore their emails and tell Dustin I don't want to talk to him and hang up on him. But I mean, that's one thing we can be selective about. Where Amazon is, definitely carries everything.
Right.
So
they're the everything store.
They're the everything store, and I kind of like being that place where if you go there, you go, okay, I know I'm going to get something good there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's a good thing that's going to happen with that, and I think that's helping all of us out. But it's insane. We're seeing darn near Black Friday. Seeing darn near Black Friday numbers on a daily basis since Amazon shut down.
That's amazing.
It's insane, And by the way, yes, Canada does need Jesse, but I will make a shameless plug. There's a company up there called Voxel Factories, and they have a line of filament called Materio. I love them, and I love that filament. It's a really good filament. They don't have as many colors as I have right now, but they're a good company, and they're a good Canadian company. I would definitely back for now. I am for now. I'll look for people up there that want to carry my stuff, primarily because I don't want to sell a roll of filament and for $19 and have $35 shipping to Canada.
Yeah. International shipping is tough. So things get fast. Yeah.
It's tough, and yeah.
Yes. Go ahead and address the international shipping thing, and then
I was gonna say it's tough, but there's a lot of it sucks is that there's a lot of additional liability you have to pick up. You pick up when as soon as you ship overseas or across country or into another country, and that makes it really hard for a business. You have to bring your prices up considerably, and that's like me putting a penalty on Canada.
Yep.
And I don't want to do that. I'd rather try and find a reseller in Canada that wants to carry my stuff, and then send them all my stuff and say, okay, now it's your problem.
Right. Yeah, well, it takes care of all the customs stuff too. I mean, I know we've had issues where we sent something to somebody in Canada, and then like FedEx, for example, would, for whatever reason, pick a different customs code than what I originally put on the form, and all of a sudden the customs fees are 3 times what we were expecting. It gets difficult.
You spend I spend a good hour or 2 hours a day just dealing with customs.
Mm-hmm.
And we carry everything American we can, but it still takes an hour or 2 hours a day just to deal with that. FedEx is literally sitting there right now. I have several huge shipments coming in from E3D, and FedEx approved one crate but not another, and it's crate 1 of 2, and it has the exact same thing in both crates.
Nice.
So,
nice.
But, it kills me.
So the question I wanted to hit was, I'm scrolling back pretty far now. Okay. Mr. Dum Dum Dev, think that 3D printing will continue to be as big a part of supplying parts for medical as it is now after the virus has settled down? I don't think so, but David, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, here's the thing: is I don't think they're going to look to the public to start generating for them. I think what we'll see is that we'll see more printers in the hospitals and in the offices. Mm-hmm. I mean, right now, one of my big bases for my commercial customers is hospitals, but they get 1 or 2 printers. I could foresee that after this, hospitals, as part of their emergency plans, will put in their own print farms all over the places. But I think hospitals will understand after this that maybe they should be a little more prepared for this type of craziness, and we'll start putting more things in there.
Yeah, I think they're all going to increase their inventories of things like PPE and have more negative pressure rooms to deal with the kinds of potentially extremely contagious things like we're facing now. And that's a great response. About, for years I've heard, of course I'm from a medical device background, so for years I heard people talking about how, someday there's going to be a 3D printer, tons of 3D printers in every hospital. And I think we've sort of seen a trickle of that so far, but not in the kind of volumes that people were predicting a few years back. But I think this may very well change that.
It's going to put a lot. I think it'll put a lot of 3D printers in the hospitals. I don't know if we're going to see I don't think we're going to see them build wings onto their buildings to have stockpiles of PPE and ventilators sitting in the warehouses. I honestly I don't think we'll learn our lesson from that one. I'm a little pessimistic on that, because the doctors will sit there and say yes we should, but then the finance people will sit there and go no, we're not doing that. And the finance people unfortunately win too much. But I think the way 3D printing has been right now is that, everyone out there is making the mask, everyone out there that's, going to deliver it, they are truly doing God's work. And thank you everyone that's doing that. Mm-hmm. But I think the biggest thing is that it's putting a lot of pressure on hospitals to be more responsive, to be more versatile. And by the way, Greg just nailed it on the head. The gap between doctors and engineer is sometimes difficult. He's absolutely right. Doctors tend to forget this. It's amazing how many hospitals have makerspaces in it. If you didn't know, they have little secret hidden makerspaces, and there's a doctor at every one of them that's in charge of it. And I've done work where they ask me to come in, on a daily basis and be there for 4 hours just to answer doctor questions about 3D printing. And it's amazing the lack of engineering skills the doctors have. And it's going to be nice. I think we're going to see that doctors and hospitals are going to start putting some engineers and some hackers and DIYers and have them in a room ready to go. I think we'll see that because it won't be as expensive, and it's a really great thing to show on a tour. So I think financial people will approve it.
Yeah, I hope so. I know, part of my role at my last job was traveling as an engineer on the R&D side. I would travel with the marketing team and talk to doctors, and there's a different language that you got to be able to speak, right? But once you can speak that language, you can really communicate well, and doctors respect the engineering perspective because they know you're working from data. You're not, pulling something out of the air, and that's what they respect, right? They respect that that you're using data to make decisions and to provide the right solutions.
And that's one of the good things. It's just I think there's a lot of engineers that are missing from the hospitals right now. Mm-hmm. And it's fascinating to see what they can do. Some of these maker spaces in the hospitals, I'm seeing a lot of doctors that kind of just skip over and go, don't need to worry about that. Mm-hmm. I think this will make the doctors look a little bit more at it. I've had really good success with, these little maker spaces. They'll build, jigs and temporary little holder things, which, as we all know, is kind of a big thing for 3D printing, mm-hmm. That are perfect for operating rooms. So if they're prepping for a surgery that's going to be in a month or two, they might literally sit there and decide that they need to have a special holder for this tool so that they could do it just right. Mm-hmm. And a lot of these hacker spaces and maker spaces that are in the hospitals, that's kind of what they're focusing on.
And that's fantastic too, because if they're not doing that, they're not providing that solution, what you find is that the surgeon is going to go back to the medical device company and say, hey, I have this particular problem that I can't solve. And so then the med device company is going to have to go, and in order to bring that product to market for this one surgeon, they have to jump through a bunch of hoops and go through FDA. And so that drives the cost way up. Whereas if you can have somebody, in the hospital making that solution pretty quickly, it's a whole different orders of magnitude less expensive to bring that solution for the surgeon, and it ends up being a better solution for the patient too, because you've got what you need for that particular circumstance at a much lower cost.
They don't need to genericize the device. They don't need, and they also can get it to them way faster.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, come on. Everyone out there that's trying to get anything approved right now realizes that the approval process is slow as hell.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, I mean, that's one of the good things about being in the hospital is that the doctor walks down and goes, "Yep, this will work," and takes it right away.
Right.
So I think we'll see a lot of that, but I think that we'll start to see the hospitals will be more prepared for this than having the public, rushing around trying to make everything happen.
Right. Yeah. I don't think the general maker community is going to be involved with the medical side of things that much once this all subsides. But it's a fantastic stopgap that, we talked about this yesterday quite a bit on the stream, that the sort of crowdsourced manufacturing, this is probably the first time that this has really happened in history. And it's really amazing to see what people can come together and get done.
And I mean, in all honesty, this is what, and this is beyond 3D printing. This is everything DIY, maker, hacker, sewing, all of those little subcategories. All of those fit into that realm. Mm-hmm. And and I'll give you a quick little backstory and to kind of tell you why I'm so passionate about 3D printing and laser and all that stuff. Is that if you want to know, and I'm saying this without being political, if you want to know when America was great, it's when all the soldiers came back from the wars and they got all those houses. If you didn't know, these guys were literally buying houses as kits from Sears and Roebuck's. And they were building their own houses. They were fixing their own things. It was pretty common that everyone fixed their own lawnmowers, fixed their radios and their TV sets. They took care of all those things. And we kind of lost that over time. Everything became disposable and throwaway, and you don't fix anything. And I really think that for me, the passion and what I love about DIY and makers and all that stuff is that that's what we're about. We're about kind of bringing that back, that, we have to learn mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, software programming. We have to learn design. We have to learn all these. Right now, we have all these people in 3D printing all of a sudden trying to become experts in, air filtration, medical procedures.
Yeah. Fit tests and all these things.
That they didn't have anything and they didn't know anything about that a week ago.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden they're all darn near experts.
Mm-hmm.
That's what DIYers and makers is about, is trying to learn all those skills to be very self-reliant and make things for us, for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's one of the beauties of it. And if you hang out in hacker spaces and maker spaces, which, early 2000s, that's where I was. I was out in San Francisco and all those hacker spaces and maker spaces. That's what we did. And it's just amazing the people you meet in there and what you do.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about being part of this community in general, is that even on this stream, we've gotten to see people that are passionate about such different things, and they have all kinds of different projects. I learned something about stained glass yesterday. I had no idea, I didn't know anything about stained glass. So anyway, there's just a lot of cool stuff happening around the different areas.
I have a Braille school, or a blind school, about a mile from here, and I've had the teachers come in here, and I've been learning, how they do the Braille presses and 3D printing it and all that stuff. And I never knew this before, but I always figured Braille was, that basic 6-pin configuration, and you make the dots. They also have to worry about graphics. I didn't know if you knew this or not, but Braille books have graphics in it.
Wow, that's cool.
And they're 3D printing the graphics and using them in presses to actually make it.
That's awesome.
And it's really cool, and it's something you don't get exposed to. And as a maker, as soon as you see that, you go, okay, that's neat. That's what we didn't know was there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, things like that.
That's a great story. I mean, the whole this whole experience the last few weeks has brought out a lot of unique use cases for this technology, and a lot of people just being very creative for solving problems, and that's it's pretty cool. It's exciting to see. So
It's
thanks
wonderful to see.
Yeah, thanks for hopping on, David. I really appreciate you being part of VRRF, and it's awesome that you set up your booth. That's great, and it was really cool to hear all the different projects you're working on with the air filtration, all the different colors of Jesse PLA, and the enclosures as well. Just really excited to hear that you guys are doing well despite the chaos. So, thanks, David.
Yep, we're going to make it, and great seeing you guys, and good luck to you on everything else.
Thank you. All right, so we got a giveaway every hour on the hour. So this time we are giving away a nozzle torque wrench. If you haven't used one of these, it's a 1.5 Newton meter torque wrench for changing your nozzles. It's pretty great to use. To enter into the giveaway, go ahead and follow us on social media, like the stream, or share on whatever platform you utilize, and you can be entered in the giveaway. Winners are chosen at random every hour on the hour. This time around, it's Afro 3D printing. So congratulations on winning the torque wrench. If you could drop a line to info@sliceengineering.com and send us your address, and we will send you the torque wrench. So yeah, our next guest, Felipe, is back to talk about the MakeYBot, and he's brought the creator of the MakeYBot, Paulo, along with him. So I'm excited to see this. We got a little teaser earlier today.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
How are you, Paulo?
Hello. Hey, great. And you?
Good. Excited to see what you've got. Pretty pumped.
Oh, cool. So I'm in my basement. I just prepared my notebook to show you guys my workspace. I'm a mechanical engineer. I live in Brazil, southern Brazil. So I'm the guy behind the MiniBot Ultra project. This project was presented last year on Earth, last October. This is a very small, foldable, compact printer that fits inside a filament box. So it's extremely compact. So I've done this design last year to bring to Earth, because I didn't want to bring much package in my flight. So I took like 3 months designing this thing, and it was very successful. I believe people enjoy pretty much the Ultra. So Felipe, I haven't met Felipe before, and Felipe asked me, "Oh, I like your Ultra project. Can I make one for mine and my kids?" Mm-hmm. So I realized the Ultra project took me so many months, and it's so hard because it's so compact.
So compact, yeah.
The wiring, the connectors, the mechanical stuff. So why don't we make an easier project? So I had this idea for a while to fit a 3D printer in this Makita box. This is a number 2 Makita box standard. Mm-hmm. So it costs like $25. So I believe it's a perfect package for a 3D printer. Very, very low, but it's rigid enough, and the size is okay. So I designed this MakeYBot project. This is a 3D printer inside a Makita box.
That's awesome.
So I'm going to let Felipe show the printer.
Okay.
Hey, Felipe?
Yep, I'm here. So I'm just while you're talking, I was taking the Makita out of the box, or the MakeYBot out of the box. And it took like about 5 minutes or less. The cool thing is I got the support here for the cutters and for the tools. I'm about to get the filament even without the spool there. I'm just warming up the hot end so I can actually put the filament there. And we got some prints that we actually did in the past that I can show. Gabriel's going to bring that to me, I think.
What is the build volume?
Is 160 in the X, 190 in the Y, and 190 in the Z.
That's pretty good for something that fits in a box. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredibly huge. It's like it takes a lot of effort to design a very compact hot end and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So we're in the process of printing the maker coins. That was print on the machine.
Very cool.
Got a little bench.
You got the benchy. That's great. I was going to ask if you had a benchy.
So of course I have to do something different than Paulo, because the stuff that I have available here than what he got available there. So on my version, I'm running the SKR 1.3 mini, the same one that the people use on the ND3, because it was available and cheap. I also changed some of the motors because I have available. So on just one, I'm using a pancake motor, so I can have the board right there. I was supposed to have a cover to go on the top there, and I haven't had time to get to it yet because I've been doing some other stuff. Now I'm going to go and put the filament here and put something to print.
How long did it take you to build this whole kit?
We started. It was right around Thanksgiving when I started getting the parts. He was telling me what to order and stuff like that, and yeah. So and then got to wait for the shipment to get in, and I start getting this stuff around January. So February was pretty much when I was playing with it.
2 months.
2 months. That's pretty fast.
Oh yeah.
The other thing is the some stuff is very available in Brazil very easily, and everything's in millimeters over there, like everywhere else, but not in the USA. So, and then Paul was like, "Yeah, just go to the hardware store and get that." And I was like, "Yes, we got to talk about that." So, like one thing that I was very intrigued that Paulo uses is the lead screw. Here is actually just a threaded rod, 5 millimeters.
And
which, yeah. So in Brazil, you go to any hardware store and you pay like $1, and you get like 3 meters out of it. And here, I don't know, it was hard to find it. So, and here we go. I prime. I think you guys can see the little line there.
Yeah.
And I think I'm start printing a benchy, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not a heated bed. It's just a piece of acrylic. Here, can you give me one of those pieces of acrylic? So it's just a piece of the acrylic on the top. Yeah. Okay.
So Paulo, what inspired you to make the such tiny 3D printers that would fit in cases?
Yes, I always have designed compact printers. Actually, my first design was this. If you can, I don't know if you can maximize the windows. So this is my first. I call the suitcase printer. This is the wide is just 150 millimeters. It's very, very narrow design, and this is this is a standard 200 by 200 by 200 build volume. So check it out. This is black MDF, and this is. Can you see that? No, you can't see. This is the table.
Okay.
Yeah,
build plate.
This is a build plate, aluminum build plate with the carton sheet, and so this is was my first printer, but I didn't sell any because it was extremely hard to mount and too many custom parts and stuff. So that was my first design. My other designs, so I switched to acrylic because I just love acrylic. It's rigid enough. It's not cheap and not expensive. It's like middle, and you can build a beautiful machine. And also, you asked me why did you think a small printer? I have the answer for you. I'm a motorcyclist, and sometimes I rent printers. So I just love to take the printer and put in a motorcycle and bring to the client and bring back. So
that's awesome.
It's very convenient. So all my designs fit in this plastic box. It's like a $20 box. So I can bring in my motorcycle. So this is my regular 3D printer. This is a 150 by 200 by 120 build volume. So I have sold like 50 of them, but not anymore because the Ender 3 just shut the business for us. It's impossible to compete with the Ender 3. So I have a bunch of printers here that I make parts for clients and I rent. Sometimes I go to shows. And so that's part of my business. The other part is my mechanical design of automation systems. For instance, now I'm designing for a laboratory to test coronavirus samples. So I'm designing a motorized system just to screw the lid. So you get the Falcon tube and put it in the apparatus, so the apparatus open and close the lid. So I'm now making this design and prototyping, and tomorrow it's gonna be in the client.
Nice, that's awesome.
Okay, so I would like to show a little bit more of the MakiBot project. I believe you guys can see just the unpacking. Check it out. I have a tower, the XZ tower that I just opened and fold. I have magnets, so I need to check the wires, but I have stop and magnets, so the tower is one position. This is the extruder and the hot end.
And that's all magnetic couplings?
Yeah, it's all magnet. And also the the cold bed is a glass, also magnetic glass. It's like 150, 190. So this is magnetic on the bed. So that's the MakiBot design.
That's very cool. I'm so amazed you brought this on a motorcycle, different places. Both Chris and I, my co-founder, we both ride motorcycles. Actually, not at the moment, not anymore, but we used to ride a lot, and it's very cool. I can't imagine just blowing my mind that I could have brought a 3D printer with me on a motorcycle ride.
Yeah. It's very unusual.
Yes,
but
it's amazing.
But I can bring like three printers in my motorcycle.
3D printers on a motorcycle. You need to share some photos of this.
Oh yeah, I have. And now with the Makita box is even easier because I just love this Makita box because you can have a small box for your tools and for the filament, and you just integrate in the other box, and you have a locker here, locking mechanism. So this way you can integrate two boxes. So
Stacking
I can stack. So I can stack two 3D printers and two and put in the motorcycle.
That's awesome.
I just love it. Very convenient.
So we've got a couple questions here from the audience. How long have you been making these?
These 3D printers?
Yes.
My first 3D printer was a kit from the Tech in Canada. It was the Xbot 3D printer. It was an i3 style FDM. It was 2013. So 7 years I've been working with 3D printers. And mechanical design, it was 24 years.
Okay.
So
wow. I got two more questions for you. One is people are asking about how are you getting magnets on that glass bed? I presume you're embedding them.
Oh yeah, yeah. I took maybe 2 years to get this solution. So I found the lightest glass is a 2 millimeter glass, no reflection glass for for pictures. Okay.
Oh, for pictures, so, picture frames.
Yeah, I can buy a 2 millimeter glass that's lightweight, as light as possible, and I have a 1.5 millimeter acrylic layer, and even with recess in the middle to make it even small, lightweight. So I have 4 magnets glued with super glue, and the acrylic and the glass I glue with like silicone or special glue, not super glue, but a different glue. So I have a resistant glass because the glass is so fragile that if I keep in the table, I break it. So the acrylic layer protects the glass, and the acrylic layer provides the holes for the magnets. So I took like 2 years to
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. So,
all right, so the last question I've got for you, and a bunch of people have said this in the comments as well. How do we find you? Where can we find MakeyBot online?
Okay,
I told you.
We're not available yet because I'm an engineer, and once we designed something, we started to see a better product, So that's version 1, and I have here the version 2. The version 2 is all aluminum. Felipe asked me, why do you need the acrylic layers? It's kind of hard to cut and expensive. So I thought, the acrylic is important for the structure. But I thought, if I use V-slot 2020 profiles, I can eliminate the acrylic. So this is the version 2. I don't know if it's too far away to see. So I have this evolution design from the MakeyBot. So it's blocked. Yeah. So this is the evolution of the original MakeyBot design. And
Paulo, do you have a Twitter or a Facebook or?
I'm going to show you the. Check it out. The aluminum. I believe it's blocked. Yeah, by the other printers. I have my Twitter is Paulo Blank too. Actually, my blank is not it's BLANK.
Okay.
Paulo BLANK too, and you can find me on Thingiverse like as Paulo Blank, and you can find the Minibot Ultra design is online.
Okay.
But the MakiBot design is not online yet because I'm still developing the version 2 with these slot profiles.
Oh, this is very, very cool. I really appreciate you sharing it. I've never seen anything quite like this, but thank you so much, guys, for hopping back into the stream and sharing this with us. It was cool to see a teaser earlier in the day and then see the real thing now. And I'm sure a bunch of people will be following you now, Paulo Blank, at Paulo Blank 2 on Twitter. And we'd love to see continuation of the progress. And I think you should get a website up so that people can pre-order or something.
Maybe next year I will go to Murph.
That would be great.
Last year I went to Earth, so I thought this year I won't go because it's very expensive to travel. But next year I will go. So probably
very cool.
21.
Very cool. So yeah, guys, if you want to get in touch with Paulo, reach out to him at Paulo Blank 2 on Twitter and get those conversations started. So thank you so much, guys, for hopping on and for being part of VRRF. It's fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So our next guest is Chris is going to be taking over for a little bit, and he's got a surprise guest, Mr. John Olaf from Lulzbot, and I'm really excited to hear this conversation. So, yeah, guys, welcome.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, John. How are you?
Well, doing pretty well. It's been pretty busy up here in Fargo, North Dakota. I can tell you that much.
It sounds like it. Dan keeps me informed. I know I'm not as interactive yet, but I plan to be in the coming months. So It was good to see you again. You mentioned that we met at Murph, and now I remember. Now that I see your face again, Murph is a hard thing to remember. You know what goes on. It's like sensory overload.
But it's great. I mean, that's where a lot of people get connected. That's where a lot of us in the community have a chance to meet and talk and actually see what things are happening. I think a lot of people are curious about with Lulzbot right now is what happened, what's going on, and how is it going. So I think a lot of people know last October was pretty rough. When a big player in this 3D printing industry lays off roughly 90 people overnight, that's hard. It's devastating. You've got vendors, you've got suppliers in the space that are supplying a large company like that. It's just really a terrible thing. At the time, I was out at Earth. I put in a couple phone calls, and this thing started rolling. And within a week or two, it was very real. I packed my Jeep up, drove out there, and was out there for about 3 months in Colorado getting the transition done. My fiance is Sarah Fensky.
Hi, guys.
So,
hi, good to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you too.
So she's in business development at the company. Luckily, she was very patient with me the 3 months that I needed
give
to
me
be.
3 days notice.
Got out there. Probably within the first month out of Colorado, we were building the Mini 2 again immediately. We had 200 units built out there yet during that transition. And then we loaded up 28 semis and took the entire company, moved it up to Fargo, North Dakota. We got a little over 60,000 square feet up here. All business functions are in one building. So you've got sales, R&D, procurement, HR, the actual production, the whole kit and caboodle is up in Fargo, North Dakota. Today, we're currently pushing pretty close to 70 employees. January 1st, we opened our doors up here in Fargo. So it's been a pretty fast ramp up time. A lot of things happened in that first month, but one of the things that made us really happy is after we started January 1st, within 2 weeks, we had our first Mini 2 roll off the line, and then the first Workhorse following suit, and we've had a few odd Pros. So there's still a pretty good stock of the Pros. So we'll keep kind of focusing on that as needed. The chassis is still kind of in that TAS chassis. Until you start looking really close, you don't see a lot of the little nuances that make the Pro the Pro. From the IGUS cable chains to the Trinamic drivers that make it run as quiet as it does. We actually have 2 Pros running in this room with us right now.
Wow.
They really do run quiet. So without the usual whine that you get with switching. So
that's awesome. We look forward to testing the Lulzbots that we have now in the office, and giving you some feedback, and maybe working with you as far as your hot end. It's very cool to work with another U.S. manufacturer in the space. It's kind of interesting that in the U.S. there are a few companies that are working in the open source space, more than a few, but and then in Europe, you have another group, and in industry you have two separate worlds where if you go to Formnext, you see one group. If you go to Rapid, you see another group, and I think you're going to start to see more and more international business. I'm sure you already have Lulzbots shipping all over the place. I don't know, is it mostly U.S. or what do you see?
So primarily North America is where Lulzbots are present. We do have currently 4 global warehouses. We've got over in Daventry, we've got Toronto, a spot in the Netherlands, and then we have one in Sydney, Australia. So we do have a global presence. As we transition to the new company, we're looking at a few ways to make that solution for people a little bit better. I think a lot of our foreign clients right now would like to see things a little bit faster. So that's something we're working in the background with some bigger players and some large distribution channels. So if you need a new sheet of glass, or if you need belts or parts or filament or whatever you need, it gets to those foreign clients a lot faster.
Yeah, that's great. I hope that one of the positive outcomes of this pandemic is that supply chains will be shored up. We've certainly learned how to simplify our supply chain in this. We've got a product, Copperhead, that's delayed right now, and it's all made in the U.S. But do we need to? Maybe we could change maybe to a different material that doesn't need plating in some cases, not for that product, but there's always some kind of simplification that can happen, maybe sourcing domestically, and you guys were on top of that from the beginning. I mean, I would say Lulzbot is probably the most insulated from supply chain issues of any company I can imagine.
Definitely. We're currently, so I mean, in terms of essential workers and such, Lulzbot falls into that category. We've been sharing a little bit of what we've been doing, but we have a lot more going on behind the scenes that we're doing kind of for the States and whatnot. In terms of production, you kind of have a responsibility when you're one of the players with 200 plus printers basically on tap. Overnight, you can send a file out. And, our print farm, we are running in such a way that it's basically one computer and you can access each of them. I know right now it's a little bit more difficult for the end users with Lulzbot printers to do that themselves, either through a tether or an SD card, but rest assured there will be some easier ways, whether you like BotQ or if you like Octoprint or any setup like that. We still have quite a few Beagle bones in-house. But when you start talking about really large print farm numbers of printers, we're actively building our second print farm right now, specifically for projects like this, projects like what have come up with COVID-19. So it's incredible to see how fast things can come together with additive.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of Lulzbots printing parts for masks and so forth right now. I remember seeing at Rapid, it was Rapid, I think last year. Last year where the Lulzbot had a booth, and one of the coolest things I remember was they had maybe it was a Mini that was suspended by bungee cords, and it was operating, and you could shake the whole cage, and the Mini would it was like you guys were ready for to put that thing onto a vehicle or something that was going to shake. And
funny you mentioned that. If anybody gets a chance on our YouTube channel, you can actually find a Mini 2 that's been strapped down to a rock crawler.
Nice.
It's got like 45-inch tires. It's going over rocks, and the printer's just sprinting away in the back, strapped to a canister that was converted to a fuel tank. So that it's a real rock crawler. So
that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. You guys need to put one into space now. That's the next thing. Has that already happened? I don't know.
There's one on a ship the other day. That was pretty cool. DataQuake, I think's the name of it. They just got a Mini 1 going on there. But that was cool. It's like a whole scientist setup with the Mini 1 right there. So
very cool. Neat. So do you have any? Can you tell us anything about your plans, or are you going to kind of keep that close for now?
Sure. Well, we're coming back in a big way. One of the things that's definitely been on the horizon, kind of at the close of the Aleph Objects era and the ushering in of the Fame 3D, was the bioprinter. Rest assured, the bioprinter is alive and well. We're printing with it. We're working with it. We've got the parts. If we wanted to build 50 of them tomorrow, no problem. But we just want to make sure we thoroughly test and we thoroughly have everything squared away. In the prototype phase, the alpha phase, and beta phase of the bioprinters, they were still using ABS plastic. One of the big things that we'll be changing there is going to an ASA, just for the UV resistance. The environments they're in are using UV lights. In those settings, you need to think about all plastics and when things start to break down. But just in regards to your question, that's definitely an exciting printer that's still out there in the background. We've got a few others that are on the agenda. We were happy that we were able to first and foremost focus on getting set up, getting financially sound with solid backing there, and kind of a great place to move forward and continue to be a very large player in the United States additive manufacturing industry.
That's great. And the RepRap crowd may not know, and I don't know as much about the bioprinter. I've heard a lot just from other people, but I don't know about it myself. Could you maybe tell them what that initiative was about?
Yeah. So in terms of open source, Lulzbot's kind of front and center when it comes to that. If you need the prints or any information, that's stuff that we keep out there. We've got both of our main kind of log pages for people to go to, download.lulzbot.com. And then we also have develop.lulzbot.com. If you go into the development pages, you'll see a little bit more about a project called Kangaroo Paw. If you're really curious, many people wonder if it's possible to take their Mini 2 or something and turn it into a bioprinter. No, not very easily. It usually ends up about the same as, though it's open source, if you try to source all of the parts to build your own TAS printer, the price to source absolutely everything as an individual becomes pretty difficult. Most of the time, you're much better off buying the completed unit. You open the box and you're ready to print. So.
Right. So what would be the target customer for a printer like that?
Laboratories.
Okay.
So a lot of the different labs are kind of the best in terms of where that's going to go. It's a ways out before STEM would ever see it, but it's a pretty pretty neat achievement to see just how finely you can print with a machine like that.
Right.
So,
for sure.
but,
Very cool. Yeah, I've never seen one. I've never seen one operate. I've seen machines dispensing liquids, like silicone, printers that would print liquid silicone and so forth, trade shows. But does it work kind of similar to something like that? I mean, is it a syringe pump basically?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It'll extrude through. There's a few different needle sizes. I guess more for the RepRap crowd and the focus of this. We'll talk a little bit more about our FFF printers. Plastics are definitely the bulk of our business and what Lulzbot is most known for. Printing our own parts in-house out of ABS. Kind of our three main product lines, the Mini 2, the Workhorse, and then the Pro. The Workhorse and Mini 2 still utilize an 8-bit board. The Pro's using that 32-bit with a Trinamic on it for the drivers. We'll see more and more, I think, happen with that as far as the industry is concerned. All of our printers at this point are belt-driven. Lead screws used to be popular on them, but they're all belt at this point, and it really helps with your Z in terms of what you see for resolution.
Sure. Yeah, I think belts seem to make sense. It's not like a machine tool where there's a lot of tool force, so it makes sense. Well, very cool. Just curious. So you mentioned ABS, parts made of ABS, and then you'll see a lot of other machines where parts are made of PETG. Is there a reason you chose ABS?
I guess that's more of a carryover from the former Lulzbot. If something's not broke, don't fix it. So doing a transition the size of how our transition was, those things that you don't need to put into question, don't.
Yeah, sure.
Currently, there's no plans to change the printing material, but it all depends on what you find and does it hit the engineering specs? Is it going to break? How is the layer-to-layer adhesion? We don't want stuff splitting or anything on where there's rods. Yeah, so currently ABS works well for our printers, and that's kind of a decision we'll stay with.
For sure, yeah. I think we'll see a resurgence of the styrene-based filaments as heated chambers, or whether they're passive or active, become more common. The benefits of having a plastic with a higher softening temperature, I think they've been realized by the industrial printers, but not quite as much so with the hobby level ones because of the interlayer strength and distortion and so forth. But they'll come. I think they're coming. So that's cool. You guys are already prepared with all your ABS parts. So
yeah, and we like the PC Max is a pretty fun one that we'll print with internally as well. We get into the polycarbonates, and yeah, it's pretty amazing what those parts can do right off the machine.
All that fun stuff. I mean, we've had a number of customers who've come to us for advice for, they print aftermarket motorcycle parts or some kind of part that is under dynamic loads and is in the elements all the time, parts for boats or whatever it is, and UV exposure and all that, and they're trying to do it on these open air printers, and I'm like, yeah, you can do that, maybe some nylons, and with it's just you get limited because of that interlayer bond strength, to some extent, and I think you're really this is the year, and maybe next year too, to make that bridge the gap between the industrial printers and the hobby level. So that's very exciting. Let's see. I'm a very slow reader, so I see the comments fly by. I try to pick out something that I think was representative of the others. Let's see here.
I see Marcus Adams' comment about a belt on the Z-axis. Yep. So Lulzbot utilizes belts, one on both sides for the Z-axis. So you've got 12 millimeter rods. There's 2 of them per side. And then centered kind of between them is where you'll have your belt. And those are all tensioned at the factory so that you can have as little downtime as possible when your Lulzbot shows up. Just open the box and print. So
Very cool. That's something that's fairly unique, right? A belt on Z axes, I guess.
Yep.
I don't know. Okay.
So,
yeah.
And I see. It looks like Joel Telling had a comment on there too. Joel did an excellent video on the bio. So if anybody is curious about the bio printer and want to learn a little bit more about it, that is a great place to go to check that out.
Very cool.
So we were talking about enclosures a little bit too, as long as we're kind of mentioning people. Dave over at Printed Solid makes our enclosures. So if you are looking to print with ABS or other plastics that you don't really want out in the element, making sure you have an enclosure is a great way to improve the overall quality of the print and make sure that it's not going to warp or end up kind of crappy before it finishes. So.
Very cool. Yeah, we've seen some of those enclosures. Those are the ones to get for sure if you have a Lulzbot. I think they're really designed specifically for each specific model. It's not just a box that goes around any printer. So very cool. Yeah, we've also we were in touch with LDO recently, and their high temperature motors. That's a very interesting project. We're soon going to put those through some tests as far as temperatures go, and just make sure that they truly are Class H. I'm sure they are, but that's very exciting to not have to have liquid cooling necessarily until you get to a certain temperature. Fan cooling may continue to operate up until 80 degrees Celsius and that's enough for a lot of users. So that's very exciting. Let's see. Well, as far as your support goes, so if somebody has a Lulzbot now, have you taken over the support agreement?
Absolutely. Yep. So that was one of the things that was the most fun in the beginning, because from October with shutdown, acquisition of the company, moving to the company, and the legendary support that Lulzbot has and continues to honor through legacy is something that you don't want dropped. So immediately we were capturing, funneling. It took a lot of time in the beginning, but right now we've got a good support staff that's up there. They're ready to answer questions. Opening tickets works excellent there. Otherwise, you can call in on our support line. It's option 2 when you go through the phone prompts. There are a lot of people that have built their businesses around using Lulzbots. They're built like a tank and reliable. If you want something to print and just go, that's the machine. So,
right, and your parts are, you're not probably making, bearings and belts, but you're making the majority of the parts by printing. So, no matter those Lulzbots really shouldn't have missed the step in that time where they weren't being manufactured. I mean, everybody could have made a part if they needed a gear or frames. That's the beauty of open source, right? So
the stuff we see the most often are people looking for thermistors and glass pads. In terms of the items that break that are usually a little harder to make at home. So those are items that in turn we've stocked up heavily so that we're going to be able to get those out to people as they need them to keep their machines running. Yeah.
That's an important thing.
Yep. Keep them going.
That's right. Yeah, we don't often hear about Lulzbots being down for very long. They're have a reputation for reliability. So one thing that's interesting that was a Lulzbot innovation, I think, was the ability to sense the bed by touching off on it. Is that something that you think is going to continue? We had some comments yesterday. It's what made me think of it. People are using our product to integrate touch sensors, and electrical conductivity seems like a good way to me.
Yeah, no, it's definitely no plans to change that. If anything, the stuff you'll see in the coming days with the beds are more options. So those are kind of either add-ons or pieces you can swap out. When it comes to actual build platforms today, everybody wants something a little bit different. The Lulzbot, comes with its stock borosilicate glass with the PEI sheet on the top. Most stuff prints to that just fine. Say you want to go right to the glass, you just take those 4 bolts off, flip it over. Now you can print directly onto the borosilicate. So you got some Elmer's glue stick or something, you can put that down, prep the bed. Next phase, there's a lot of magnetic beds, there's a lot of sprung steel, there's a lot of easily removable stuff that's out there. Not available to the public yet, but we're working on stuff. It'll be really fun to start seeing some innovation coming out of Lulzbot and getting out to consumers in the coming days.
Very cool. That has been an area of innovation. The bed adhesion problem, solving that has been has a lot of brain power has gone into that in the last, I think, year and a half or 2 years. We looked at an idea that was it was all mechanical. I should say it was all like about interlocking things and not adhesion to a particular material. So like a universal solution. These things keep coming at us, and we're like, wow, you'd think that that problem had been solved, but some materials, probably propylene, for instance, is a real challenge to hold down, and it's a great material. So every time there's some innovation to bed adhesion, then it opens up some new material that people aren't used to. That's great.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm even thinking of, sometimes it's not always a matter of getting it to stick. Sometimes you don't want the plastics to fuse.
Right.
People are printing with TPUs and not prepping the bed and going straight to their PEI. A lot of times it'll melt right to it. So sometimes it sticks too good. But,
right. Yeah, I remember watching Vision Miner had a video where it was, they had Peak that was actually ripping chunks out of the glass plate. That was pretty impressive. Yeah. I guess when all else fails, you just chop off the part of the print, right? So kind of like DMLS. Yeah. That's what in DMLS. They just assume that's going to be the case. So, but well, cool. Well, yeah. I mean, we can't wait to see the tech innovations that come from the Fargo-based Lulzbot now. Your facility being all in one building. I mean, all your operation being in one building should make your communication just so much more efficient.
Definitely. And kind of for reference, for those that weren't aware, previously Lulzbot under ALIF Objects was across 3 campuses with a few miles between the buildings. So we're hoping to pick up a lot of nice synergy having everybody in one building together there. So manufacturing engineers, design engineers, people on the production staff, everybody's talking, finding new ways to put things together more accurately, more efficiently. It's a really fun time to see that kind of growth.
Very cool. Very neat to see that. Yeah, we love the domestic production. Nowadays it's there's some benefits to it. It's not just patriotism. It's also the fact that you're under one roof. So if there's a technical problem, I always like to if I'm working with a customer that has that needs advice, we first want to find out what their use case is, and I'm sure you have to do the same thing. Where if somebody's reaching out to you, it's probably because what's on the market is either unclear or unfit for the application, and so you sort that out. With everything under one roof, you can go talk to the people and say, "Hey, would this be that hard to change? Could we do a beta run of 10 parts like this to accommodate this application, just to get something in their hands?" Which, now with the coronavirus is especially pertinent, to get something in their hands so that they can see if that works, and then we can iterate on it quickly and turn something around. That can only happen if you have a vertical supply, if your supply chain is all under one roof. Otherwise, that would take months, So
yeah, absolutely. And being heavy the printers ourselves. I mean, when you're running that many printers, let's say you want to take 10, 15 of them and run this as a beta to see. hey, is this part going to work? Is this next iteration of one of our machines going to work better if we swap it out with this new design or these upgrades?
Right.
It's nice to have them right there for experimentation. And then, yeah, like you're saying with supply chain, I mean, all the wiring harnesses made in the U.S., all the sheet metal made in the U.S., all the packaging made in the U.S., the motherboards made in the U.S. And of course, all the 3D printed parts made in the U.S. Filament that goes into the 3D printed parts made in the U.S. So it's
great.
Yeah, the Lulzbot is the American printer, no doubt about it.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, wiring harnesses. Maybe we need to talk to you guys about wiring I swear we put more effort goes into wiring configurations, you know, and that's not our forte. So maybe we'll buy Molex fittings, but then there's just so many different combinations that that's hard to do on the fly unless you're set up for it. So that's great. Sounds like you guys have invested in all that.
I think the one thermistor Molex that we got 36,000 of them. So it's when we buy it, we've got good supplies of a lot of those electricals, and we've got just as much in-house. We've got a whole segment that can develop and build wiring harnesses. We like to source those. There's a company in town that can build our wiring harnesses for us. That's excellent. But if for some reason we get in a pinch, we've got the equipment. We can make them in-house. We've got the big terminal crimping machines and everything. So that's awesome. That's really cool to see.
All right. Well, that's great. I didn't know that, so we'll be in touch about that for sure. Yeah, that's been one of the for printer OEMs. Normally, they oftentimes don't have that in house, so they don't have the wiring. They have to rely on somebody nearby, and the fact that you can integrate it and take CAD files. Or do you guys? What is your CAD situation? Do you? I think before Lulzbot was strictly open source to the point, even with CAD, right?
Yep. So as far as the end consumer is concerned, we're taking a little bit more of a practical approach to open source. Everything the consumer experiences gets to have access to, that's going to stay the same. That's open source. In terms of internally, it just, they weren't able to use Excel. They weren't able to use some programs on the inside that would have really helped the business function. As we talk about CAD, I think the Pro is a perfect example. The first cooling shroud for the Pro, when it came out, without having a solid CAD program where you could do an airflow analysis and see that you're really getting the area to the temperature you wanted. Most of the initial Pros that went out had a CAD design for that cooling fixture that just, it wasn't getting the job done, and those Pros had issues early on. They were able to correct and redesign that piece, and we've even done additional work to it now, but we do allow our engineers to use SolidWorks to design some of the components. So that's internally, we're able to use things like that. And that'll become especially helpful once we start taking and doing ANSYS on these parts, making sure that they're not going to snap unexpectedly, making sure that they're not going to melt, making sure if their job's to move air and have airflow either past them or to an end part, that they're actually getting the airflow required to do the job that needs to be done. So on the back end business side, there's definitely a lot of pieces of very, very nicely made software that we'll be utilizing this Lulzbot that'll make us more efficient, that'll allow us to give the end user better products. So it just makes good sense. And that's where our practical approach to open source ties in. It makes good sense. And still give people the prints, still give people the stuff that they want to do. I mean, when we think about the TAS design, we're using 80/20 aluminum extrusions. Man, that should make any maker out there grin. If you want to put cameras on it, if you want to figure out how to triple the size of it, go for it. I mean, stuff bolts to it. We built a bed clearing mechanism the other day just because of the fact we had 80/20, so we could bolt something up and it works. That is when you can can truly fabricate and think outside the box and do stuff.
Right. You have access to the entire, 80/20. I remember when I did automation equipment, we bought item extrusion. It was all, but they share similar profiles, so you can get all the attachments. The catalogs for these extrusion companies are so deep. I mean, you can get every kind of attachment. We in our office, we have our FLIR camera, on like a NATO like dovetail thing, and then on an arm that hangs off of that, and it actually can take thermal video while we're printing, which that would be hard to do if the frame was all it didn't have something to attach to. So that's a great innovation. Very cool. I'm screening through the comments here. Looks like a lot of enthusiasm about Lulzbots. So many people are excited about Lulzbot, the resurrection of Lulzbot, and I can't wait to hopefully ERF by the time ERF comes around, we can have trade shows again, or RepRap festivals.
Definitely. Yeah, that's certainly something Lulzbot's not going to quit doing. The brand had been in existence for 9 years, and 8 of them they were at MRF. So you better believe that's something we'll continue. So, and that's a lot of our background too. I'm not sure if people are aware. So, I mean, I've got an engineering background. That's what I did by trade. Close to 3 years ago now, I bought all the repair contracts from Fargo 3D Printing and launched our own company, Fargo 3D Printer Repair. That kept growing. I kept going with the day job as an engineer, doing stuff there for the food industry, and then with sensors for the large equipment with CNH. So like the Quadtrack 620, the big tractors.
Right.
That's a lot of instrumentation I dealt with. Fast forward a few more years, like September of this past year, I moved into the CEO position over at 3D Fuel for pretty close to a month. I met a lot of people out at ERF talking about filament. And then, as we all know, around that same time as ERF is when Lulzbot announced kind of their layoffs, and things happen fast. So, but that's a little bit more background there. So I'm seated in the community here, but many of our employees up in Fargo are as well. And that is a little bit confusing for people from the outside when they look at Fargo, because, well, did Fargo 3D Printing buy Lulzbot, or did 3D Fuel buy Lulzbot? Or, believe it or not, there's actually 5 separate companies with different owners and different locations in Fargo, North Dakota.
A lot going on in Fargo.
Yes,
it's
additive atmosphere. So, I guess for clarity, I'll just say what they are. So you've got Fargo 3D Printing, you've got Fargo 3D Printer Repair, so separate locations, separate ownership. You've got 3D Fuel, which makes filament, and then you've got Prosthetics, which 3D prints a lot of different prosthetic limbs and such. And then you have Fargo Additive Manufacturing Equipment 3D. And that is what has replaced ALIF Objects as the owner of the assets and brand, Lulzbot 3D printers. So hopefully that makes things a little bit clearer for people out there. I know it's kind of confusing, but it was a confusing time. Luckily, I've got good news to report about how it has been going up in Fargo, and how excited people have been working with 3D printers. I think we had over 350 people fly basically overnight up in Fargo. They were very excited about this product coming to town. So we've got a great crew with roughly 70 people, and they're very passionate about building. It's been exciting to see those that know 3D printing that are working there are excited about it, and those that are new employees, brand new to 3D printing. If you've ever had a chance to introduce somebody to 3D printing and watch that moment when it clicks and you can see it in their eyes, we had like 35 of our employees that got to have that moment when it clicked on what we were doing. So very exciting.
Wow, that is cool. Yeah, it's Dan's back. We've got a hashtag. There he is.
Hey, I'm back. I'm back. Hey, welcome. Actually, welcome to me, right? Because I'm back. Yeah. Yeah. I got to hear the whole conversation while I was eating my lunch, so it's great. I'm excited to see what you guys have done in it's amazing in such a short period of time to go from not having any of this set up to actually rolling things off the production line again. It's really just such a I have to hand it to your team. It's an amazing accomplishment to be able to not only transition a company but get back up and running. It's very impressive.
All the paperwork, redoing all your certifications, getting all the inspections done before one package goes up. There's a lot to be said, with U.S. manufacturing and the products that are produced here. They're certified, they're tested. There's not a machine that goes out without getting all of its checks done and fully certified and calibrated. So.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is amazing. Got a comment here. All I heard was move to Fargo. How are flights into Fargo? How difficult is it to get a flight?
Well, not too bad at all. We've got an international airport here.
Okay.
International. I have a feeling that it's international because there's Canadian flights that are basically 3 hours north.
Right.
So, but yeah, no, we've got an international airport here. So I think it's maybe a mile from the plant. So
okay, that's nice and easy.
Easy to get in, out, and pretty much go anywhere. So
awesome. The Gainesville airport where we are in Gainesville, Florida, is actually pretty small. So we recently added our first flight going out west. So that goes to Dallas Fort Worth now, which makes getting to the West Coast so much easier. But other than that, our only location or destinations, are Atlanta, Charlotte, and Miami. So if you're getting into the Gainesville area, you really have to go through one of those 4 cities to get in. So we're a little bit harder to reach than a major location like Orlando or Tampa. So we'll have to find a good way for us to get up there and check out what you guys have going on. I really want to see the plant.
I would recommend June or later, always.
Yeah, I was going to ask how the snow was. I'm going to have my
6 inches of snow right now.
6 inches. Oh my gosh.
I want to see it in its native Siberia mode. So yeah, as soon as I can come up there, I'd love to visit.
Yeah, we'll save a couple of those negative 40 below days for you.
I want to see it. I've never really been in that cold. The coldest I've been was like negative 15 skiing, but that's nothing compared to what you guys get. So
do some printer videos or something out in the cold, just stress test them, see how they do.
That would be cool. If you're able to print out in the cold, I think that's unheard of. There's Judah.
Yeah,
Judah. He's not wearing his uniform.
No, we the uniform gets dirty after a day. You can't redo uniform with the kid. He's no, definitely not.
How many shirts
most
did
of the
they
time,
donate?
not even one day.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, a few hours. You got to change clothes. So. Yeah.
He needs more slice shirts than we do, Dan. I think.
Yes, I think. Yeah, I need to get him like 7 or 8 as opposed to our 3 or 4. So. Of course, he's got the boom mic. So.
Yes. Hey.
He's trying to embrace the world right now. He can. So I switched the speakers to be coming from in front of us. But I've still got the only mic because I can't quite figure out how to get StreamYard to pick up this mic or the mic on the computer instead. But he's squealing or was squealing. I don't know if you guys could hear that. So yeah. Anyway, he's we don't expose him to screens very often. So when he does see, we don't have a TV. So when he does see a screen in front of him, he's like, "Whoa. What is that?"
I'm still like that, Dan. Yeah, we don't have TV either, and so when I see one, I'm like, I can't take my eyes off of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the squeal. Yep.
Okay, all right. Now that picked up the squeal. Yeah. Yesterday, when I brought him on for a little bit, he left a drool stain on my shirt. So that was yeah, great. Anyway, cool. All right. Do we have any other? Anybody else have questions in the comments that needed to be addressed? I don't know. There's I know it was really cool to have the Lulzbot representation here, and especially to have the surprise be able to have you guys on the stream. Super cool to hear what's going on with the company. Yesterday when I got off for lunch, I definitely left my headset here and went and ate. But today I was like, no, I got to listen to this conversation. Yeah,
lots of exciting stuff happens.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting. So thank you guys. Really appreciate you being part of VRRF and really making this possible. I mean, this conversation would not be possible without guests.
I'm glad somebody took initiative, put this together, and kind of gave everybody from the community a place where they could come and still have a little bit of connection. I know there's a lot of people that took PTO for MRF, and we're looking forward to it, planning for it. So I'm glad that everybody still had a chance to connect if they wanted to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for joining us. We appreciate it, and looking forward to Lulzbot coming back at the RepRap festivals and even the trade shows. Once those are back into effect, I hope to see you guys at each one of those. You guys, Lulzbot has always drawn a crowd at those venues, and we're very excited to have you back. So.
Yeah, we're very approachable. We're happy to be back, and very, very, very excited to be out and amongst the users heavily. So.
That's awesome. Very cool. Well, thank you, Team Lulzbot, and see you soon. Cool. All right. So, unfortunately, we had a guest that we were going to have on cancel. Many of you guys know Fun King 3D, Glenn. He was had sort of a medical emergency that he dental emergency, I guess.
Okay.
So, which now is not the best time for dental emergencies. But anyway, so unfortunately, he won't be able to make it onto the show today. So please send your prayers and well wishes to Glenn. Tweet at him or whatever. Send him a nice GIF. Or if you, I think he's got like a mailing address for the channel. So send him something nice. Send him a print. Wish him well, because he definitely needs it right now, as he's dealing with the pain. So, yeah. But we do have a T-shirt giveaway. So we're doing these giveaways every hour on the hour. So to enter into the giveaway, into the random drawings, just follow us on social media, like or retweet the live stream, share, and and you'll be entered to win. So our winner at Prince3D 3_D Prince _3D. You have won a T-shirt. It's a very, very soft T-shirt. In fact, my wife's wearing it right now. It's a great T-shirt. Send us your mailing address and T-shirt size, and we'll get that out to you ASAP. So congratulations on the T-shirt. So yeah. Now, since we have a slot, questions. Anybody got questions? Chris and I can answer questions, whether it be about the company or about the news. I don't know, whatever you guys want to hear. We can answer questions. Judah can answer questions. If you want to know what was under our couch that he ate, he could answer that question maybe. Yeah, whatever. Hi. He really likes our dog. He's the shirts are super soft. So Robbie, yeah, lots of shirts. Everybody that's gotten the shirt, they talk about how soft it is. I specifically went and looked for the softest shirt I could find when we were scoping these out. So they're great. Shirts.
Do the interns get no?
Nope.
Doesn't
count.
Give it to you for free though.
Yeah,
I see that. Martin, he mentioned. I think earlier we were talking about different materials and bed adhesion and stuff. And yeah, Magic Goo. Yeah, I've got Magic Goo stuff right here that we're not associated. Like, I'm not. This isn't an advertisement, but it does work great for their polypropylene. They have a one that's dedicated for polypropylene. It works very well. Also, Gloop, Vision Miner stuff. Their adhesive works great. I mean, I like bed adhesives a lot. Of course, you don't really need them if you're using. I'd say probably most people on the VRF anyway are probably printing PETG and PLA, and maybe they're venturing into nylon or something else that gets good interlayer bond strength at room temperature. But when some of these materials that are especially that try to peel up off the bed, they do benefit from adhesives, and yeah, those work very well. Thanks, Martin, for that input.
Yeah.
Adapters for different machines are looking to the community from burn data. We
the answer to that is yes.
Yes, both. All the above. All the above. I saw Mandela Rose Works commented yesterday. I wrote it down. I write things down as fast as I can from the live stream. Yeah, I mean, Mandela Rose Works 713 maker. I mean, these companies that specialize in adapting things and printers with using metal parts that not everybody has a CNC mill at home, right? So and some adapters really do benefit from being metallic. So we absolutely want more involvement from the community and to build an ecosystem that at least touches on the most common printers, and then even the ones that are less common, we can accommodate them sometimes. It depends on the use case. If in some cases we might not be building an adapter because we're about to make a product that's for that printer, so please do reach out to us if you want to make adapters, and we'll answer you right away.
There's a question about upgrade kits. So we released a new version of the Mosquito and Mosquito Magnum on Friday night that have a new heat break and new heat sink that are upgraded. So the upgrade kit is essentially if you already have a Mosquito or a Mosquito Magnum and you want to get the new versions, we're going to have a kit for that very, very soon. So 2 mosquitoes, why choose one over the other? Flow rate is the question. And you want to expound on that one, Chris?
Sure. Yeah, we're gonna have that question more and more probably. Flow rate. There's always a trade-off between flow rate and precision, of course, but it's not as severe of a trade-off as you might think. We've discovered that. Working with Magnum, I mean, we'll print with Mosquito Magnum. I think I've tested it down to 0.3. Yeah, 0.3. I haven't done a 0.2 yet, but there is no real downside to getting a Magnum. But if there's really no upside to getting a Magnum if you're only printing at 0.6 and below, I would say. So maybe that's kind of like the rule of thumb. If you're printing 0.6 and below normally, just get a Mosquito. And if you want to venture into like a 0.8 nozzle, and you do that routinely, then Magnum will give you a little bit of a boost.
Vanadium nozzles. Yeah, so our vanadium nozzles are RepRap style. So they are an M6 thread, 12.5 millimeter overall length, and 7 millimeter threaded length. So same profile in terms of fit as a V6. So yeah, they will absolutely bolt into an E3D V6 and a lot of the other extruders out there that have an M6 thread.
Yeah, the Creality machines were mentioned there, but they don't really have a standard even within their company. So that's one advantage to upgrading the hot end on mixed reality machine is now you can get you just have RepRap nozzles used across all of your machines if you want to. We'd rather people have a smaller group of nozzles that are very good nozzles and not have to have many different types of nozzles. So I'd rather spend your money on a smaller number of nozzles that are good. And we plan to have the RepRap nozzle be our standard moving forward. That's not to say we won't make adaptations for a given OEM that wants to have it compatible with their specific nozzle, but we don't see a need to have like a nozzle dedicated to a given flow rate range. The RepRap nozzles will cover us for an order of magnitude more flow rate than what we have now.
We'll try and get Glenn a 3D printed tooth if he needs one.
Oh gosh, hang in there, Glenn. Oh man,
I don't know if he's watching or not, but I'm sorry, Glenn, if we're outing you. But we love you, and we're really sad that you couldn't be on here. All right, we got a question about benefits. All right, I think we're going to get some food. Yep. All right.
Bye. Bye. Thank you for Joanna for bringing him in, and he's I love it when Judah shows up and gives his comments. You should just give him that headset, Dan, and see what he says.
I don't know.
Oh, I have the power.
Get this off my head.
he just wants to chew on the microphone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Everything goes in the mouth. So.
All right, the one on the screen. I don't know much about mosquito. What is the benefit? Good question, and we get this question a lot. The main motivation for coming up with it. If you watch our first video, which Dan and I made in my garage back in the beginning of 2018, I think it was January 2018, maybe.
Yeah, 2018.
It will answer that question. So watch it. It's on our YouTube page. That'll give you a good explanation. But bottom line, I just was sick of having to swap nozzles. Grab the hot block and risk damaging wires and so forth. And I was using a craft bot on that time, which was like especially hard. There was just a lot of challenges with nozzle swapping. I had machines that were dedicated to nozzle sizes. So it's like, why don't we make one that doesn't require any tools? You just swap nozzles as if it's a rigid part, and that's what mosquito is. It has structural elements that are outside of the filament path, so that way the filament path is not mechanically loaded. That allows us to use a tube that's thinner walled than anything else in the industry for the heat break, and gives it thermal benefits. So it's kind of like a win-win situation. The downside is that it's a little bit more sophisticated. It requires more quality control and machining and so forth, and it's more expensive. So the Copperhead, we intended to fill that gap. It does not have the one-handed nozzle change, but it's very easy to grab with a wrench. It has wrench flats all over the hot block, and you can actually disconnect it from our heatsink. If you decide to get our heatsink, you can. It's a collar heatsink. It's not a threaded one. So you just loosen a screw, the whole hot block can come out. You can service it and then pop it back in. Has independent height adjustments and so forth, and that comes in at a lower price point. And it's fully open source. So we'll be releasing drawings for that and models very soon. So yeah.
And John Mulak, who was on the channel yesterday, or on the live stream yesterday, has two of those on his Moldex machine, which is pretty cool to see. And he was using that, it's an IDEX machine. So having the height adjustment between the two heads and being able to get it level was a really important feature for him. And that's why I said this when he was on the stream yesterday, but that's why we included that feature was based on our MRF experience last year. We came away from that RepRap Festival and said, okay, what are the features that people are looking for, and how can we address that in the best way possible?
Robbie, we should answer that. Robbie MAQ are the parts still being tooled in Indy? All of our machining is done in Indiana. Yes. Our third business partner owns the machine shop where they're made, so he doesn't have any competition. We're not gonna start outsourcing. That we're very committed to the domestic production of this stuff. So, all right.
Here's another one. Some of the exotic materials. So there's a lot of use cases for different materials, and I mean, just in general, different materials are developed by polymer chemists for specific reasons a lot of times. So if you get an example like PEEK, which is used in a lot of medical device applications, it's really intended to be it's a biocompatible material. So like you can make something that is implantable out of PEEK and put it into the body, and the body's not going to attack it and reject it and say, hey, this isn't part of me, I'm going to try and your immune system isn't attacking that body, so or the foreign body, right? So there's a huge use case there for needing to be able to print a higher temperature material, and of course PEEK is more, I mean, that's almost as high end as you can go in terms of materials, but there's a lot of things in between PEEK and like a PETG, even a nylon, for example, where you've got that higher strength that you're not going to get out of a PLA or a PETG or wear resistance. I mean, there's all kinds of use cases. Chris mentioned a little bit earlier, a motorcycle part or a boat part being made out of, I think you mentioned, was it nylon, that those were being made out of, and you need it's a functional part. It's not just something that's going to sit on a shelf and be under incandescent or LED lighting. It's going to be exposed to the elements, and so that's where the engineering part comes in to be able to say, all right, what is my use case? What sort of material selection do I need to go to so that I can find the right material for my application so that it survives, right? And in many cases, lives may depend on this part surviving, or the functionality of a piece of equipment that's keeping a business going. There are mission critical applications where the material is extremely important, just as important as the design of the part itself.
Yeah, to elaborate on that a little bit, the first thing to sort out is what is your application. If it's outdoor, then that will narrow it down to certain filaments. If you need a higher heat deflection temperature, then look up those properties before you choose a filament and a printer. So you want to start with your applications, and then we'll look at filaments, and then look at printer selection or component selection to upgrade your printers. Having that clear from the beginning will save you a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Do you have an upgrade kit? So we make what's called a threaded stem adapter, which fits on wrong side, this side, on a CraftBot, and that's just for it's essentially an M6 shaft that fits on top of the Mosquito, and so any device, any machine that uses an M6 threaded rod,
and that one does,
will be easily, you can easily use the threaded stem adapter to mount the Mosquito on that machine.
That was the CraftBot 2 or in CraftBot Plus series were our original test platform, because we had identical ones that we could line up and do a back-to-back comparison. XL is basically just the same kind of thing with a taller Z. It has the same hot end. So it's plug and play with that adapter Dan mentioned.
Special pricing bundles. So if you go to the product pages, like if you go to the Mosquito product page, the bundle will show up on the product page. You can also, if you go to, if you add a Mosquito or Mosquito Magnum to your cart and go to the cart, it'll show the bundle, and we've got some $50 or $60 off on the whole bundle. So it's a pretty significant discount, and that's normally what we do. We don't normally run like sales during the year, but Murph and RF are two like big sale times during the year. So
Seth Phillips has a good one here. This is an example to answer the question earlier about why mosquito. That's why, in a nutshell. Is there a site? Abraham asks, is there a site similar to IDS for material data sheets? Okay, so material data sheets. It's not like it's 3D printing is different. You can't just go to like MatWeb or something and look up what are the properties of this wrought bar stock for metal. It's not quite that simple because it depends. The material properties will depend so much on the printing conditions. The difficulty of FDM traditionally has been the interlayer strength, so you'll get much stronger, strength in the XY direction than you would in the Z direction, and that is made a lot better by increasing the temperature of your chamber and to some extent increasing your print temperatures too. So the things that will help get you more isotropic, meaning less directionally dependent properties, are using the higher end of the temperature scales for your printing, and then getting a chamber that at least retains some heat, but ideally is actively heated. So we hope that more and more of those designs will come along the way. Also, dual extrusion is great because you can use support filaments. You see this a lot, dissolvable support filaments. Maybe HIPS is one of the older ones where you use limonene to dissolve that, or now they have plenty of water-soluble types. That allows you to really, when you're printing overhangs and so forth, you don't have to try to dial back parameters to get crisp overhangs. You're just really, instead of printing off a cliff, you're printing into some solid structure, which is your dissolvable support or breakaway support, whichever kind of filament that is. So there are benefits to IDEX or other multi-material solutions.
Yeah. We've got when we print a blimp. So that's actually a great segue into introducing our next guest. Mr. Joel Telling is coming on to join us. He's our special guest. So Joel, welcome to the live stream.
Wow, that was fancy. Jeez, man. I thought you were just going to bring me in. And all of a sudden, it's like, brand logo. Production value on this is top notch. I mean,
thank you. We spared no expense.
No, not at all. Yeah. That's good. How's it going?
It's been going great. It's been a ton of fun. Yeah, it's just been really fun. It's been great to see all kinds of, from projects that people are working on to, like having John from Lulzbot on and hearing about what's going on with them. I mean, it's just been really, really cool to see what the community is doing and staying super active and plugged in during this hard time,
It is it's an interesting thing because we're a global community of people who essentially tinker with an additive manufacturing ability in the garage and in maker spaces and stuff. And so it's weird because at this time where there's this global pandemic and there's a shortage of a thing, and I know that supply chain will catch up at some point, but literally like 3D printing, like people in their garages, people at schools, people wherever who have these machines can now fill the gap before traditional manufacturing catches up. This is
it's a historic
this is
moment.
exactly what we were meant for, right?
Yeah, it is really a historic moment. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I like that, and I like that it's this entire maker movement as far as the personal protection equipment is very rooted in open source and RepRap, because you have people, just like with any project in the maker community, you have designs that are favored and you have people that champion certain designs. You have people that are making crazy stuff. You have people that make something that's just so simple you can't believe it works. You have the most unassuming design that all of a sudden rises to the top and is in use by some of the top people. It's just like with 3D printers or any sort of digital fabrication method. You have that ethos of everybody just make something really awesome. And it's just happening, but with now on a global stage for personal protection equipment, and it's just saving lives. And it's just, it feels, the pandemic sucks, but this part of it feels really good.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's been really encouraging. I mentioned this a couple times yesterday, but I'm on there's a 3 times a week call right now with the sort of local response team that's handling the COVID response. And it's, university professors and people that are running maker spaces and just random people that love to sew and they have sewing equipment. And also like guys who are running drone companies that are normally, doing big government contracts. And now they're assembling, like their whole team is social distancing inside of a warehouse and assembling masks, it's really an amazing thing to see. And as Burn Data said, we can do it all from home without putting on our pants.
I'm wearing pants. I pants. But look, I ripped my pants. No. But like, I legit don't care. I don't care, because where am I going to go? What am I going to do?
You can't go anywhere. So
no. I'm like, my wife was like, she could put a patch on it. I'm like, sure, if you want. Did you guys catch my little the manta ray design there?
No, I haven't seen
Tell us about that.
So what I did, I originally the first episode that I put out about being able to 3D print face shields, it went crazy. It's gotten a lot of views. A lot of people really positive about it. I liked the model that was, let's see, got them on my desk right here. This one, the 3D Verkstand model, where it had this piece that rests against the forehead and these tension against your head. Joseph Prush and his team have that wonderful one, but it requires elastic, a more rigid face shield, and it's got that piece at the bottom. I didn't need that. I needed something that was really fast. And my friend who's a nurse was like, this is great because it doesn't have anything else that I need to worry about cleaning. And so I went and made a bunch of these and I gave them out. But when you have this hole pattern right here, just the 3-hole punch holes, it can kind of rack back and forth. And that's why Eric over at 3D Verkstand made that one where you double 3-hole punch and it works just fine. This one though, the reason I went with it is because that Prusa design has that even kind of curve, right? Almost like a part of a circle, part of an arc. It's an arc right here. Because it only has the 3 attachment points, that arc still is able to hold that plastic on tight, and it works really well. And so using my limited Fusion 360 skills, I made this and I tested it out and it worked really great. So it requires a little bit more plastic than the 3D Verkstand model, but the attachment points require less work. And so what I can do personally now is print this and then give it out to people who personally ask me for help. And then all they need is a 3-hole punch. They don't have to worry about offsetting anything or finding an A4 hole punch. It just, it was a very personal thing, right? Because I wanted to help locally. A lot of people are asking me for stuff and I have enough machines and material to print stuff, but I wanted to make the process as efficient as possible. And so a lot of places that take these have a 3-hole punch. So I thought, well, let's just use what they have. And yeah, so look at that. Not bad, right?
That's awesome. Yeah. It's amazing to see the creative, iterative design that's happened from people all over the world. It's pretty cool. It's amazing.
I like it. And like I spoke to it, it was, everybody's making their own version of things. Some are good, some aren't so good, but mine was based in a request from a healthcare provider. And so a lot of people who are making these designs, as long as it is something that someone on the front lines or someone in healthcare is requesting, then print it, right? It doesn't matter if the NIH has approved it. It doesn't matter if it's the most famous design. It's like if a doctor or a nurse said, I like this one, please print this for me, then I mean, I will always defer to that professional opinion, because I'm just going to assume they know a lot more about this and what they want than I do.
And
so
the needs are different, right? Depending on where the clinic is, what kind of patients they're serving, head shape. There's all sorts of different things that vary that make the needs different. And yeah, I mean, there's a legal clause called practice of medicine. And literally what it means is a doctor has the right to make their own decisions about how they're going to serve their patients. And so our customer in this case is the health professional, right? So however we can serve them, that's the way that we need to be approaching this.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. And so that's why I just put this up and I tweeted about it. I'm not making a video about it, but it was one of those things where I thought this was interesting, and enough people were like, this is great because it's easier to do. And if it's easier, more people will have access to it, and it should help more. So
yeah.
Yay.
Cool. What material did you choose for that, Joel?
I've been printing in PLA and PETG. I tried some ASA. I couldn't get it dialed in as much as I wanted to, but I figured I didn't have to worry about UV protection. And I've got plenty of PETG, and I have more than enough PLA. Plus, what's great is what I heard is these type of models, these 3D prints, I know we worry about being able to disinfect or sanitize or whatever, but if what I heard from my nurse friend is that if anybody's worried about sanitation or disinfecting or whatever, then they'll just treat it like a one-time use piece. And so I know we have to be worried about that, and we have these clean room conditions that everybody's putting them together in, which is fantastic. But legit, frontline workers, battlefield medicine at this point, it's like they'll use it as much as they can, and then if they decide it's not appropriate to use anymore, then they'll just get rid of it.
Right. Yeah. And there's been a lot of conversations, at least in the group that I'm in locally, about using. It's called StareRad. It's not an autoclave, which runs. It's a very high temperature cycle that would destroy PLA or PETG prints, but they're using a plasma sterilization process instead, or wiping down with with an IPA solution for a certain period of time. And so that allows you to still get the cleanliness that you need without having to, worry about destroying the part.
Right. Right. It's amazing because we have hospitals and facilities officially telling their medical staff to bring stuff from home or to make their own because they're running low. And so these are really, really smart people. And if they have to do that, I'm sure they're going to find a way to disinfect it as much as they can. And so I'm as much as I have to be worried about safety, I'm not nearly as worried about it, because I know that there are people that are a lot smarter than me that are worried about it.
Yeah.
That's what I've been going on.
Got a couple questions about getting the model. Where can people get the model that you just showed?
Oh, High Tech Titan. The model I put up on PrussiaPrinters.org. If you search for Manta Ray. I showed this to my kids, and I was like, "What should I call this?" And one of my daughters said, "You should call it Manta Ray, because it kind of looks like one." And I looked up the Manta Ray, and I'm like, "Sure, let's go for it." Right. And so this is the Manta Ray.
That's awesome.
Maybe in like the full, the full sweep of the wings or whatever.
Right. If they're coming out and they're curving, or
right.
Someone said it looks like a large man with a tiny head.
It does.
I see that now too.
Manta is much more catchy.
I like the Manta Ray. Yeah. It sounds cool, right? It's a cool name.
Yeah. Large man with small head is also a mouthful.
Right now.
Long phrase.
I feel attacked.
The hazards of 3D printing.
All right. What other kind of projects do you have going on, Joel?
I just released a video today on my strawberry planter.
Nice.
With everybody staying at home, the idea was there's a lot of people that are getting into gardening and growing their own food. I mean, what else? You can only play video games for so long, I guess. So what my wife wanted to get a strawberry pot, and we didn't want to go out. We had one, but I had, of course, was like, maybe I can 3D print one, maybe I can design one. So I went looking online. I found designs that essentially are this stacking method, and just like imagine these 4 holes here, and then the other one is stacked on top, rotated 45, and then rotated 45. So I just opened up Fusion 360, and I thought, let's just do this. Let's learn it. And the first night, when I had these ideas, I was up until 4 o'clock in the morning because A, I don't know Fusion 360 that well, and B, I really, really wanted to learn the easiest way to do this. So I went to bed slightly frustrated, but knowing that morning brain is way better at this. So I woke up, had my coffee, and I'm like, what am I doing? And so I just started over again, over and over and over, just from the beginning, trying to find the quickest steps to get to what I was getting to. And I learned about let's see. I learned more about lofts and how to do those correctly. I learned about reducing your sketch to minimal parts, just because then in the 3D geometry, you can do all sorts of rotations and copies and move and stuff like that. Projection. So projection within a sketch, not just projecting lines from another plane, but also projecting lines from 3D geometry onto the sketch. And so that was really cool, because then I could loft something, and it was a semi-complex 3D shape, but then I could create a plane across 2 parts of that shape, and then project lines onto that plane, and then do sketches to then cut into that body, and it would be perfect, right? Because I had projected lines from the 3D geometry, and I was like, this is great. I need to show people how to do this. So I did. So I showed people how to do it. The problem is tutorial videos in Fusion 360 aren't necessarily barn burners, right? Those aren't the ones that go viral. But but for the people that watch them, it's very, very valuable. Plus, it just I'm excited about that sort of thing. And so I'm kind of excited for this time, because you're having to think of creative ways to solve problems, since you're not just going to go to the store to get something, right? I mean, some people do. I've had to go out and get stuff, and I have a face mask, and I have my face shields, and, cover my head, gloves, whatever, but I'd rather stay home. And so the strawberry planter, it worked. And so we planted the strawberry starts, and they stack nicely. And I know it's not the optimal way of doing something, and I'm sure I could refine it even further. But I think what I did in the video is give a lot of really good information that can be applied to all sorts of different projects. And hopefully we see some inspiration and some people making some cool stuff thanks to the stuff that I learned.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, most of the time when well, I guess we can answer the.
Oh, sure. Hi, Daniel. Is the planter designed to be hung for better light by spinning? No, not at this time. But I think with the information I gave you within the video, I talked about these pegs that have to correlate with holes on the other side so that you could stack them. So the step where you put in pegs, you could instead create attachment points for hooks that could then go up to something that could then hang the planter. I think that's possible. And if maybe I could do a quick little tutorial on that at some point. But I think that's a really interesting idea, and that's great. See, so creating this then inspires people, gets them thinking. And I didn't even think about a hanging planter, but it makes total sense, and there might be an easy way to do it.
Looks like it's really easy to print too, right? That looks like it'd print very quickly.
It depends. It depends. So it's very little infill. It's a lot of perimeters, essentially, because I did a 2mm shell, as that's what I standardized on the walls. And this one is a little short. The one in the video is 150mm tall. So it's essentially an overnight print. That's the way I like to describe it. And so if some evening you want to plant strawberries in the morning, you set this to go, and then it's ready in the morning. You have your coffee, you get your print, and you go plant some strawberries.
Nice.
Awesome.
How many of these did you make?
I made 4 of them, actually. There's 4. I did 2 of them in high 5 blue on the Artemis behind me, because I've got a 0.6 nozzle on that thing, which did increase print time or decrease print time a little bit. I did one in Prusa Mint Galaxy Purple, which is just freaking gorgeous. My stupid camera doesn't even do it justice, because on my screen it looks blue, but it's not blue, it's purple. And then I did one in, I had an old roll of Strong Hero 3D that's kind of a color changing roll.
Okay, cool.
It's incredible. It looks really cool, but I did all that. I don't know. The worry is sometimes, can PLA survive outside, or will the pigments leach into the food or something? And I don't think so. Right? I'm not a material scientist, but I think PLA is safe for this application. We bought a really cheap greenhouse off of Amazon, just that we stood up, and I think the PLA will survive within there. It's not like Washington gets Florida hot, so we should be okay.
Right.
But time will tell, right? Time will tell. And I think that's the interesting part about 3D printing, and that's what we always have to remember, is that it's there for creative solutions to problems. And I think this is a creative solution, but time will tell.
Yeah, and there's no stress on it, so it should be fine.
Yeah, the only stress is to the human who's planting, because you might kill your plants or not.
Right. And if you break your wife's plants, then that could be some stress. So
it could be. It could be. Well, she's apparently, I have more of a green thumb than her, but time will tell.
We only have cacti here because neither me nor my wife can pay attention long enough to water plants. So those
I think they do better when you ignore them, right?
They do. So we have killed one cactus, which can be done. If they never get any sun or water, it'll die. So.
Hey, I want to. There's a comment from Willard Sheets. Can you put that on the screen for me? Yeah, right there. So, hey, Willard. So I have to say, if you own a 3D printer and have no CAD skills at all, you're at a huge disadvantage. And that's true to a point. I think that owning a 3D printer and not having any CAD skills, I think that you can still get some use out of it. But my hope, and what I try to do with my YouTube channel, is to inspire people. So if they do get a machine and they don't have CAD skills, hopefully the tutorials that I do that use Tinkercad or Fusion 360 or whatever inspire them to try learning and getting some CAD skills, so that hopefully they can print more cool stuff. That's the goal.
Yeah,
I know when I was first learning CAD, videos were. I mean, that's how you. There's no better instruction medium for learning software, especially a visual-based software, than watching a video, because you can see, even when you talked about specific types of features like projections and things like that, you can't really understand exactly what that looks like unless you're watching a video where somebody's using that feature, and you're like, oh, now I sort of added this to my toolbox and I can use this on this other project. So yeah, I think that's huge. Tutorial videos are great.
I love it. And it speaks to it's weird, because if you think about it that way, then there's watching people stream video games. That's a thing. Some people like it. I'm not personally someone that likes it, but if you extrapolate from people watching videos to learn CAD, then people watching others play video games, they learn to play them better, right? So then, I mean, we could say that watching video game streams is a learning experience.
Mm-hmm. So Neil Vandermeer, sorry, I'm butchering your name. A Dutch guy, looks like. Yes, Neil. So that point. Hey, Neil. You've got a good point there. One of the I think the unsung heroes of the when the relevant Stratasys patent expired and 3D printing became like all of a sudden, and circa, was it 2012, Joel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, around there. Yeah.
That it's suddenly a manufacturing method or a prototyping method that had been in place for a couple of decades before that. Made the news, like primetime news, and everybody knew what 3D printing was, even if they had never seen a 3D printer. And that you had this explosion, and what that did, it made, soon printers cost less than $1,000, and now they're like hundreds of dollars, and that ushered in a whole learning curve of CAD software. Before that, CAD software was the purview of engineers. Because the output of that CAD software is typically machining or, machining of molds to make injection mold. I mean, like, why would a normal person want to learn SolidWorks or then Onshape and Fusion 360 and some of these other the other ones. So like that to me is just as important or more important than the 3D printers themselves. You're getting kids who are learning how to use CAD software at an early age. They're doing it for, the software is either donated to the school or it's available, on a license availability, educational. That's what, and now you've got, people who are productive right away, whereas they would have had to go to specialized training and be employed by an engineering company to get that experience. So,
that is a fantastic point to bring up. That was one of that's when it democratized the ability of the general mass of people to be able to do this, right? Plus, if you have these machines that are more affordable and can do better, and you have software now that that people can access when they're younger, like think of Tinkercad. That is a web-based CAD software package, right? And it's good. It's good. And if you think that you get kids at a very young age interested in that and using that, then they can use SolidWorks or Onshape or Fusion or whatever at an earlier age because they're familiar with the concepts that brings. And then you look at something like Morphe, which is an app on an iPad. You can do 3D design, and then you can use augmented reality to put it in a location, and then you can save off the geometry to print. That, I don't know. I think that it's going to be an amazing 24 months. I think we're going to see, with what this pandemic has caused, I think we're going to see a bubble of learning happening. And while we're down now, I think we're going to come out of this with some really, really strong creative and design skills. And we're going to see a lot more future engineers. That's what I think.
Yep. I hope so. There's a huge need for engineers all over the world. One of the, when I was studying engineering, there were a lot of engineers that were already in the workforce that I was talking to. They were like, you will never be out of a job for very long because somebody's going to need an engineer somewhere, so yeah, it's a great, I mean, an engineering school teaches you a way to think, really. I mean, you're not learning everything that you need to know to be an engineer in engineering school, but it teaches you how to think and how to solve problems. And I think now, with these solutions being more democratized, to use your word, Joel, you're going to get that education at a much earlier age, which is amazing.
I agree. Yeah. Wow, look at us being all inspirational and talking about the wonderful future at hand. And wow, I didn't expect that, man. We are, it feels so good.
So it's cool seeing, again, I'm talking about John Mulak a lot. He was great on the stream yesterday, but his kids had designed their own like game characters that they designed them in Tinkercad and then printed them out, on their dad's 3D printer, which he's teaching them how to use, and he taught them how to use Tinkercad. And then they used filament boxes to like essentially turn them into like a product that you would see at a store. So you and it had like a pack of cards in it, like trading cards, like Pokemon cards. I mean, it was like amazing. They did such a cool job of, I was inspired.
Fantastic.
Yeah. It was super, super cool.
Not your average kids. Now, these are John's kids.
Sure.
So, I mean,
sure.
We all know John, so it's like,
right.
Yeah. You can try this at home, but you might not get the same results.
I get that. I totally get that, right? No, I understand.
I can't keep up with his kids, I'm pretty sure. So it's,
I'm old, and you see some of these people picking up and doing, some of these young people, just some of the designs that they make or some of the creative ways that they're solving problems. And you just, every once in a while, you find yourself just kind of being like, man, the future's okay. We are okay. We're going to be doing okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Got
a comment here from Salty Prince. There will always need to be a need for construction workers, etc. Yes, absolutely, 100%. And I think seeing how I've worked with a lot of German engineers, and whenever I work with somebody from another country, I always want to sort of get into their culture and the way they think and why they do things the way they do. Because every country does things differently, right? Every culture does things differently. And one of the things that I think the Germans do really well is that they emphasize technical training that it would be more like blue collar technical training, and that's not it's not something that's like looked down upon in society. It's like, hey, great, you're doing a good service to the community, to the society. So yeah, absolutely, I think we need more of that. It's needed.
I would agree. I think that a more empowered blue collar workforce, I think, is just a recipe for a better future.
Yeah. We need like Dan was saying, I mean, we need the hands-on skills to be more part of the education system, I think. I mean, I'm not saying that, you need to learn everything about machining or something in college if you're a mechanical engineering major, but you need to have some exposure to it. I don't know about you guys, but for me, I had to actually go seek that out. I had to go work for a company and get my hands dirty, seek it. It wasn't something that would be part of the normal career path, I think, for an engineer. So yeah, we have some ways to come. 3D printing that was before the democratization of 3D printing, because I'm a little old, but there was SolidWorks though back then.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Yeah. But go find it. Go find if you want to learn how to do engineering better, or the gentleman just mentioned, being an electrician or a plumber. All these things are hands-on. Even if you're the one in the CAD for a living, it's still a hands-on thing.
True.
If you're not basing your designs on something hands-on, then it's not going to be valuable to society.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd agree with you, Chris. I know my first real hands-on experience was working in a lab on campus. And I mean, I'd like worked on cars and stuff in high school, but and I think that sort of pushed me down the mechanical engineering direction, realizing that I enjoyed those types of things. But working in a lab was when I learned about things like how to use a tap. How do you do like what's a tap and die chart? Okay, I went and learned that. It was sort of theoretical in class sometimes, but learning the application was all done in a lab. Doing volunteer work. So yeah,
I think
experience is good.
I think part of what drives hands-on experience is people making content showing others how to do something, because I never would have I never would have learned more about Fusion 360 unless there was a problem I needed to solve and I wanted to find the best way to do it. So like I'd never used a tap set before, but I knew that like with my big OpenRC project, I knew that I had plastic and it needed threading, and I knew it needed threading for an M12 bolt. Oh, that's a tap and die set. Okay, so I'll go to Amazon. I'll source one of those. Oh, this is how you use it. This is how it works. This is great. Okay, I've now used a tap, and this is fantastic. I could do this again. And so I then showed people that's how I did it. And so I think if more people approached hands-on problems with a solution where they were the ones that had to explain it, I think we'll have a better understanding of things. Because a lot of people will just, I don't know, it's easy to type out a problem, or it's easy to say the solution to a problem. But if you approach the solution in a way where you have to teach someone the solution, it changes how you have to think about it, and you have to break it up into certain steps. And I think it's not just giving you a better understanding of it. More people can then use the knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, more people are learning about 3D printing on YouTube than probably any other method of education. That.
I would say
well.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. I learned about 3D printing through FDM anyway through YouTube. That was a while ago. It was before your channel existed, I think, Joel, or maybe you were just getting started.
Let's see. I started my I started the channel April 3rd of 2015. So I'm celebrating 5 years of this channel on YouTube. But I mean, I've been a giant nerd for my whole life. So before that, I would see places like Slashdot or Gizmodo carrying 3D printer articles. Tom Sandladerer in Germany, he's one of my inspirations because I watched his videos and he approaches things like a German engineer, and it's just great because it's just a lot of really relevant information all at once, and you have no choice but to consume it. It is a fire hose of information. And then also Barnacle,'s Jerry Berg. He was one because he started with Original Ultimaker as well, and he was making videos, and they weren't as technical in nature, but they showcased a fun side of it, printing cool things and showing how fun it could be. And so between those two, that's what I always wanted a 3D printer because it's freaking cool. But at the same time, those were the ones that inspired me to kind of to hopefully get one and then show people what I could learn about it.
Mm-hmm. When you started the channel, were you like, hey, I'm going to start a YouTube channel and become a YouTuber, or what was
I wanted to make
some videos.
I was working at Adobe at the time, and I wanted to make a GoPro camera rig. And so the goal was to chase the kids around the yard while they were looking for Easter eggs. And I know if you hold the GoPro with one hand, you've got all these axes that can kind of roll and pivot, and it doesn't make the video look good. But if you could hold it with two hands, then everything is smoother and it moves around better. And I thought, rather than buy one, why don't I make one? So I knew JavaScript, and so I used OpenSCAD. That was the first CAD software package that I used, was OpenSCAD, and it made sense to my brain. And so I made a top and a bottom, and then I made handles, and I knurled them in OpenSCAD. Boy, it took a Mac Pro at Adobe 8 hours to do the computations.
Oh my gosh. And the knurling tool, like a fraction of a second, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, I could have taken an knurling tool or whatever to do it, but I was like, no, I'm doing it this way. And so it accepted a long bolt and some 9-lock nuts at the top, and then I made a GoPro mount that I attached it to, and it worked. It worked great. And I thought, this was awesome. I bet there's other people that want to learn how this is done and make their own. So those were some of my first videos on YouTube, and they went really well. And I remember at my office at Adobe, my coworker that was across the hallway, he remembers times when I'd be like, hey, I got 10 subscribers now. I got 10, or I just broke 100 subscribers, or look at this video. Look at it right now. So, so the beginnings were pretty humble. I never wanted to be quote unquote a YouTuber, but everybody that starts a channel for the most part thinks, if I could do this and make enough money to support myself doing this, that would be fantastic. And, it presents its own series of problems that you have to navigate. But I mean, it was a fun start, and I'm glad I started because it brought me here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's amazing.
I really like. I was gonna say, Joel, something that I really like about your videos is that you go and look at the applications, and you go to the trade shows where you, which is outside of the the normal scope of the RepRap community. They may never see some of these fancier applications where a lot of these are kids that are watching your videos too, and they may decide that is the area they want to go into, they may go work for these companies that you're going to visit. So,
for sure. I showcase all sorts of different technologies on the channel, and anytime I show a really expensive machine, or like I went and visited Siemens in Germany and saw these massive things that were created using 3D printing, and people are like, what does this even matter? I can't afford this, so I'm not going to watch it. It's like, that's fine. But there's a lot of people who watch this and think, wait a minute, I want to do that for a living. How do I do that? Right. And so it's almost like I'm giving people it's almost like I'm empowering or helping to empower the workforce in 5 years, right? If there's a lot of times where kids who are 12 or 13, 14, we're talking, middle school or even high school, a lot of them, they'll watch this and they'll get inspired, and then they'll go to the makerspace at their school, or they'll they'll convince their parents to get them some sort of digital fabrication device, and then they work on it and they tinker with it and they work their way up through high school, and then all of a sudden they enter the workforce. They are better informed and they know what's out there already, and they can hit the job running. And I think that's the best part of what someone like me and others are doing, is that we're taking this technology, we're able to break it down into specifics and relay those specifics in ways that more people can understand, which means that as the young generation then grows up, we get a more informed workforce that can do more work and hopefully make more stuff.
Yep, absolutely. And not just kids, but I bet a lot of college students have watched your videos and then gone into, applied to these companies that you've gone to interview.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And even with, I've heard there are a number of people. I mean, I talk to lots of people at these different shows, and I hear from kids who say, thanks, I love this. I was able to convince my parents to get me a 3D printer, and I printed something. But I also hear from, the older generation, and there are so many of them, so many people that come up to me that are 60, maybe even 70, and just talk about how getting into 3D printing has saved their life because they've found purpose and they use their hands to make, and they are excited to be able to provide and do something useful. I think that in itself is just amazing. We're able to reach out to people who may not be able to contribute in other ways, but they get inspired and they get to printing or whatever, and now they find themselves contributing in positive and impactful ways.
Yep.
That is amazing. Joel, I'm going to have our next guest join us and overlap with you. So, Dave, welcome.
Oh, is it Dave?
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
All right, Dave. Four-way conversation.
Hey, Joel.
Welcome.
Hey.
In 12 hours.
I know.
Like real live Murph, but without any Yingling.
Yeah, exactly.
You still don't have any, huh? I'm really sorry about that. I'd send you some if I could.
I've gotten a couple discrete packages in the mail over the years from a few individuals that have helped out the cause, that's for sure.
That's great.
Came with a sign.
Oh, there it is.
Nice. Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't have these signs.
I'm going to interrupt the conversation for just a second because we missed our giveaway by a few minutes. So we've got a giveaway. It's our last giveaway for VRRF, and we're giving away a Mosquito Magnum. So we've been doing giveaways every hour on the hour. This is the last one. So if you have liked, retweeted, shared the stream or whatever over the last couple of days, you have been entered into the drawing. Drawings are random. So drum roll, 3D Print Viking. Congratulations.
Yay!
You just won a Mosquito Magnum. I know you've been on the stream pretty much all the last 2 days. So thank you for tuning in, 3D Print Viking.
That is a fantastic prize. Way to go.
It is.
Way to go. Yeah.
So 3D Print Viking, please send us your email us info@sliceengineering.com with your mailing address, and we will get one of those over to you. So congrats. All right, back to the conversation.
Back to that. Well, I'm going to let you guys kick it with Dave. I'm glad I got to see him. Sorry you've got no Yingling, but I've got other things that I get to do today. Yeah. So this was awesome. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I'll see. I'm sure I'll see you all online
soon.
Yeah.
High five.
Hey,
Thank you, Joel.
That's right. Air 5.
Air 5.
Air 5. Air
5.
Nice. How's it going, guys?
Good.
How
it's
are
been
you?
A really fun stream.
Exciting. You got a good list of folks joining and fill in the gap of actually hanging out at Goshen for the moment, anyhow.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you? I guess you're restricted from surfing right now too, right? They closed the beaches in California a lot sooner than they did Florida.
Some counties closed the beaches, others haven't, and I've read conflicting reports where the ocean could be the safest place or it could be the worst place, depending on what you read their article of. So
All right.
I haven't gone in a little bit, but that's mostly because 2 kids at home working. Oh my gosh. I mean,
Right.
Matterhackers, we've been busier, literally busier than ever. I mean, we've sort
Mhm.
of, our main objective is to keep fulfillment operations going, get people the materials that they need. But, you know, we've actually, and it's like, I'm hesitant to say it totally, but in this economy, but like we've grown over the last couple of weeks in terms of like the materials we've been able to ship. Challenged every portion of the supply chain, not unlike toilet paper, I suppose.
Right.
BTG is a hot commodity right now, but we're doing everything we can to keep fulfilled there, keep orders pumping out, because it's really important, the work that people are doing. And then secondly, we decided to, you know, spin up like a little fork business here of trying to keep the Matterhackers Maker Response Hub open. That's essentially people can contribute their 3D printers to helping satisfy needs in the medical facilities, any requests we get. So that's like kind of a two-tailed thing, and we've essentially dedicated a good portion of our sales staff to make those connections. So we've been sending out we've been calling them strike missions for geographically located people, maybe in New York. If you have a 3D printer in New York, you have signed up. There's a hospital in New York, signed up. We'll get the 3D printed parts, the face shields. Actually, more than face shields, it's like doorknob pulls, so you can open the door with your shoulder or your elbow.
Yeah, or your elbow.
And just to reduce contamination. A lot of nurses are like reusing N95 face masks, but the ear straps kind of go to crap pretty quickly. So like little adapters to be able to hold those. So it's amazing the requests we're getting and how we're able to sort of use the community and distributed manufacturing in general and digital files to be able to help fill the gap of what we're doing right now. And that's, I think, really important. So we're busy.
Wow, that is a lot to coordinate. That's
a couple
impressive.
comments about having difficulty hearing you, Dave. I don't know if you can get the mic closer, maybe, or
I'm on an iPad, so we'll do
Gotcha.
what we can.
Okay. All right.
I'll speak a little louder. Maybe that'll help.
All right.
Is that better?
I can hear you just fine. So it's just a couple people mentioned that the volume was low, so I'm not sure if we can do something on the back end to increase your input volume, but we'll give that a shot. So yeah, it's amazing to hear. You know, it seems everybody involved in the maker arena in some form or fashion is helping with the response, and so it's pretty exciting to see. And I'm excited to see what you guys are doing too.
The passion that everybody's gotten. I keep saying the phrase like 3D printing was built for this. Like we were just waiting for our calling kind of here. But I mean, myself, I have a background in medical device engineering. So these are, you know, the medical devices intraocular lenses that I used to design. So I've got that sitting here on my desk. I got a pair of calipers. I got a printer behind me. Like I feel like I was built for this. Let my two worlds collide, and I'm rip roaring ready to go, excited to, you know, fill the gap, supply anything. I literally just dropped off like 10 of these, the 3D Workstan face shields at a friend's house who's a nurse in an ICU in Fullerton, and she like lost it once she saw this design and was able to, she put it on. She's like, oh my God, these are better than the ones that we're currently reusing that have foam and they're all, you know, unwashable and stuff. So it's really cool to see everything kind of get connected in a way that I think 3D printing in general, Matterhackers, and then sort of selfishly myself, my two worlds that I've spent 10 years kind of in each of sort of coming together in a really cool way, a way that I'm really passionate about. And we're excited to just be part of the solution, honestly. So,
yeah, I know a couple weeks ago when all this stuff started sort of hitting the fan, I was like, oh my gosh, like I want to do something. What can I do? You know? And then literally the next day I was getting emails from, and I talked about this yesterday, but started getting emails from the governor's office that was trying to coordinate all the resources in the state of Florida to create a response team, you know, and help individual companies to step up and get what needed to be done. So, yeah, it's been really cool actually it's been a very stressful but exciting time to be able to respond, and I'm happy that we're in a place that we can help, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we're grateful to be also, just a position where, you know, we've had a lot of conversations internally at Matterhackers, like, okay, what's the best use of our time right now? You know, we're only a couple employees and we're a pretty small thing at the end of the day, but we're big within the 3D printing community itself. So we've got, you know, tens of thousands of spools of material and hundreds of printers in boxes. Should we just be tearing everything open and start printing our?
Uh-oh.
You know what, we're better off using our community that we have here. You know, everyone in 3D printing has been a Matterhackers customer along the way, whether they wanted a Mosquito hot end or a $25 roll of PLA or whatever it might be, or all the way up to, you know, 20 Ultimakers to fill out their like lab space somewhere. So we decided at that point to keep fulfilling orders the absolute best we can, stay in stock of everything, work with our partners, make more filament, and like join those two forces together. So we're dedicating a lot of time to ensure that we are making those connections. We should, if anyone registered for that hub and hasn't heard from us yet, trust me, there are a lot of things actively going on, and sometime early this week we should be launching a broader campaign to essentially everybody on that list so that they can be enabled to help. And there's something like 10 or 12,000 3D printers on this list. So it's
That's
like
awesome.
a lot to coordinate. And we've, you know, never done this before. We're okay at marketing, but this is like specific point-to-point contact marketing and connecting these things. The other hard part, frankly, is, you know, a hospital will need something, but they can't just accept something from somebody. So then you need to create some version of an invoice or PO for $0 and say like, okay, well, here's what you're going to receive. And people don't want to receive raw materials for a face shield. They want to receive a face shield. But Matterhackers doesn't want to be a face shield distribution company, right?
Yeah.
Liability, but we do want to fill the gap as best we can. So there's a lot of logistics to figure out there. We can't just be, you know, making 20 of these things and throwing them at some nurse to have them catch them. That there's a lot of liability there for us. So we're trying to do, and you know, I've spent time in front of the FDA and courts, knowing the game of what exactly the words safe and effective mean. Those are the FDA words to get anything through. It's the only two things that they focus on. So we're doing a lot of high level logistics to make sure what we're creating is safe and effective, filling the gap of what we need, and something that the hospital, medical facility, nurse group is prepared to receive, because they must assume that, you know, in times like this, it's a little bit crazy, but everybody's got to assume that it's going to be contaminated. So we have, we make sure that they're ready to, you know, we clean them ourselves the best we can. We ask all the customers or the hub registrants to clean them the best they can. But at the end of the day, it's going to be, you know, you're going to receive these. We need you to desanitize them right away. So a lot of logistics. Everyone's learning something new every day.
Yeah. Did you guys consider doing like a 501c3 as part of this to handle that?
We did. We sort of went down that path, and then we've been really great friends with a group called Building Momentum. It's kind of a more government and military aid based, kind of like, think of them as the scrappiest, best engineering firm that sort of philanthropically does a lot of rad stuff. So we decided to partner with them. So we do have donations that we're going through there. The more we can get through there, the more we can do and enable communities. And we're trying to do the best we can to set up people who are willing to donate their materials and time and shipping and stuff. That's like kind of one tier of this community. The next tier is like someone that may want materials. So with these donations, we're able to just like throw these materials out and know that we'll be okay. Or if like kind of a third tier of like, hey, maybe we could give store credits for those who want to act quicker than waiting for some materials to get shipped to them or something. So like I said, it's more logistics, but we're trying to appease everybody in that stadium of contributing and wanting to be able to help. And that's really important. And it's sort of the way we're going about this. We got to be a little slow and methodical, but we're activating quite a few. I think we have a couple thousand pieces of PPE that have been distributed already, almost 10,000. We're working on getting towards that. That's and we've great. Got a plan in place for the next 10,000. So
that's awesome.
Alan Puccinelli from RepCord was on here yesterday, and we had a nice conversation about what his whole setup and their organization is set up like, and you know, so it's pretty cool to see sort of what his operation was doing, a little bit different approach than what y'all are doing. but still very effective from an organizational standpoint. It's been really cool to just watch.
I've been, it's great. I love this community. I'm on the phone with, more perceived competitor than anybody might ever imagine. Just like everyone help everybody out. So I've been on the phone a couple times over the last few weeks to see what he's got gaps in, what we've got gaps in, and how we can kind of work together to. We're all trying to do good here, fill gaps. We know that we have a superpower in the form of 3D printers. And sometimes the best way to enable that is for everybody just to blindly work together, and we're in. Yep, make that happen.
Yeah, that's awesome.
What are you making on your Pulse back there?
I'm printing those 3D workstand face shields, the 6-hole ones. So we've got a bunch of materials in that we're laser cutting at Hackers. We can stack them up and laser cut about 10 at a time. They take about 30 seconds. So we can get through 10,000 in about 2 days, 3 days. The raw materials becomes the issue at this point. The world is out of PETG for the most part. So we've got a little bit of stock of that. So now we're trying to activate to get 10,000 printed parts, which again, I'm not going to make 10,000 on my Pulse right here in my garage near my surfboards hanging out. But, everybody who can make 10, 20, 30, 40, 300 at a time, then kind of send them to a centralized location is what we're really looking for.
That's awesome.
So these actually just got approved through the NIH website. So we're really excited to be able to kind of double down on this design for. You can print these in about 15 minutes a piece, and the reliability in terms of print quality is really great because they're one of the simplest face shields that you can print. They don't need a strap, so there's no extra hardware. They fit really great. Hospitals love them. We've worked with 20 or 30 kind of medical facilities at this point that have signed off on that as like a quality design that they're interested in. So
that's cool. It's great. I didn't know that the NIH had approved it, so that's really good.
Happened last night at like 8 o'clock.
Okay. Yep. Definitely was not paying attention at that point. So
yeah, that's great. That's great. They're working around the clock then.
American Makes is working with NIH and with the FDA to kind of fast track some of these, not FDA approval, but at least like strong recommendations that this is, heading towards safe and effective at least, and someone sort of validated that design. So that's, I think, an important website to consult if anybody's looking to do things. Face masks, for instance, like there's one face mask on there, but it has to be nylon powder bed printed to ensure that there's not gaps and stuff like that in the print itself. But yeah, the website's got a treasure trove of resources if you go visit it.
Very cool. Maybe we can link the NIH website here. And then what's the website that people should go to sign up for the Maker Hub that you guys are coordinating to connect hospitals with 3D printing people?
There's a banner right on the homepage that says COVID response. Click on that. That will put you through essentially to a form where we're looking for a little bit of information to see what your capabilities are, where you're located geographically, so we can deploy those resources as we have the needs, geographically close. And like I said, we're working on a widespread one that we can just activate everybody across the country. We're really focused on the U.S. I mean, that's kind of our bread and butter is the United States. So there's other countries that are working elsewhere, but the majority of Matterhackers customers are here in the U.S. So we're just kind of focused on that, hustling through.
Wow, that's great. That's awesome. It's good because you guys have such a far reach that it's great you're able to coordinate this sort of thing. I know we were able to coordinate something with like our local hospitals here, but we don't have the reach to be able to, work with somebody in Pittsburgh, for example, or Chicago.
Shout out to those guys, Pittsburgh, actually, the 3D Pittsburgh group, Ryan and Chris and Bill White. They were our first, last week, they were our first little trial run for this to see, hey, can we succeed here? And they knocked it out of the park. Huge thanks to those guys that sort of planted the seed. They're continuing to run with it. They're working locally as well. We advocate everybody should work locally as best they can. If you've got availability and print capacity, register for the hub, and then we'll activate you the best we can.
Yeah. The local response, I think, is really important here because your individual hospital is going to have individual needs, and so they may be asking. I mean, we've got 3 hospitals in our city, and each of them are asking for different things. You know, some of them need the face shields and they're asking for the face shields. And then another one, they're like, oh, we got plenty of face shields, but we're out of N95 masks. So can you make, and they had a specific design that they'd already fit tested. They already knew it worked. They liked it. And so that's what they were asking for.
Nice.
And the third hospital didn't want either of those things. They had an issue with, it was like there's these like disposable covers around switches on ventilators. And they're like, hey, can you guys build us a bunch of these? We need 50 of these things. And it was totally different from what the other guys needed. And so we could have made face shields and just come and been like, hey, we have face shields. And been like, thanks, but no thanks. But we need these things. So it's super helpful.
Yeah, and that's the logistical part here, is like figuring out what people need, because not everybody needs the same thing. Like I said, one of the most popular things that we're actually printing are those door pulls, you know, something to reduce contamination, and not even in hospitals, but in like, you know, like little emergency room places or hospice care places. It's, you know, not frontline ICU people, but, you know, the next tier of people that are, you know, seeing a lot of patients and want to be a little bit more cautious, protective, and like we're just as valuable there helping those people as we are anybody else. So
absolutely. Now you guys just recently moved, right? Matterhackers just moved to a new location.
Oh goodness!
So how did that go?
We spent the weekend moving a couple weeks back. The move went well. It was a little strange because after we moved, sort of everybody started working from home. So most of the staff at Matterhackers, much like myself, are working from home. But sales and support are still answering phone calls. We got your back and anything you need. Fulfillment operations in both warehouses across the country are operating and humming along. But yeah, we're very grateful to have more warehouse space, more office space, and the ability to, I mean, we're essentially consuming 3 or 4 buildings here in Southern California. So we're able to consolidate down into one, which it's exciting, and it's a good place to be.
It is. Yeah, I mean, I got to see your previous space in December.
Yeah,
and you guys were pretty packed in there. So it's cool to see already growing, expanding, and I think you guys have moved every year, I think is what you said when I was down there, or every 2 years or something like that.
2013, we've moved every year or added a new building or a new location every year. Yeah, which is it's cool to have that story. We always get into a space where we think it's gonna, you know, how are we ever gonna fill all this space? And then within 9 to 10 months, we're sort of popping at the seams. And a couple of years ago, we opened East Coast fulfillment, our own fulfillment warehouse, to be able to do that, to serve and do the best we can to have one-day shipping to the majority of the population that we can access. So,
yeah, that's been it's been cool, even working with you guys now, sending stuff to either warehouse. And to see the order times come down, that's been cool for just on the supplier side, working with you guys. It's been cool to see.
Yes, the internet has trained us to be, you know, one day free shipping. So keep up with it.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
But geography of the United States is certainly something that's higher complexity than the geography of any single, you know, European country, for instance. But doing the best we can to keep up, keep customers happy, stay in stock of everything that we can, which is our current challenge. But you know, we'll do the best we can to be price competitive and stay in stock and keep everybody making what they need. And right now, that's the most important thing that anybody with a 3D printer can be doing, I think.
Absolutely. I know I saw a question in the chat earlier about shipping to Europe. Is that something that's in the works, in the planning? I mean, maybe after the crisis, probably not right now.
Yeah. We're currently trying to reduce our complexities. We actually did ship to Europe for quite a while there, you know, up until I think 2017 we shipped to Europe. But, you know, if you get a couple, you know, 1 or 2 returns from Europe, you realize that you got to get it back to the US and then ship a new one out. It's really complicated. So there's a lot of partners we have in Europe that if you want to get kind of the equivalent stuff, we can make recommendations. But since we shut off direct shipping to Europe, we've actually enabled a freight forwarder. So if somebody in Europe wants to buy something, they still can. We put them in contact with a freight forwarder, then that kind of takes care of logistics from there.
Cool.
So it's still possible.
Yeah. Gotcha. Very cool.
Maybe by next year we'll see like Matterhackers jets flying around and the trucks and all that stuff.
No, we can all hope for such things.
That's awesome.
We'll buy a jet right after Slice Engineering buys a jet.
Okay, we would go in on that. Split the jet.
Yeah.
Two ways. Yeah.
Only a couple $1 million.
Yeah, the cargo ones I think are pricey. But
yeah. So pilots are pricey too.
Well, plus what's a jet without customizing the inside and spending some more money on all that stuff.
I wasn't thinking private. I was thinking shipping jets. But by that time the private jet's looking pretty cheap. So very cool. Well, that's very exciting. That you guys have moved that frequently. That's a sign of progress and the logistics that go with it. That's the unsung hero, really, logistics, as we're seeing now. So.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Inventory management is not a trivial task, it turns out. So we've got a development team that's constantly working on it. We're always trying to make improvements to inventory, shipping times, all those types of things that are 100% customer facing. Those are important projects for us. So
cool.
Yeah, it's amazing. You'd think inventory is just counting, right? You'd think that'd be easy, but it gets so complicated so fast.
Well, counting one thing, counting 10 things, counting 100 things is even digestible. But once you've got a couple, I think we have somewhere on the order of 2,000 SKUs. So, but we offer a lot of products. We're very happy to take the complexity of ingesting a lot of different products that are complementary to each other. But counting a couple of all of those, takes some time. But we have dedicated resources for it, and we're constantly making software tools to make that better. And every day is better than the last. I mean, I as an engineer just constantly sort of stay motivated by saying all right, I'm going to do the best I can today, but tomorrow I want to look back on myself and be like, oh wow, how were we getting away with that? To be always being incrementally progressive and sort of taking steps in the right direction to be better every day. And certainly this logistics challenge of PPE and getting things to the hospitals and stuff like that is one of our biggest challenges to date, just because there's so many moving parts, so many different requests, and a huge community that wants to help out, that we're everyone's chomping at the bit. So we're excited to sort of release the hounds very soon.
Yeah, awesome. I think this is really gonna stress test a lot of organizations, and we can either come out stronger on the other end or break under the pressure. So hopefully most people will be coming out stronger on the other end and making it through.
I mean, I think I'll just say we, as the world population and social group and all of humanity, will be better on the other end of this thing. I'm right now, there's a lot of work to be done, but grateful to be healthy and with my family. And that's not the case for everybody necessarily. Being able to do exciting things, but like I said, we as a society will learn a lot. We'll be better prepared for anything in the future. And sort of, you take some broken systems that are optimized for efficiency, and then you try to overload them. Like the healthcare system, and you start running out of stuff because you ran too lean. So I think we'll be more prepared in the future moving forward, and that's exciting to think about, and a huge engineering challenge in and of itself. Political engineering, social challenge, but happy to be thinking of a future where it's all a little bit incrementally better.
Very, very cool.
Absolutely.
How important? Let's get to some important topic. How is the surf? Have you been surfing at all lately? Too busy.
A week ago was rad. I didn't actually get out last week, but I think it's been 3 weeks since I've been surfing. These surfboards have been idle for they're drying out, so they're getting itchy to be back in the water. That's for sure. But I personally am just trying to be very socially conscious. I've been working from home, I think, for 3 weeks now. Really just trying to be, as isolated as possible. And surfing is something I love. But at the end of the day, most of these surfing spots get kind of crowded. Even if it's 30 people or 10 people, you ended up kind of close to each other. So I've sort of made the decision to socially not do that anymore for this short term. You know, it's a small short term window, price to pay, with the intent to hopefully do a greater good. And that's a tough, you know, like anything, we're all giving up something here. I think people are giving up much harder things than surfing in Southern California at this day and age. So
definitely.
I think we're all, you know, so many of us are lucky to be where we are, and I certainly feel that. And there's plenty of other things we can do with our time that are a little bit better. So
my sister got back from she was in India, and then she was on a mission trip. Her trip got cut short, so she then got evacuated to Australia, and then from Australia was in quarantine for 2 weeks. Went through 4 countries over the last 2 days to get back to Jacksonville at like 1 o'clock in the morning last night. So then she's going to be quarantined for another 2 weeks, and then who knows how long before she can actually go out and see people. But the situation in India was already getting a little crazy before she left, and now it's even crazier. And so I'm just thankful that she's home, you know?
Yeah. Great that she was able to weave her way back through the world and end up back. And
there were 6 people on her Trans-Pacific flight, which is nuts. Crazy.
That's social distancing. Wow.
Yeah. That those 6 people were people that, you know, needed to get home, and we're glad that those flights were still running so that your sister could get home safe, do the right thing once she gets home. And, you know, like I said, everyone will be better on the side of this. Some, you know, we're in the thick of it, so it's tough to think about, but there's you know, light at the end of the tunnel always. So
always. And
how
Chris
about
is a
yourself?
surfer too, going back to the surfing conversation.
Yeah, fair weather surfer though, and I live in Texas now, so it's not quite as good. And even Florida was obviously, it's not as good as Southern California, but I like to go to. My dad's really a surfer. He's a real surfer, and so I would surf to be with him, and we occasionally go to Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and places to surf.
Nice.
But
cool.
So I'm jealous. You are in the surf, the origin of surfing, you know, and it's pretty neat. You have to wear a wetsuit though. That's a kind of a pain. So
most of the year you have to wear a wetsuit. Summertime gets up to 73, 75. So there's a couple months, you know, July to it's stretched till November sometimes where you don't have to wear wetsuits, but generally pretty cold water.
I've
surfed a few times, not well, and actually so my wife grew up in Florida. I didn't grow up in Florida, but my wife did, and so she would surf, you know, growing up. Again, Florida Atlantic side waves, so they're small, but anyway, so we went surfing on our honeymoon and actually broke my nose surfing on our honeymoon. So I decided to headbutt a sandbar, and it did not end well for me. The sandbar was fine, but it didn't end well for me.
The sandbar survived.
Yeah.
Right. They always do.
Your nose and your neck.
Yeah. Right. Well, my neck was fine, thankfully. So, but my nose is not.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. I can still breathe though, just fine through both nostrils. So I was very happy about that.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. But yeah, I look forward to getting back in the water, but now I think my time's better spent doing some of these logistical things to try to keep the 3D printing community afloat. Something that's really important. So
absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, Chris, you look like Mark Cuban, evidently, according to the comment. I bet you've never heard that one before. Yeah. I think that's definitely a compliment.
So, Dave, what the Pulse printer? Can you tell us anything about the future? I mean, of course, everybody's always asking us the future of product development. I hate answering those questions, but I'm fascinated by Pulse and its design and so forth. Could you tell us anything about it?
I mean, it is a product that we kind of threw at the wall a couple of years ago, thinking, you know, The equivalent was thinking of like a bike shop that, you know, could take your bike and kind of modify it, put the handlebars you wanted on it, put the grips, the gears, and all those things. We thought, you know, that was a current gap in the market. We had a lot of, you know, even back in 2015 when Pulse was its idea came up, was everyone would ask us to assemble kits for them and then like put specific hot ends and specific extruders combined with them. So that's where Pulse was originated many years back, and it's sort of just lived on its own and grown nicely over time, and we keep adding new things to it. I think one of the most public-facing things we've done ever was sort of say like, well, we're selling a lot of this Nylon X stuff, and technically we're voiding everybody's warranty if you're printing with carbon fiber. Maybe we should make one that you're not voiding the warranty. And essentially we said, all right, well, if you break the Bondtech extruder, we'll happily replace it, because that means you've printed with enough Nylon X that you deserve a replacement extruder here or whatever anyhow. So those are the type of opportunities that Pulse is built for. Internally, it's what we use for a lot of testing. The BASF Ultrafuse, a lot of the initial prints were done with a Pulse in an enclosure. Settings to be able to print with the metal parts, the sintered metal parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we use it as a test bed. We're proud to offer it to anybody who's looking for a solution of anything customized, and certainly different components, different extruders, different hot ends. So we've got a Mosquito one that's kind of in the cannon, waiting to get launched. We've got all the files essentially ironed out, locked in. We've got the inventory in. It probably would have been this week that we launched it, but now our, the whole world's focus has kind of shifted. But essentially, if somebody does want to order a Pulse with a Mosquito mounted on it, pre-assembled, configured, and calibrated, you can. I just have to call us because the product page won't be live yet. But we have the capability to take those orders today.
Yeah, I think one thing that people new to 3D printing may not fully appreciate is what company is going to support your printer. And, if you buy something like a Pulse, or, earlier today we had Lulzbot on the line, and if you go with one of these companies that has been around and has a real support system, that's at least half of the value of the printer, So if you're doing something that's at all difficult, then it's probably more than half the value of the printer. Just being able to call somebody or send a ticket in and get a real, like a technically astute response. So you guys are well known for that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we built our, even early on, our entire brand on that. It was, 2012, 2013 when Matterhackers first started, serving customers, and we realized that a lot of the ecosystem was Kickstarters and overwhelmed somethings and materials that you didn't know quite who you were buying it for. So we put a phone number on a web page, and turns out anybody starting out, they maybe weren't even customers. We did a lot of customer service for not customers early on, just someone looking for a phone number who knew how to, a little bit of Arduino or some firmware flashing, or how to swap a hot end out, or what a thermistor was, or just all of the questions we answered for a good number of years there. But I love the maturity that the community has built. But yeah, we've always doubled down on everything that Matterhackers retails. Like, we stand behind it. We guarantee that you will succeed with it, and if you don't, we'll configure options for you or make returns easy.
Right. And I mean, what kind of machine can you buy, modify, and then go back to the OEM and say, I need help, that you guys do that all day long, I'm sure. So
Yep. Yeah, and even more the complexity of like, hey, I want to buy it, I want to modify it, but I don't really want to do the whole wrench turning and recalibration and firmware flashing. With Pulse, we're able to do all that stuff. We will take the complexity of figuring out how to install it, and we charge the price of the component itself. So we have the nimbleness that you may associate with like Dell on a PC or something like that.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Choose your
cool
own
system.
adventure.
Yeah, choose your own adventure. There we go. That should be the hashtag.
the conversation around 3D printing prior to FaceShields over the last 3 weeks will continue to be materials. And if you can be broad on materials, and I think there's been a lot of companies out there that have really embraced new materials. If you look at, you know, the Ultimaker platform, the Raise platform, and people who are really putting their, you know, sort of their ecosystem on the line in going wide in materials. I think that's the future. When you talk to, whether it's someone trying to make some specific thing with this mechanical property in the garage, or you talk to some engineer at a Fortune 500 company, they're looking for specific resources to meet material properties that are listed on a technical data sheet. So those are turning into a good portion of conversations where 3D printing is growing. PLA is going to probably never be beat in terms of the number one thing that is ever material that's printed with, but material science and new materials backing of a lot of even these bigger companies is really exciting, really exciting when you think of Dow's and BASF and DuPont, those types of companies coming into 3D printing. We've been able to work closely with them, so we have a lot of inventory of those, you know, essentially from those big companies' standpoints. It's a tiny little drop in the bucket, this little additive manufacturing. They keep asking like, hey, so when's the train stop at Matterhackers to be able to drop off train loads of this? We're like, we'll take like a kilogram or two. So, yeah. But genuinely, like, those conversations are awesome because they're betting on the future of additive. And that really supports what the ecosystems that we've been talking about and the material stamps that we've been talking about. And that parallels like really well with what's happening in the world right now. Yeah, 3D printing can save the day. And someday it'll be 3D printing and injection molding and CNC milling all lined up right next to each other, succeeding in their own paths. Whereas, you know, 3D printing right now is kind of thought of as what you prototype with, what you do form fit, but you might decline on function. But once you have some of these nylons that are used in the automotive space, why not have it function? Why not, you know, validate that your car can get through a crash when you're testing it and getting it verified through some of the agencies? Why not have some 3D printed components on there if they're in the same material and you can trust that they're of the same mechanical properties? Then yeah, there you go, function. And I think that's a lot of the future. And that's me as an engineer. I'm very excited about that, to be able to have conversations around technical data sheets.
Right. You mentioned Ultrafuse. Have you worked with Ultrafuse much yet?
Yes, we've worked a lot with Ultrafuse actually. So we worked with BASF over probably about the last year. We were some of the first people to print it and really come up kind of with, and that's what we've done in the past, is come up with kind of the easy bake recipe for this. So if you're looking for more information, Matterhackers, we actually have a video. I think I did that video. So
okay.
We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot. We've really seen it succeed. And it's a really cool material.
Cool.
Real actual metal that when you drop it on concrete, it goes ding, ding, ding.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it you know, people, I guess SLA, you know, had started to make some inroads on FDM, I think, in the hobby market, but then FDM just keeps coming back in terms of its flexibility. You know, first of all, you're printing with real thermoplastics, and then you can have materials like that are filled, carbon fiber, of course, glass fiber, and then now metals, you know, where you're sending, you can print the part on inexpensive printers, send it off, you get a ticket, right? They center it, and now you've got a real metal part. Now, it might need some machining, some post machining, depending on your application afterwards. But before that, I mean, your options were, I used to use DMLS some for my job, and it was like, I don't know what it is now, but it was like $60 per CC centered. I mean, it was just, it was completely not out of the reach of a hobbyist. So this is that the Ultrafuse just opens up doors for people making real parts in their garages, I think.
Yeah, it's a game changer, and we've seen a lot of people succeed with that. It is a slightly complicated process. You're going to print it at home, you're going to send it out, it's going to get sintered, you get it back, but we've sort of got a guarantee that there are sintering runs every 2 weeks, and if there's enough demand, we'll do it every week. So there's a schedule. You know when you ship it in. You know when you'll get it back. It's within. There's 2 shipping options: an expedited one and a slow train one. But even if you do the slow train one, it's something like 3 days returns to you. So it's a little complicated. There's a little black box. We're actually in the process of shooting a video to be able to go to the sintering house to show like, hey, here's exactly what happens to your parts, to like really open that black box so that people aren't intimidated by it in any way. It is a method of manufacturing, though. So you've got to, design for manufacturing is a thing that we learn in engineering schools, and 3D printing is a method of manufacturing. Sintering is a method of manufacturing. You must succeed at both. So your designs have to, there are some considerations for design limitations and good design for that. Much like you wouldn't make crazy pockets that are super sharp on a CNC or undercuts on an injection molded design. There are just some rules of thumb to follow for 3D printing, and specifically with the debinding and sintering process, because you're evacuating all the plastic, you're breaking down tiny pieces of stainless steel, plasmaing them together, and if we didn't have gravity, it'd be way easier.
Yeah, I bet. So that process won't be a RepRap. The sintering process won't be a RepRap thing for some time then, in your opinion?
It's available to be done on RepRap machines, but the process of debinding and sintering, let's just say it'd be cost prohibitive to do it in your garage or something.
Right.
Like that. There's heat, there's chemicals, there's pressures, but we're partnering with a network of people around the world that do succeed at this. It's essentially doing metal injection molding processing. It's the same materials, the same parts. So there are already houses across the world that do this on a regular basis, big businesses. But the machines themselves, if you want to go buy one, you'd be about $500,000 to buy the machine itself.
Right. Okay, so somebody outside the U.S. who wanted to print ultrafuse currently, would they have to send their parts to the U.S. for sintering and debinding?
No, so there's a network of debinding and sintering houses around the world. I am aware of at least 3 in 3 different countries. So obviously we work with 1 or 2 here in the US, but there's one in Germany to serve most of Europe. I believe there's one in Australia. There's one in Asia. So there are locations around the world. Talk to your local distributor. We're the US distributor for this material, but yeah, it's pretty cool. There is some complexity to it, but oh my gosh, what you get out of it is so cool. And if 3D printing isn't precise enough, it's stainless steel 316L, so it's machinable.
Right.
You can harden it. You can, sort of post-process it in any way that you might. You can grind it. You can make it super shiny. And I'm surprised that every time I go to take a part and like kind of clean the surface and just like face grind it or lap it or something like that, you can't see any pores under a microscope, under like a microscope. It is amazing.
And there's no powder to remove either. I mean, you're making the part. You don't have to design for powder removal or anything like that.
No.
So.
Yeah, you can use supports. So you can use the same supports, or you can be clever about how you kind of support some of those things. And then you can always, grind off those supports after you kind of like design it in. People design supports in pretty cleverly.
Very cool. We've got a spool. I don't think we've started playing with it too much.
We haven't started playing with it yet. Yeah, that was one of those things that supply chain started getting disrupted back in late January, early February, and so they just haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah. Real good metal parts. It's still mind-boggling because for 10 years, like, oh, you got a 3D printer in your garage, does it print metal yet? And like, no, 3 years. 2012, no, 2015, no, 2017, no, but finally 2019, yes, we can do it. And there's a couple options out there of varying degrees, but getting the backing of BASF and having it's no like crazy wizardry. It's metal injection molding technology, so it's mature. Right. 30 years mature at this point. You have definitely held, probably today, something metal injection molded. If you picked up a wristwatch, definitely. If you pick up like a cordless DeWalt driver or something like that, it's got all sorts of metal injection gears in there. So that technology is just kind of being mashed together with 3D printing, and that's so cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. I can't wait. The first application that comes to mind is Ian Pegg's multicolor hot block.
Oh yeah, the mixing hot block.
Yeah, he's having to do it with
Yeah.
stacks of parts, and I'm thinking, okay, we've got a spool of BASF. If there was a way, and maybe there is a way, I thought he'd have to ship his parts back to the US for debindering and sintering, but maybe in the UK they're close. You can maybe ship it to Germany. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, there's probably someone doing the same debinding and sintering in the UK for sure.
Okay.
Germany definitely could serve that.
Yeah, cool. There's so many applications for these things.
Yeah, and that's that the metal material is really just one in the whole portfolio of materials about like you were talking about these escalating conversations around technical data sheets. Nylon, match it with carbon fiber, then add some metal, you get PTGs that are a whole like PTG and ABS. We think of like this one little thing in 3D printing, but really it's represented by a whole slew of different material attributes that it could be. Even I think we've spent the last 2 or 3 months like really working on polypropylene as well, which is the most widely used plastic in the world
ever. Right. Yeah.
Pretty sparsely used in 3D printing, and I think it's got a lot of momentum, materials capabilities. Think about any Rubbermaid living hinge thing, food storage thing that you've ever touched that's reusable is polypropylene. Every chemistry cup that you've ever put epoxy into or any other nasty chemicals, polypropylene. So the material properties there are amazing.
It's very inert.
What can happen with that material? So we've been focused on polypropylene over the tail end of last year.
Cool. That's exciting. We were talking about sticking polypropylene sticking in the bed earlier.
Yeah,
sticking in the build plate.
Yeah,
that's a challenge.
Biggest challenge. So we actually have a bed now. So we have layer lock polypropylene is something you can check out. So essentially there's a million different surfaces that people talk about. The packing tape is the best one, but what a terrible solution. So we worked and did a lot of testing and did a lot of fabrication of material surfaces using textures, different materials. A lot of polypropylenes are like polypropylene-esque, but then they're combined with like an HDPE or something like that to get that sticky. But if you actually want polypropylene, you got to have a polypropylene surface. So we were able to work with and develop the layer lock solution there, and it's working gangbusters.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah. And our polypropylene, I mean, the one I'm familiar with is the what is it? The glass fiber GF30. Are you guys looking into maybe like a lot of glass fiber filled or carbon fiber filled PP?
Yeah, I mean, everything that's filled with carbon fiber serves its purpose from a technical data sheet and a materials, description of materials. But I think polypropylene itself, there's a lot of utility to adding carbon fiber to it. But I think virgin polypropylene, the thing I held up earlier, is injection molded polypropylene. This is for cataract surgery and stuff. But its properties on its own are really powerful. So once you add the carbon fiber, you lose some of you gain a lot of stiffness, which is polypropylene's downside unless you design geometrically around that. But virgin polypropylene is like chemically the most resistant thing. It can do living hinges. It's got a lot of material properties that are sort of opposite of the carbon fiber side. I mean, that where you're talking to a hat of Matterhackers where we've succeeded with Nylon X so well. So yes, let's add carbon fiber to all of it. But
I'm thinking like dual extrusion. You'd have like neat polypropylene and then the fiber. Depending on where you want rigidity or a living hinge or something. So that would be very cool.
Yeah, I mean, just the polypropylene is such a robust material. People talk about nylon and PETG being, more robust than PLA, but at the other end of the scale is polypropylene in terms of chemistry and mechanical properties, living hinges, stuff like that. It's
water resistance too.
Water resistance, hydrophobic, so you don't need to dry it out either, which is an advantage over nylon. And it does have properties similar to nylon, but.
So actually, it turns out Ian Pegg's on the Mr. Decking Man's on the.
Is he
on the line? Yeah. So he just commented. He said he's going to send us the SDL. So
I see it now. Okay, we needed another project. So.
There. And then we got a question from Practical Printing. Does polypropylene stick to a PVA raft?
Does polypropylene stick to a PVA raft? No. Nope.
Oh.
PVA is not a great support material for polypropylene.
Yeah, fortunately.
But it'll stick to a polypropylene raft. You kind of got to cut it away, but it like a raft cuts pretty cleanly. But for my purposes, rafts aren't. I never use rafts. I rather just like find the right build plate for whatever I'm printing. Raft definitely helps from warping on certain corners and stuff, but at least for most of the things that I'm interested in printing, I'm doing the design as well. So you can kind of do creative designs. One of the best things that I think, I don't know if I have any of my surfboard fins here, but I was printing surfboard fins kind of like on its angle like this, which means you're touching the build surface with just this thin little line. So one of my favorite things to do is actually to put like big circles, just one layer thick. I call them lily pads, like put little lily pads on either end of that thin string, because they just want to pull up, right? The surfboard's going to be here. This corner wants to lift up. This corner wants to lift up off the print bed. So if you put these lily pads, it's just like, I think of them as like frog's feet, just like hanging on to things and hanging on to things. It's enough surface area to grab onto the bed. So I prefer that over rafts, and then you can come and flush trim cut them pretty quickly.
That's cool.
That's a good
Awesome.
idea. I hadn't thought about that.
Well, we've reached the end of VRRF. So thank you for being our last guest, Dave. That's pretty fantastic.
Nice.
Really appreciate you hopping in and giving. I mean, we had a really far-reaching conversation. Everything from materials to COVID response, and this has been great. It's been great to have a lot of cool guests on and talk about what's going on in the world and how people are responding and bring some really, I mean, the reason we did this whole thing was to bring some positivity and fun back into the community during this crisis. So thanks for being a part of that.
Well, thanks for having me on. I mean, I think you guys are, we're touching on a lot of subjects, which I think is just sort of representative of what Matterhackers is doing and trying to achieve in general. But, at times like these, we're grateful to have, like I said, our families close, to have our health, and to know that this whole community is working like crazy to be part of the solution. We were built for this. I genuinely think 3D printing community, we were built for this. We were prepared. We've got 3D printers in our garage. We got calipers on our desk. We know how to sort of enable. One of my favorite stories is actually even talking to like Jen Schechter, who's part of like a lot of those community builds where people were printing at home, numbering things, and then they put together as like big sculptures. She led all those projects. This is just, what's happening in 3D printing, what Pooch is doing, what Matterhackers is trying to do, what everyone's doing locally. It's in Huntsville, Alabama, or in Sacramento or Los Angeles or Florida. Everyone's doing distributed manufacturing. And we were built for that. Send me the STL, bro. I'll get one to know.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see. And then it's kind of on the onus of everybody else to keep materials flowing, make sure everybody's got what they need, and everyone's pointed in a direction that's clear. And if you look at Twitter, sometimes the direction's not totally clear, but we're locally making sure that whatever we're creating is something that's in need, as you were saying. Really
absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, Dave. Really appreciate you hopping on, and enjoy the rest of your day. I know it's still early over on the West Coast. So
we got, just finished lunch.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. See you, man.
Cool.
See you guys.
Thank you, Dave.
All right. So, guys, thank you so much for being on here. We've had thousands of people over the last couple of days log in and watch the stream. So thank you so much for supporting us and being part of VRRF. Obviously, this was all about the community experience. So thank you for making that happen. It doesn't happen without all of you guys tuning in and commenting and talking to us. And we do have one final giveaway. We're giving away a torque wrench. So if you haven't subscribed nozzle. We're giving away a nozzle. My apologies. If you haven't subscribed, liked, retweeted, whatever on social media, please share the stream. This is going to be posted on YouTube, so you guys can come back and watch it, or skip to whatever part in the description of the video. It'll have who's being interviewed and what section, And yeah, so the final giveaway, our final winner is, I know this stands for something, but I can't remember what it is. NLTMW_com. Congratulations, you have won the final giveaway for VRRF 2020. It is a vanadium nozzle with a lifetime warranty against abrasion. So send us a line at info@sliceengineering.com and let us know what your mailing address is and what diameter nozzle you would like. We make them from 0.2 to 0.8 diameter nozzle sizes. So hit us up, let us know what you want, and we'll get it out to you. So congratulations. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. This has been a ton of fun. Yeah, Virtual RepRap 2020. Thank you, guys. Don't forget, there are giveaway, excuse me, wrong thing I'm looking at here. Product updates. So we've updated the Mosquito and Mosquito Magnums. We got new versions. They're on the website. I know there was an issue with the bundles not working correctly on the site. There was a problem with the server, so I apologize for that. We will be extending the sales for an extra 2 days, and we'll make sure those bundles work correctly. If you tried to buy one of the bundles and it didn't work, please hit us up on info@sliceengineering.com and let us know, and we can get you that bundle. Again, apologies. There was an issue with a third-party server and the app was not working correctly. So we will get that to you if you're still looking for it. So finally, stay safe, stay healthy, keep your social distancing on. Don't forget 6 feet separation. The CDC is now recommending that you wear masks if you go outside and you're going to be in a public place. So please do that. Stay safe, stay healthy. And yeah, I love you guys. Thanks for supporting us and helping us stay open during this time. So
hope to see you at RF.
Yes, hope to see you at RF, and whenever Murph is rescheduled, hope to see you there too if it happens. So, all right, thanks guys.